Chapter 2023. After receiving the Dream Slayer, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He used his index finger to touch the other sword orb. The sword orb rotated with his finger on the big rock, and the somewhat healed crack flashed left and right. "Senior Li Xiaobai," Xiaohua said shyly, "this sword orb of yours, this little one has nurtured it for many years. Senior, take a look, it's almost repaired. If I leave the sword orb here, it can't be repaired completely. Senior, you don't want this little one to give up halfway, right? This little one feels that this sword orb should be left here with this little one, wait for this little one to properly repair it, and wait for it to shine in the future. And, since you don't object, this little one will take it as your consent." Thus, Xiaohua didn't see Li Xiaobai's objection and put the sword orb into his Buddha heart like lightning. Soon after, Xiaohua scratched his head, touched his nose with his finger, and said, "Senior, you seem to be an easy person to talk to, and you don't want your sword orb to be misused. How about this, since this little one has already received 2 sword orbs, you might as well give this little one the 9 stars transit of the sun N, it's still the same old rule. If you don't say anything, this little one will take it as your consent." And, just like this, Xiaohua took back the 8 sword orbs and put them into his Buddha heart. Soon after, Xiaohua looked at the flying sword in his hand, somewhat embarrassed. This flying sword belonged to Reverend Bright Sword, and it was also Changbai sect's. If he took it out, he was afraid that it would cause trouble. Moreover, he already had the 9 stars transit of the sun flying sword, so Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword was probably useless. However, when Xiaohua put the sword case on the rock, the little deer jumped out of the sword case and licked Xiaohua's hand, as if it was begging Xiaohua to take it away. Xiaohua touched the little deer's ice-cold head and pondered. But at this moment, the little deer bit Xiaohua's Taoist robe and led Xiaohua to the other side of the big rock. Its small tongue licked a bulge on the big rock. The strange thing was, following the little deer's actions, the bulge actually slowly disappeared, revealing a small jade slip. It's really strange. Xiaohua knew that this little deer should be the key to discovering this jade slip. If the little deer didn't want to, perhaps no one would be able to find this jade slip. Taking the jade slip from the little deer's mouth, Xiaohua used his hand to touch the little deer's forehead, indicating that it should wait a moment, and then his divine sense of the jade slip. Xiaohua's expression changed a few times. First, he suddenly understood, then he showed respect, then he was overjoyed. In the end, he was actually wild with joy. Of course, in the end, his brows were tightly knitted, as if he had encountered something difficult to decide. After completely reading the jade slip, Xiaohua carefully put the jade slip into the space and patted the little deer's head, indicating that it should return to the flying sword. Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hand and the flying sword returned to his hand. Only then did he straighten his clothes and salute Li Xiaobai and Taoist Master Bright Sword again, saying, "This junior has disturbed the 2 seniors." The 2 seniors' determination and confidence in pursuing the way of the sword, as well as their noble character and unquestionable integrity, this junior admires them. Today, this junior will take away the sword pellet and flying sword. In the future, no one will disturb the 2 seniors, quiet cultivation. Soon after, Xiaohua saluted the 2 9 times, slowly sweeping his eyes over the entire space, and slowly retreated from the space. Following his retreat, the entire cave rumbled and gradually closed, gradually shrinking, and completely disappearing from the stone wall. Only when the cave completely disappeared did Xiaohua put the flying sword into the space with a flick of his sleeve. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't go far. He sat in front of the stone wall and carefully recalled what he had just seen. It turned out that what was recorded in the jade slip was the friendship between Li Xiaobai and Taoist Master Bright Sword, the 2's determination to pursue the way of the sword, and the 2's helplessness when they were forced to duel. Just as the legend said, Taoist Master Bright Sword went to Huan country to challenge the sword cultivators. Although it was for the way of the sword and for his own realm, it was more for the prestige of the Changbai sect and for the benefit of his sect. In fact, according to Daoist Master Bright Sword's thoughts, he could have quietly gone and found a few sword cultivators with similar cultivation to himself. Wouldn't it have been better if they discussed the sword in the morning and wine in the evening? Who would have thought that as soon as he left the Changbai sect, the eyes of the three cultivation countries were focused on him? The sword cultivators of Huan country also looked at him with vigilant and threatening gazes. They simply treated his so-called friendliness as a trap. When Daoist Master Bright Sword saw that his goodwill was fruitless, he could only brandish his flying sword and fight head-on. Of course, Daoist Master Bright Sword's attainments in the flying sword far exceeded the expectations of the sword cultivators of Huan country. It was normal for him to be easily defeated by Daoist Master Bright Sword. That challenge could not be considered a success. First, Daoist Master Bright Sword's state of mind was not there and the results were limited. Second, the sword cultivator he wanted to challenge, Li Xiaobai, was not in the Flame Bamboo Sword sect. When Daoist Master Bright Sword returned to the Changbai sect and went into seclusion, Li Xiaobai chased after him. Similar to Daoist Master Bright Sword's situation, Li Xiaobai also had a mission. His mission was even more important than Daoist Master Bright Sword's. He had to redeem the reputation of the sword cultivators of Huan country. However, when he saw Daoist Master Bright Sword's refined and courteous manner at the Changbai sect and talked with him in detail, Li Xiaobai knew that although this cultivator in front of him was from the Dao sect, he was like him, a fanatic who pursued the way of the sword. However, this was the cultivation world, the Dawn Rain continent where the way of the sword and the way of the sword were on par. They could not work together to comprehend and improve together. Moreover, all the sword cultivators and the entire Dao sect were waiting for this rare flying sword duel. It was impossible for them to not give the Changbai sect, the Flame Bamboo Sword sect, and the entire Dawn Rain continent an explanation. The two fell into a difficult situation. Just as Daoist Master Bright Sword said in the Jade Slip, I originally thought that if I cultivated a small divine ability, I would be free to roam the Dawn Rain continent. If I cultivated a great divine ability, I would be free to roam the three realms. However, the cultivation world is like the mortal world. There is face, honor, and many awkwardness that one has no choice but to do. Now, I understand that I am not wrong to be obsessed with the way of the sword, I am not wrong to pursue the way of the sword. I am wrong to be in the limelight, I am wrong to place the glory of the sect on myself. If I was given a chance, I would hide the sword in my heart and hide the blade. Before I could break free from the shackles of the sect, I would just be an ordinary free disciple. In the half a year at the Changbai sect, Daoist Master Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai completely let go of their misgivings and let go of the barrier between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators. They discussed the way of the sword together and discussed what they had learned. They even learned from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. They had made great progress in many areas of the way of the sword. However, as the relationship between the two grew, the pressure they faced also increased. The Changbai sect master had already given the order to have a winner or loser no matter what. This caused the two of them to be in an extremely difficult position. Chapter 2024. Of course, the two could also join hands to create a scam and deceive the world. However, both of them were experts in the way of the sword and would rather break than bend. They knew that if they did this, their way of the sword would be tarnished and their state of mind would also be tainted. In the future, their way of the sword would not have any progress. Rather than that, they might as well have a real duel. Thus, Reverend Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai made a promise to the world. However, after half a year of sparring, Reverend Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai were clear that the flying swords of sword cultivators and the flying swords of Daoist sects each had their own merits. In ordinary places, even if they could distinguish who was better, it would be due to the difference in magic power, magic tools, and even swords. It would not be able to distinguish who was better in the way of the sword. Only by discarding these factors could one truly determine who was better in the way of the sword. Thus, Reverend Bright Sword chose a place like the Ink Zhao Black Forest that restricted spiritual sense and magic power. At the same time, the two of them also considered each other. They only agreed to allow the Changbai sect and Yen Zhu sword sect to fight, but they would definitely not announce the result of the duel to the world. The result of the battle was basically within Daoist Master Bright Sword's and Li Xiaobai's expectations. The difference in cultivation between the two was too minuscule. It could only end in mutual destruction. And this mutual destruction attack was launched by both of them at the same time without any hesitation. They did not hold back in the slightest. They were truly dying for the Tao of the sword. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua bowed 9 times to the corpses of the two people in the end. Xiao Hua asked himself if he would sacrifice himself for something, but he admired these seniors who sacrificed themselves for their own pursuits from the bottom of his heart. After that sword, Li Xiaobai died. However, because Reverend Bright Sword had a Yuanying, he did not immediately die. First, he set up a deceptive formation in the cave on the 3rd floor to prevent covetous people from destroying their bodies. Then, he activated the formation he had set up in advance in the cave on the 4th floor and wrote down a jade slip before he died safely. In the jade slip, other than recording the real situation of Li Xiaobai and Reverend Bright Sword's interaction and duel, it also explained the deceptive array in the 3rd and 4th floor. Of the 2 flying swords of Reverend Bright Sword on the 3rd and 4th floors, only the 3rd floor was real. Inside the flying sword was an array laid down by Reverend Bright Sword. On the 4th floor, the flying sword that Xiao Hua had obtained was not used by Reverend Bright Sword. However, the flying sword that Xiao Hua obtained was the true essence of Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword. In other words, it was the sword intent of Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword. The sword intent was different from the sword spirit. It was a realm of pure sword Tao, a height of comprehension of the sword Tao. This sword intent was sealed within this ordinary flying sword by Reverend Bright Sword. Seeing this, Xiao Hua really did frown, because he thought that the little deer should be the sword spirit of the flying sword, but he didn't expect that the little deer was actually a sword intent that could kill everything. Look at Xiaolu's shy and timid appearance. How was it related to sword intent at all? Daoist Bright Sword's treatment of Li Xiaobai's 9 sword pellets was different. The 8 sword pellets placed in the 3rd level were fake, but the sword spirits inside were real. However, the sword spirits were damaged during the battle. The 9th sword pellet, which was the one that Xiao Hua obtained from Zhu Chenghe, was thrown out of the valley by Reverend Bright Sword. As for the real 9 sword pellets and the sword intent within them, Reverend Bright Sword hesitated for a long time because it involved the two's physical bodies and even the inheritance of the sword Tao. In the end, he still threw the sword pellets in the 4th level. He still wanted to pass down the sword Tao that he and Li Xiaobai had comprehended. As for the sword Tao that Li Xiaobai and Reverend Bright Sword had comprehended, it was also explained in the jade slip. The real sword intent was their comprehension. If a fated person obtained the sword intent, they would be able to obtain their comprehension from the sword intent and receive their inheritance. Of course, the comprehension that couldn't be included in the sword intent was also recorded in the jade slip. This was also the content that made Xiao Hua wild with joy. This part talked about Reverend Bright Sword's unique comprehension, as well as Li Xiaobai's repair of this comprehension. This was the secret of using the primordial spirit to control the sword. Sword cultivators used the sword as their foundation and used their own body to nurture a sword spirit, achieving the goal of controlling the sword with their own body. This was known to all cultivators in the world. However, the sword spirit was the sword pellet spirit. It was a unique secret technique used by various sword sects to temper their sword pellets. Sword cultivators used their own blood and sweat to nurture the sword spirit, allowing the sword spirit to be used by them. After hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of communication, they could become one with the sword spirit, becoming one with the sword spirit. Reverend Bright's sword blazed a new path and thought of using a wisp of his primordial spirit to fuse with a flying sword, using his primordial spirit to control the sword. It wasn't that no Tao sect cultivators had thought of this method since ancient times, but Reverend Bright's sword had used his own unique method to realize it. He had even succeeded. He had used his primordial spirit to defeat the sword cultivator's sword spirit flying sword one by one. In the Jade Slip, Reverend Bright's sword had recorded a secret technique to nurture and strengthen the primordial spirit. This was what Li Xiaobai had comprehended. Li Xiaobai had also relied on this secret technique to obtain the reputation of a sword immortal. This secret technique of sword heart seed that had been perfected by Reverend Bright's sword and Li Xiaobai was admittedly a secret path to cultivating the flying sword in the eyes of sword cultivators. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, how could it merely be a path to cultivating the flying sword? He had the ghost cultivator's secret technique to divide his primordial spirit into tens of thousands, as well as the devil cultivator's blood shadow technique. The reason why he hadn't dared to split his primordial spirit was because he didn't have the secret technique to strengthen his primordial spirit. He was afraid that after splitting his primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to distinguish between the primary and secondary primordial spirit, and his true primary primordial spirit would be devoured by the other primordial spirits. Now, Reverend Bright's sword was actually able to split a wisp of his primordial spirit and fuse it with the flying sword. This secret technique was admittedly somewhat crude in Xiaohua's eyes, and was even extremely dangerous. However, his method was correct, and his technique was absolutely heaven-defying. This method could be said to complement the ghost cultivator's spirit-splitting technique, and could be used as a reference. Li Xiaobai's secret technique could also be used as a reference with the blood shadow technique's secret technique. Apart from strengthening the primordial spirit, it could also control the primordial spirit. This was exactly what Xiaohua urgently needed to cultivate. How could Xiaohua not be wild with joy? Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the grass in front of the stone wall for a long time. After thinking about all the details, he sighed and said, "Two seniors, this junior has benefited greatly from your sword Tao and comprehension. This junior doesn't know how to repay you, but looking at the two seniors' intentions, they didn't intend to leave this thing for the Flame Bamboo Sword sect and the Changbai sect. Therefore, this junior won't give this thing to them. After this junior practices it, I will definitely choose someone with a noble character like the two seniors to teach, and pass down the two seniors' orthodoxy. This sword sect must be a new sword sect. It doesn't belong to sword cultivators, nor does it belong to the Tao sect sword sect. Senior sword heart seed will definitely make this sword sect famous throughout the world." Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly quivered, as if he had thought of something. He looked at the empty stone wall with an inconceivable gaze. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the stone wall and into the stone cave, looking at the two sword-like bodies of Li Xiaobai and Reverend Bright's sword. Yes, a sword Tao expert who could split his primordial spirit and plant it into a flying sword, even if his cultivation was restricted, could he easily achieve heaven incarnation? However, Xiaohua immediately withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with this junior, right? As long as this junior takes advantage of it, won't he be stronger than anyone else? Forget it, this junior should quickly find a way out and return. I'm afraid that Haoming City's Shui is waiting anxiously, right? Since Reverend Bright's sword has left the way out in the Jade Slip, this junior." Xiaohua smiled and turned around to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he was stunned again. "Damn it, Senior Bright Sword, how can you speak without bringing me along? Why did you only talk about the path from the 3rd layer to the 2nd layer, and the path from the 2nd layer to the 1st layer? Why didn't you talk about the path from the 4th layer to the 3rd layer?" Xiaohua was about to stomp his feet. However, when Xiaohua took out the Jade Slip again and looked at it again and again, there was still no record. He was somewhat scratching his head. Since Reverend Bright's sword didn't record it, then, there must be a reason. He couldn't have left a useless jade slip, right? Even if this junior successfully cultivates the flying sword, how will he go out? How will he let someone pass on this flying sword technique? Xiaohua muttered to himself. Then, he looked around carefully. This stone wall can be climbed? This restriction can be broken? This stream water. I'm such a big fool. Xiaohua slapped his head and said self-deprecatingly, since there is water flowing in and out, it means that there is an entrance and an exit here. If water can enter and exit, then this junior can also enter and exit. Thinking about this, Xiaohua was about to jump into the stream water and walk up, but at this moment, Xiaohua smiled bitterly again. Damn it, this junior was really knocked out by Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword. The cold pool that Reverend Lu Peng mentioned, isn't it where this stream flows into? If this junior follows the direction of the stream water, won't I be able to find the cold pool? Senior Bright Sword, your sword strike was really too vicious. Your Dao can be considered as compensation for this junior. Xiaohua really couldn't figure out why he didn't connect to the cold pool because of the stream water. If he really did connect like that, he feared that he wouldn't be able to obtain the true sword intent, right? Sure enough, following the flow of the stream, after Xiaohua walked for the time it took to eat a meal, he found a gap that was only the size of a palm in one of the restrictions. This gap was clearly set up for the stream. No matter how Xiaohua struck it with the Great Wisdom Sword, it would not expand in the slightest. Admittedly, Xiaohua could try to use the spiritual fire, but, did Xiaohua need to spend so much effort? He only thought for a moment and put all of his storage pouches and other things into the space. He used a simple secret technique to pass through this flaw that was extremely difficult for other cultivators. However, just as he passed through the hole in the restriction, a huge force pressed down on Xiaohua's body from above. All of the true essence in his body completely condensed. It was a kind of condensation that Xiaohua had never experienced before. Xiaohua's entire body rushed out from the hole. Following that ice-cold stream, he fell from midair. Unfortunately, just as he had time to shout, he heard a plop sound as Xiaohua fell into a deep pool. Chapter 20-25. There was a huge pressure in the space, and Xiaohua couldn't use any of his magic power. He was like a mortal. When he fell into the deep pool, he struggled with all his might. Fortunately, Xiaohua knew how to swim, and the buoyancy of the water was strong enough. Xiaohua flopped and flopped to the shore of the deep pool. Xiaohua powerlessly struggled out of the pool and let out a breath. He lay on the side of the deep pool, not wanting to move at all. The pressure in this space is too great, right? Xiaohua looked up at the sky in admiration. It was pitch black above, as if he was at the bottom of the mountain in the Yingxiao Black Forest. Xiaohua's gaze swept over the cliff he just fell on, and his eyes flashed with joy. He bent his waist and sat up. Xiaohua used a lot of strength to do such a simple action. What Xiaohua saw was an enormous, incomparably dark stone wall. The other two walls were the same. On the stone wall, there were dozens of holes of different sizes. Each hole had a different size of water flowing into the cold pond. Damn it, could it be that, behind each water flow is a space? Then, isn't each space the same as the one I just went to? Xiaohua couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Xiaohua stood up with difficulty and roughly sized up this space. He couldn't help but smile. It turned out that this was a rather large space. There was only one huge cold pool, and it almost occupied the entire space. Wasn't it exactly as Immortal Lu Peng described? So, this is the space that Immortal Lu Peng went to. Xiaohua suddenly realized. It seems that the fourth layer is definitely not one space. It's multiple. Since immortal Lu Peng went in and out, Xiaohua was relieved. There must be a way out here. However, Xiaohua looked at the deep pool in front of him and the source of the stream behind it. He understood that it was easy to come out from the stream, but it would be extremely difficult to go back. Since there was no obvious way out of the deep pool, Xiaohua turned his gaze to the slightly steep slope behind him. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the high slope was actually a rock wall. It was a sealed rock wall without a single crack. Even if Xiaohua used his hands to touch every place he could reach, he still couldn't find any way out. Xiaohua was a little anxious. He took out the great wisdom heavy sword and the devil hammer, and used brute force to knock on the rock wall. However, there was no effect. The rock wall seemed to be cast from copper and iron, and it was not damaged in the slightest. Xiaohua frowned. There was nothing he could do, so he slowly walked towards the pool and released his divine sense. At this moment, although his divine sense was still able to leave his body, it could only extend for about 3 meters, which was not even comparable to the vision of the naked eye. Arriving at the left side of the deep pool, Xiaohua stretched out his body and squinted his eyes as he looked down into the deep pool. However, he saw that in the dark shadows, behind a protruding rock wall, there was a palm-sized place. It really couldn't be sensed by divine sense. My goodness, who would care about such a remote place? How did Taoist Master Lu Peng notice that place back then? Could it be? Xiaohua rubbed his chin as he looked at the deep pool. He was really imagining things. In the end, Xiaohua ended his association with cultivators are also people and began to think about how to get this thing out. Then, he looked at the location of the cliff, blinked his eyes a few times, and very naturally opened his illusion breaker eyes. After using the illusion breaker eyes several times, Xiaohua felt that it was really convenient to have this illusion breaker eyes. This thing is really strange. What Xiaohua saw with his illusion breaker eyes, the thing that couldn't be sensed by divine sense was actually in the shape of a spindle. It was embedded in the rock wall, and it was more than 3 meters long and more than 1 chi wide. Xiaohua understood that what the illusion breaker eyes saw was condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was even an extremely special thing between heaven and earth. Ordinary things couldn't be seen by the illusion breaker eyes. But, how do I get it? Xiaohua closed his illusion breaker eyes, and his figure landed on the surface of the water. He scratched his chin in worry. Come, let this young master see your true appearance. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out 2 huge magic hammers. With a splash, he jumped into the water and stood in front of that thing. This pool of water is actually neither hot nor cold? Xiaohua had just come out from the cold stream and landed in the deep pool. He only thought about struggling to get out and didn't pay attention to it. Only now did he know that the water in this deep pool was actually exactly the same as ordinary water. Xiaohua's gaze swept over the source of the dozens of streams. Naturally, he understood that these streams should come from the 3rd layer. Half of them should be in the cold ice area, and the other half should be in the lava area. At this place, they converged again. That thing was about 1 chi below the surface of the pool. Xiaohua picked up the magic hammers, looked at the angle, and used all his strength to smash a protrusion on the rock wall. But as soon as the magic hammers fell into the water, the force was immediately offset by the pool water. Moreover, the pool water's buoyancy was quite strong. When the magic hammers hit the rock wall, it was no different from a light touch. Xiaohua tried a few more times under the water, but none of them were satisfactory. He couldn't help but frown. He could only put the magic hammers into the space and cast his gaze towards the deep pool. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua's mind entered the space and activated the puppets. They dug a large hole in a certain place, and he himself looked at the thing in the rock wall. That thing looked no different from the rock wall. If Xiaohua hadn't obtained Master Lu Peng's jade slip, he definitely wouldn't have thought that there would be such a thing here. Xiaohua reached out and touched it. That thing was incomparably hard, and it felt as sharp as the rock wall. This is strange. I don't know what this thing is used for. Xiaohua stared at it for a long time, thinking of other methods. At this time, he could only use his divine sense. His true essence was completely condensed, so what other methods could he use? He could only use brute force. Moreover, if there were other methods to solve this problem, he feared that when Master Lu Peng came last time, he would have already taken this thing away. When the puppets in the space finished digging the large hole, Xiaohua's mind came out again. He placed his hand on the pool water, and his mind thought about taking the water in his hand into the space. Sure enough, a very interesting scene appeared. As the water in Xiaohua's hand was taken into the space, the water in the deep pool also flowed into his hand, and this water was slowly taken into the space by Xiaohua. At the beginning, Xiaohua was still a bit unfamiliar with this, and it was a bit intermittent. But after half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua was already familiar with it. Just like a giant whale sucking in water, the water in the deep pool was completely absorbed into the space. Chapter 2026. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed. His gaze fell on the bottom of the pool, but he saw that the bottom of the pool was still pitch-black rock walls. There were no obvious formations or restrictions, but the great power was still there. This is a natural forbidden area. The power of heaven and earth. Xiaohua sighed. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound. It seemed that at the same time, the amount of water in the dozens of holes increased by more than 10 times. Xiaohua didn't have time to dodge and was immediately drenched. Good, this pool of water is also strange. This young master should get back to work. Xiaohua looked at the pool of water. He didn't care about the stream water on his head and took out the magic hammer again. Peng peng peng, peng peng peng, in the entire space, Xiaohua was like a foolish old man chiseling a mountain. He stood on the protruding rock and hammered the incomparably hard black rock wall. After smoking half a cigarette, Xiaohua finally smashed a hole in the protrusion on the rock wall. Fortunately, although this rock wall is so hard, it can still be chiseled. If it was the rock wall just now, this young master would have no way to break it. Xiaohua rejoiced a little. He had also collected materials for refining in the first layer of the cave, so it didn't seem to be this troublesome. Therefore, Xiaohua was reluctant to throw away the rock, so he casually placed it in his space. A hole appeared. The thing that was flat with the rock wall just now, which he couldn't exert force on, now revealed a place where he could grab it with his hand. However, when Xiaohua reached out to grab that thing actually shrank on its own, as if it was going to be flat with the hole that Xiaohua made just now. Xiaohua had already stretched out his hand and retracted it. Could it be that this thing is alive? One side of that thing slowly shrank, while the other side didn't move. In a moment it was flat with the entire rock wall, without any gap. Xiaohua looked at the other side of that thing. Sure enough, Xiaohua didn't move the other side of the rock wall. That thing was also stuck on that side of the rock wall and didn't move. This. Xiaohua seemed to think of something, but it was only a feeling, he didn't know what it was. However, he understood that it was definitely a good thing. Since it was a good thing, how could Xiaohua let it go? Without saying anything, Xiaohua raised his magic hammer and went all out. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, under the hard work of God power Xiaohua, he finally made another hole in the wall. This hole was about the same as the previous one, but it was clear that the effort he used was more than twice as much. At this time, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He put away the devil hammer and immediately stretched out his hand to grab the thing that was about to shrink. Why is it so slippery? Wasn't it hard just now? Xiaohua felt a wave of slipperiness when he touched it. If it wasn't for the lack of heat, Xiaohua would have suspected that he had grabbed onto something that he shouldn't have. However, he didn't dare to hesitate. He used his fingers to hold onto that thing tightly while his other hand pushed against the rock wall. He exerted all the strength in his body with one arm and shouted, "Come out for me." But contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, just as his voice came out, the slippery thing in his hand suddenly disappeared, as if it had suddenly disappeared. At this time, his strength had just been exerted, and his body suddenly fell backwards. Seeing that Xiaohua had lost control of his strength, he hurriedly twisted his body and curled his body up. He quickly somersaulted a few times in the air, and with a poochie sound, he landed on the layer of water that had just gathered. Damn it, what is this? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his head to look at the thing on the high rock wall and was somewhat at a loss. He was currently at the bottom of the pool. The original wall of the pool beside him was a little concave, but it was really too small, no different from a steep mountain. Xiaohua's hands and feet were clumsy, he couldn't even use ethereal steps, so how could he go up? Wait! Xiaohua was helpless. He could only sit at the bottom of the pool and anxiously watch the water flowing out from the dozens of holes in the pool. He waited for the pool water to slowly float up to the big rock that Xiaohua was standing on earlier. With the previous two experiences, Xiaohua once again found a direction to smash. This time, he used the time of 2 cigarettes to smash down a piece of the rock wall. After collecting the rock wall, Xiaohua immediately took out the Great Wisdom Sword. Gathering his strength, he used the tip of the sword, which had yet to be unsealed, to stab into that object. Sure enough, everything has its nemesis. Xiaohua saw that the Great Wisdom Heavy Sword had indeed inserted into that thing and laughed heartily. He used his strength to pull the Great Wisdom Heavy Sword, and bit by bit, he pulled that thing out from the rock wall. Just how strong was Xiaohua's arms right now? Perhaps no one in the entire cultivation world could compare to him. But even with this kind of astonishing strength, he was only able to drag that thing out of the rock wall with great difficulty, bit by bit. And Xiaohua also slowly retreated to the shore as that thing was pulled out. Seeing that he was about to pull out the thing that was about 1 zhang long, Xiaohua panted and his face revealed a happy expression. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua suddenly became the same as before. His hands became light and he lost his balance. He had no choice but to spin a few times in the air to dissipate the force and land on the ground to stabilize his body. When he saw that the thing that was about 1 zhang long had disappeared, he was somewhat discouraged. He didn't look carefully and lowered his head to walk towards the pool water again. But when his gaze fell on the rock wall that was not covered by the pool water, he was stunned. That rock wall had become an empty hole, completely different from the one that was tightly sealed just now. Could it be that I pulled that thing out? Xiaohua suddenly understood and immediately turned the Great Wisdom Heavy Sword to look. Sure enough, at the tip of the Great Wisdom Heavy Sword, there was a fist-sized thing inserted. That thing was the same color as the Great Wisdom Heavy Sword. If one didn't look carefully, how could they see it clearly? Xiaohua looked at the thing in front of him and then looked at the rock wall. There was already an empty hole there. Xiaohua even used his transcendence vision to look at it. It was also empty inside, there was nothing else. That thing that was about 1 zhang long and 1 qi wide, and it was a spindle. It became such a big piece? Xiaohua was somewhat flabbergasted. He even evilly clenched his hand a few times and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What can this thing do? That's right, the thing in his hand was only so big, it actually didn't have any strength. It didn't have any weight at all. What can it do? Xiaohua himself didn't know how to explain it. Forget it, forget it. It wasn't easy to get this thing, I must keep it well. Who knows what use it has? Xiaohua waved his hand and put the Great Wisdom heavy sword and that thing into the space. After he was in the space, he used his mind to forcibly remove that thing from the Great Wisdom heavy sword. Only then did Xiaohua mutter to himself, if it doesn't work, then I'll give it to Fairy Hongxia. Her line seemed to be a bit worse than Xue Xue's. Oh, that's right, this rock wall is really solid. Now that there's a hole, it should be easy to break. Xiaohua really didn't leave empty-handed. He ruthlessly smashed a few more pieces of the rock wall. Only then did he stop. He clapped his hands as if he hadn't had enough and returned to the shore. At this time, the water in the pool was rising very quickly. It had already reached the hole in the rock wall and was still rising. Walala, the entire space was filled with the sound of water. The water in the pool overflowed the deep pool. The water in the pool overflowed the rock wall and continued to rise. This is bad. Seeing that the water in the pool had surpassed the original position of the pool and continued to rise to his feet, Xiaohua was slightly startled. He knew that by taking away the water in the pool, he had triggered another restriction. He hastily looked left and right and moved towards the high slope that he had just found the way out. When Xiaohua reached the high slope, he looked at the stream that was like a water dragon spitting out water. Xiaohua came to a realization. Great, as long as the water in the pool rises to the same height as the stream, this young master will be able to swim over soon. And then go out from the place that I came in from? Just like that. Thus, Xiaohua's eyes stared straight at the distant pool of water. He calmly waited for the pool of water to not reach the rock wall before he swam over. What Xiaohua didn't expect was that when he was staring at the front with all his attention, the pool of water quietly didn't reach the high slope. When it reached a certain height, the rock wall behind Xiaohua gradually emitted a faint brilliance. A 10-feet square hole appeared behind him. And in that hole stood a cultivator. Why isn't it rising anymore? Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. A gust of cold wind suddenly appeared behind him. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He used his divine sense to sweep behind him. Seeing the abnormality, he hastily threw himself to the left. At the same time, he took out the Great Wisdom sword in his hand and swept it behind him. With a pu sound, the Great Wisdom sword hit that cultivator's body. That cultivator's body was immediately sent flying. He crashed into the rock wall at the side of the cave and fell down. There wasn't the slightest sound of a scream. This person died long ago? Xiaohua's divine sense swept again. He already knew. And at this time, the stream above the pool of water returned to its original state. The pool of water also began to slowly recede. Looking at the flickering brilliance of the cave entrance, Xiaohua knew that the cave entrance was about to close again. Without thinking, he hurriedly took a big stride and jumped into the cave entrance. After a few breaths, the cave entrance disappeared. A pitch-black rock wall blocked the entrance of the cave. Oh, I understand now. Xiaohua slightly nodded. There were probably some rules for entering and exiting this layer. As long as one grasped the rules, they would be able to enter and exit freely. Otherwise, Reverend Brightsword wouldn't have not written down the method of entering and exiting in the jade slip. This guy. I'm afraid he died here long ago. He didn't even have a storage bag on him. He must have been ambushed by the cultivators who came with him. Sigh, what can I do? Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. So what if he was a cultivator? Isn't it the same? Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the cultivator's corpse. He slightly shook his head. Reaching out with his hand, he took out the tip of the devil spear. Releasing his divine sense, he carefully took precautions and walked out of the cave. Xiaohua knew that the exit method given by Reverend Brightsword might not be the same as the one Zhu Chenghe used to enter. He also wasn't afraid of running into them again. Chapter 2027. The Haoming city was known as one of the 7 major cities of the country of Xi, and it was not an undeserved reputation. A mountain range that was several hundred feet high was towering under the clear sky. The mountain range stretched for more than 10 miles. There were many cultivators riding on clouds above the mountain range, going up and down from time to time. Among them, there were also immortal birds that spread their wings and circled around the mountain range. Some of them had people on their backs, while some didn't. If one looked carefully, they would see that there were some palaces, pavilions, and simple caves where the cultivators went in and out of the mountain range. They were quite different from ordinary immortal caves. If one were to observe carefully, they would be able to see that although there were many cultivators flying above the mountain range, the higher they flew, the fewer there were. At the bottom of the mountain range, there were the largest number of cultivators, and they had the widest range of activity. They were Qi condensation cultivators. The mountain range was covered with dark green vegetation. The vegetation was not the same, and each had its own unique characteristics. Every place had its own beauty. However, there was a faint light flickering under the vegetation, and there were even faint runes flowing. A single rune didn't look special, but if the runes on the entire mountain range were connected, the mountain range's aura would immediately be aggressive. Looking at the bottom of the mountain range, there was a strip of open space that was several miles wide, enclosing the entire mountain range. There were many buildings on the open space, and there were many secular people. These people were bustling with activity, and it was very lively. This was the entire Haoming city. The people on the ground were the secular people of Haoming city, and the cultivators on the mountain range were the cultivators of Haoming city. It really lives up to its reputation. At this moment, Xiaofan flew over from mid-air and saw the majestic aura of Haoming city from afar. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xiaofan came out of the ink shadow black forest and didn't rest much. He found the nearest teleportation formation and went directly to Haoming city. However, when he reached the last teleportation formation, there was a problem. Because Haoming city was going to hold an auction in the next few days, and there were too many cultivators going to Haoming city, Daoist Master Quan Hong of Haoming city issued an order that the teleportation formation would only accept cultivators above the gold core stage. Foundation establishment cultivators and Qi refining cultivators could only rely on themselves to fly over. Therefore, Xiaofan had no choice but to ask for directions and fly over himself. However, this was also good. Xiaofan had obtained Immortal Bright Sword Heart Energy Seed technique in the Majiao Black Forest, but he had never carefully comprehended it. Now that he was comprehending it while flying, by the time he saw Haoming city, he had already comprehended most of its essence. However, Xiaofan valued this Sword Heart Origin Seed art. It was far from being used on a flying sword. Therefore, he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. He was afraid that there would be a problem if he took it out to comprehend. At the same time, he also took out the Ghost Cultivator's Spirit Splitting art, Li Xiaobai's Primordial Spirit Strengthening art, and the Blood Shadow art. He scrutinized them one by one. Forget it. It seems like Haoming city is already near, but if I were to fly closer, wouldn't I still need a day's worth of effort if I were to use an ordinary flying technique? Xiaofan released his divine sense like a waterfall. He looked to his left, found a hidden place, and landed. This place was already very close to Haoming city. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was abundant, and the scenery was beautiful. It was 100 times better than the left side of the Majiao Black Forest. Xiaofan released the puppets and easily opened up a simple cave on a stone wall near the water. After that, he set up the rabbit array formation and sat down cross-legged. He opened his mouth and Zhu Meng flew out. When the Dream Execution sword landed in his hand, the sword light shrank and contracted slightly, appearing extremely agile. Xiaofan smiled and muttered to himself, "This sword pill is actually Senior Li Xiaobai's 9 stars transverse sun sword pill." There is also the sword intent sealed by Senior inside. This is something that sword cultivators yearn for. If I were to go around looking for sword cultivation techniques, wouldn't I be guarding a treasure mountain and begging for food? Moreover, with Immortal Bright Sword Heart Energy Seed Art, I can plant a trace of my primordial spirit in the other 8 sword pills and let them slowly germinate and grow. Presumably, it won't be long before I can use the 9 stars transverse sun sword art and even sword playing the world, right? However, Senior Bright Sword has been immersed in Sword Dao since he was a child. Although this secret technique of his is different, he still has a very deep background as a sword cultivator. It might not be difficult for a sword cultivator, but for me, it will be a bit of a challenge. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and read the Sword Heart Energy Seed Art again. Then, he waved the flying sword and it floated in front of him. Xiaohua's hands then formed an extremely strange seal, and he tapped the space between his eyebrows. The magic power in his body gradually surged toward the seal in his hands, and his divine sense also contracted. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, pain appeared on Xiaohua's face, and bean-sized drops of sweat formed on his forehead. An unparalleled pain, a sharp pain that felt like it was tearing him apart, and a feeling that life was worse than death arose in Xiaohua's head. There was a rumbling sound, and the space in Xiaohua's mind shook like an earthquake. Little Silver and the other spirit beasts looked in horror at the starry sky that had suddenly changed. Little Yellow, Thunder Beast, and the others, who were sleeping soundly, also opened their eyes slightly and looked very sleepily. Quick! Xiaohua uttered an incantation, and his hands trembled as he formed a seal. As the incantation entered his body, Xiaohua felt his mind go blank and his head sway. It was as if the entire world had become 2 overlapping worlds. He knew in his heart that the initial primordial spirit split had been successful, and a wisp of primordial spirit had been torn from the complete primordial spirit. Resisting the extreme discomfort, Xiaohua hurriedly used a secret technique to send that wisp of primordial spirit into Executioner Dream. Just as that wisp of primordial spirit entered Executioner Dream, a sword light as brilliant as a shooting star came from the distance and flew toward Xiaohua's primordial spirit. That suffocating flowing light gave people a feeling that they couldn't escape, a feeling that made people want to be torn apart. Xiaohua knew that this was Executioner Dream's sword intent, and didn't dare be careless. He urged his primordial spirit to fly toward the sword intent, like a moth flying into a flame. With a boom, Xiaohua only felt his vision darken as that wisp of primordial spirit became entangled with the sword intent. Xiaohua hurriedly continued to use the elemental planting technique to fuse his primordial spirit and the sword intent tightly together. Like a sweet rain, the sword intent slowly flowed within Xiaohua's primordial spirit, gradually nourishing Xiaohua's injured primordial spirit. After an unknown period of time, the primordial spirit within the sword intent seemed to have fallen asleep, and there was no more movement. Great! Xiaohua sighed. He knew that the sword heart elemental planting technique was basically a success. He only needed to wait for that wisp of primordial spirit in the sword intent to gradually grow stronger under the sword cultivator's secret technique, and then he would be able to use his primordial spirit to control the sword. This method was indeed effective, but the pain was really too great. Chapter 2028. Hehe, Immortal Ming Jian is really a genius. It's a pity that he can only use this method to drive a flying sword. He doesn't dare to split a trace of his primordial spirit. Xiaohua endured the pain of his primordial spirit and secretly laughed. He doesn't know the ghost cultivator's soul-splitting technique. Every time he splits his primordial spirit, I'm afraid it's not just half of it. If he is like Senior Li Xiaobai and splits his primordial spirit into 9, then wouldn't his primordial spirit be smaller? The other primordial spirits would easily devour their masters, right? I'm afraid this is also the reason why Senior Li Xiaobai didn't dare to try. Subsequently, Xiaohua closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, waiting for the pain in his primordial spirit to lessen slightly. With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade bottle containing the green python's venom. He used a secret technique and took out a drop of venom from the jade bottle. He used a secret technique to divide it into 9. Then, he calmed his heart and once again waved his hand, taking out the roots of the beauty-retaining grass from the space. Since the beauty-retaining grass, which was already dead in the eyes of Chen Yi and Chun Kuei, was thrown into the space by Xiao Hua, the beauty-retaining grass didn't have any movement at first. Xiao Hua even looked at it before entering the ink cloud black forest, and he basically didn't have any hope. However, after Xiao Hua was trapped by the black sand and desperately used a secret technique to temper his true essence and push his cultivation to the middle stage of foundation establishment, there were some changes in the space. Because of these changes, the beauty-retaining grass also changed. It seemed to have lost its vitality long ago, but it was slowly recovering. However, it was only recovering, and its vitality was still being strangled by the beast poison. However, in the space behind Xiao Hua's head, the beast poison seemed to have some restrictions. It was not as fierce as it was in the outside world. Therefore, when Xiao Hua entered the secret place of the ink cloud black forest, he didn't look at it. Xiao Hua only wanted the beauty-retaining grass to suppress the beast poison with its vitality, and then he would remove the beast poison himself. However, after coming out of the ink cloud black forest, Xiao Hua looked at the space several times. The vitality of the beauty-retaining grass was really weak, and it could only compete with the dormant beast poison. If he wanted to suppress the beast poison, it seemed impossible. Therefore, Xiao Hua simply took action today. If he succeeded, he would get a beauty-retaining grass, otherwise, he would give up. When Xiao Hua took out the roots of the beauty-retaining grass from the space, the beast poison immediately launched a counterattack as if it had awakened. The already slightly dim black thread suddenly swelled up. Go! Xiao Hua had long since made preparations. Without hesitation, he waved the spell he had already formed and a portion of the green python's venom flew into the beauty-retaining grass. Xiao Hua had already saved 4 stalks of beauty-retaining grass in the burial flower manner, so he was very familiar with this method of fighting poison with poison. However, this stalk of beauty-retaining grass had been poisoned too deeply. Xiao Hua had to use 2 drops of the green azure python's venom and use the time of a meal to clear out most of the beast poison. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua saw the pitch-black color of the beauty-retaining grass gradually fade away, and his heart was overjoyed. This kind of rare spirit grass was the favorite of female cultivators. If he could find the pill formula for the beauty-retaining pill and cultivate a large amount of beauty-retaining grass, then, wouldn't he be able to easily obtain large amounts of spirit stones? Carefully putting the beauty-retaining grass back into the space, he drove the puppet to open up a medicine garden for the beauty-retaining grass in a separate place. Xiao Hua frowned, because in the burial flower manner, the beauty-retaining grass was made into a medicine garden using the best quality spirit stones. Presumably, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into it was also extremely rich. Maybe there was some special cultivation method. Xiao Hua prepared to casually plant it, who knew whether it would work or not. It has to work even if it doesn't. Xiao Hua curled his lips. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this young master's space is abundant. Could it be that it still can't raise this insignificant beauty-retaining grass? Mother. Goldie's voice sounded, still extremely sleepy. What happened just now? The sky shook and the earth shook. Huh? Goldie, you woke up. You actually know that the sky shook and the earth shook? Xiao Hua said in pleasant surprise. No, Mother, I'm still sleepy. Boy slept a little longer. Goldie blinked and then narrowed his eyes again. Oh. Xiao Hua responded, then suddenly asked, You slept for so long, when did you wake up? Did you grow a little? Boy just fell asleep. Goldie was confused. The boy feels like he grew a little. Then there was no more sound. Little Silver. Xiaohua didn't care whether Little Silver could hear him or not, and instructed, "You absolutely can't touch this spirit grass." Little Silver straightened up in the medicine garden that he could eat at will, and very skillfully extended his two little paws, cupped them in front of his chest, and bowed up and down to indicate that he understood. Heh, this little guy is becoming more and more sensible. Xiaohua smiled and looked elsewhere in the space. Although he had already taken out the spirit storage bag and could take Goldie, Little Silver, the Ice Worm King Egg, the Water Butterfly and the others there, he also knew that this space was a little strange and would definitely be extremely beneficial for the growth of these spirit beasts. Therefore, he didn't touch anything other than putting the mighty strength centipede into the spirit storage bag. Of course, given Xiaohua's current cultivation, the mighty strength centipede really didn't do anything, so he just left it there. Forget it, let this guy go back to the space too. Thinking this, Xiaohua sent the mighty strength centipede back into the space. What about the water in the pool? Xiaohua thought it would be fun for a moment, and moved some of the deep pool water in the hidden area of Ink Cloud Black Forest into his space. He didn't know what to do with it now. The water butterfly grows in the swamp. I'll put its eggs and the rainbow epiphyllum into the pool. As Xiaohua thought about it, he took out a few stalks of Aeolian bamboo that had already recovered their emerald green color, as well as a dozen or so new stalks of Aeolian bamboo, and placed them beside the pool. Unfortunately, there were no Aeolian insects here, and the Aeolian bamboo was just bamboo. Afterwards, Xiaohua took care of some things before withdrawing his primordial spirit from the space. Xiaohua didn't drive the puppet to do these things, but only relied on his primordial spirit. The pain gradually disappeared, and the faint movements gradually became more and more skillful. The primordial spirit in the space is like a hand. At first, it can carry things, but now it can work. After it's proficient, it can think about how to control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and use the incantation in the space. In this way, it can set up restrictions in the space, and put all kinds of things in different categories. Xiaohua somewhat understood, moreover, that nascent soul cultivator was able to turn the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into a big hand. It should be the same method. Thinking of the nascent soul cultivator, Xiaohua thought of Chang Yifeng. Chang Yifeng's clear sky mirror sounds familiar, but it doesn't seem familiar. However, since it's related to this young master's origin, then I'll go to the rock border sect of the Lian country in the future. Alas, everything is meaningless. I'd better hurry up and improve my cultivation. Xiaohua almost lost his life in the Black Forest, and his heart had long been confused by the realm and cultivation. He couldn't wait to immediately go into seclusion to cultivate, but thinking of Xue, Xiaohua's heart was sweet. I'd better accompany her back from the seaside. Moreover, refining the Ling Lei pill isn't something that can be done in a day. It's best to go to the seaside and find a place with elegant scenery to refine the pill in the morning and accompany the beauty at night. That's. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked, and his face changed. Damn it, this young master is a little selfish. This young master's enemy is so powerful, I'm afraid it can compete with the Imperial Thunder Sect. This young master joined the Imperial Thunder Sect, and they didn't stop me. Maybe they don't care about the Imperial Thunder Sect at all. This young master and Fairy Hongxia dual cultivated. After all, the situation at that time was forced, and this young master didn't know it. Now that this young master knows that he's in a dangerous situation, how can I drag Xue into it? She should just peacefully and steadily be a disciple of Sunlei Palace, and walk as far as she could on the path of cultivation, free and unfettered. It's better than being taken advantage of by this young master's enemy after dual cultivating with this young master. Wouldn't that be harming her life? But how can I explain it to Xue? Xiaohua's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he was really hesitant. Thinking of the changes Xue had made for him, and thinking of the good Xue, Xiaohua really didn't know what to do. Forget it, this is all for later. First, I'll help Xue Xue build her foundation and send her back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua sighed, let the Imperial Thunder Sect protect her first, and after this young master beheads my enemy, it won't be too late to dual cultivate with her. Soon after, Xiaohua used the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique to conceal his cultivation level, and he still looked like an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Only then did he fly out from his hiding place and fly towards Haoming City. Xiaohua had only been flying for half an hour, but he had already met many other cultivators along the way. However, their cultivations were all below the gold core stage, so Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to them. Only when those aura refining cultivators respectfully bowed to him did he show a slight smile. It seems that the auction in Haoming City is going to be very noisy. Many people want to find things that are useful for their cultivation here. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. There were already many things in his space, but there weren't many that were useful for his cultivation. Like those cultivators, he also wanted to follow Hua Furong to the auction that nascent soul cultivators could participate in to see if there were any strange items that he needed. Rumble, rumble. The sound of a fireball exploding rang out less than a few miles in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and couldn't help but frown slightly. A few miles away, there were 3 qi refining cultivators, all of whom were in the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. 2 of the qi refining cultivators were in a group and were confronting another cultivator. The lone cultivator was holding a stack of fireball talismans in his hand, and he was the one who threw the fireball. The other 2 cultivators were also holding yellow talismans in their hands. However, one of the cultivators wasn't wearing an ordinary Daoist robe, but a kind of armor. The style of this armor was similar to that of Shang Qinghe, the guard of Haoming City that Xiaohua had seen before. Needless to say, this cultivator was a guard of Haoming City. Xiaohua didn't frown because of this. Instead, there were several foundation establishment cultivators in front of him, and one of them was even in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. These people only scanned with their divine sense, and when they saw that there was a guard of Haoming City, they immediately withdrew their divine sense and continued flying forward as if they hadn't seen anything. Chapter 2029. At this moment, the city guard of Haoming City clapped his hands and took out a rope-like magic tool. He muttered something in the air and was about to cast it. The cultivator on the other side was quick-witted. Seeing that something was wrong, he immediately threw out a pile of fireball talismans and flew toward the nearest middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He shouted, "Senior, save me, Junior." Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the foundation establishment cultivator flicked his sleeve and accelerated his flying speed, ignoring him completely. This. The cultivator was slightly stunned. However, seeing the 2 people chasing after him, he didn't dare to hesitate and flew toward Xiaohua again. However, although he flew early, his cultivation level didn't seem to be as high as the 2 people behind him. Moreover, the city guard had already cast out his magic tool and caught up with the cultivator in the air like a fish. Before the cultivator could ask for help, his hands and feet were bound by the rope, and his whole body fell from the air. "Hee, fellow Daoist Bai, why do you have to do this? We just got the news and made a deal with you in advance. We won't owe you any spirit stones, so why do you have to be so stiff?" the city guard said with a smile. I don't want to make a deal with you, so what? The bound cultivator was still cursing while being held in the city guard's hand. "I want to exchange for foundation establishment pills at the auction. What's the point of giving me those spirit stones?" Slap. The city guard slapped the cultivator's face and scolded, "By Fengliang, you're just a small individual cultivator. How can you be so ignorant? How can you cultivate to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm with such a rude temper? In my opinion, you should have been killed long ago." Hee, Senior Marshal Brother Liu, you don't know. Another cultivator said with a smile, "This guy is really stubborn. I heard that a disciple of a sect invited him to join, but he refused." Huh? Is that so? Senior Marshal Brother Lu asked curiously, "Which sect is it? Why does this guy have such high standards? I only heard about it, so I'm not too sure." The cultivator was a little embarrassed. "It seems to be some heaven something sect, right?" "Huh? Heaven Devil's sect?" Xiaohua's eyes and ears were outstanding, so he had heard everything. He subconsciously swept his divine sense over. He. Senior Brother Lu's interest was piqued. He stretched out his hand and a yellow talisman hit Bai Fengliang's body. Bai Fengliang's body twisted rapidly as if he was in extreme pain. "Fellow Taoist Bai, I'm very curious. Can you tell me about it?" Senior Marshal Brother Lu asked with a smile. It's nothing. However, since you're trying to intimidate me like this, how can I tell you?" Bai Fengliang said through gritted teeth. Blood had already seeped out of his teeth. "It's good that you know how to show off your strength." Senior Brother Lu sneered, "I offered you a toast, but you refused to take it the hard way. Now, I won't give you a single spirit stone." As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to pull out the small storage bag from Bai Fengliang's body. "Wait!" Seeing this, Xiaohua shouted in a low voice, urging his body to fly to the three people's side. The city guard of Haoming City was a little surprised. It wasn't that he didn't see Xiaohua, but there were a few cultivators nearby who pretended not to see him, so he was a little bold. "Junior Lu Qing greets Senior." That city guard was very respectful and well-mannered. He didn't reveal his identity, only mentioning his name. "Junior Li Minji greets Senior." Another cultivator also bowed and saluted. "And, get up." Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, "I've seen what you've been waiting for. It's just some things for cultivation. Why do you have to be like this? What you've done today can certainly satisfy your own needs, but what about Bai Fengliang? What will he think? Do you think he'll let you go if he succeeds in his cultivation in the future?" "Humph." Lu Cheng's voice was obviously not directed at Xiaohua. He glanced at Bai Fengliang and said respectfully to Xiaohua, "It's not that I don't want to give fellow Taoist Bai face, but since he obtained the Ruiming Gold, fellow Taoist Li has been negotiating with him. He has always refused, saying that fellow Taoist Li gave too few spirit stones. That's why fellow Taoist Li came looking for me. We pooled together some spirit stones, added other spirit herbs, yellow talismans, and so on, but he still didn't agree. Don't you think he's making fun of me? Senior. Don't listen to his nonsense." Bai Fengliang was very happy to see Xiaohua standing up for him. He shouted, "The Ruiming Gold is a material used to refine flying swords. It's extremely rare. I'm a loose cultivator, and it's not easy to obtain this material. Of course, I want to use it for something important. What do I need the spirit stones and spiritual herbs they mentioned? I just want to use this Ruiming Gold to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. Fellow Taoist Bai, I don't want to criticize you. This Ruiming Gold is indeed rare, but it's not worth a foundation establishment pill, right?" Li Minji couldn't help but refute, "If Senior Marshal Brother Lu and I didn't really need this Ruiming Gold, who would look for you so many times? I'm willing. What can you do about it?" Bai Fengliang scolded again, "You want to curry favor with the newly appointed city guard captain of Haoming City, but what does that have to do with me?" Seeing that Bai Fengliang was so bad-tempered, Xiaohua also frowned slightly and said coldly, "Bai Fengliang, since I'm here, you should speak honestly. If you continue to be so stubborn, I'll leave in a huff." "Yes, I know I'm wrong." Bai Fengliang saw that Xiaohua was angry and quickly shut up. Lu Cheng and Li Minji looked at each other with a worried expression. "Put him down." Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, and the rope that bound Bai Fengliang was immediately shaken off. Bai Fengliang's figure shook a few times, and he activated the flight talisman to stand in midair. Lu Cheng was slightly shocked and he saw Xiaohua easily shackle his magic tool. Xiaohua said again, Lu Cheng, as a city guard of Haoming City, you bullied an aura-refining disciple near Haoming City. It's quite damaging to Haoming City's reputation. I don't dare. Lu Cheng quickly bowed and said, I can't go far from Haoming City, so I can only intercept Bai Fengliang here with fellow Daoist Li. Moreover, I don't dare to abuse my authority as a city guard of Haoming City, so I intercepted Bai Fengliang outside the city for this reason. The other Foundation establishment seniors don't care. I'm afraid they don't care about us aura-refining disciples, right? Seeing that Lu Cheng was so clever and didn't use too fierce methods when fighting just now, Xiaohua felt that what he said should be right. He couldn't help but sigh at the way the Foundation establishment cultivators before him sought advantages and avoided disadvantages. This old man doesn't care about your previous dispute. However, this old man has a matter to discuss with Bai Fengliang, so I have no choice but to extend my hand. As Xiaohua spoke, he turned his head and said to Bai Fengliang, if you agree to this old man's matter, this old man will have Lu Cheng and the other person release you. You should know that they won't give you any chance. Chapter 20:30. Bai Fengliang's expression changed slightly. He thought for a moment and shook his head. Senior, please explain the matter clearly first. Otherwise, I won't agree. Then, he looked at Lu Cheng and the others. If they can kill me, I'll just suffer for a while. But if they can't kill me, I'll definitely kill them in the future. This is much better than Senior torturing Junior for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua patted his own forehead, he was really laughing for this somewhat stubborn cultivator. Take out your Weiming gold. Xiaohua laughed and said. This. Bai Fengliang hesitated. So troublesome. Xiaohua waved his hand and used the great confinement technique. How could Bai Fengliang resist? He watched as Xiaohua took the storage pouch from his waist. Well, there are a lot of things. Unfortunately, only this Weiming stone is worth some spirit stones. Xiaohua said with a smile as he opened the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. Bai Fengliang was terrified when he saw Xiaohua imprisoning him so casually that he couldn't even speak. However, his eyes were burning with anger. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't speak, he would have started cursing. Well, Lu Cheng, take out the things you want to exchange for the Weiming stone. Xiaohua looked at Lu Cheng again. Lu Cheng naturally knew what Xiaohua wanted to do. He didn't even look at Li Minji. He reached out his hand and handed the storage pouch to Xiaohua. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior, thank you for your help. This is what I want to exchange with this guy. Senior, you'll know what I said is displeasing. Good. Of course, Xiaohua had looked at it very carefully. He nodded and said, although you are a guard of Haoming City, you have never bullied others. What you did today is indeed inappropriate, but I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you, Senior. If Senior needs anything in Haoming City, please let me know. Lu Cheng bowed and said. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to him. He took everything from the storage pouch and handed the Weiming stone to Lu Cheng, saying, Okay, you can wait. Yes. Lu Cheng took the Weiming stone with a happy expression on his face. Together with Li Minji, he saluted Xiaohua and urged the flying talisman to fly in the direction of Haoming City. After Lu Cheng and Li Minji flew far away, Xiaohua looked at Bai Fengliang, whose eyes were about to spit fire. He waved his hand, took out a Foundation establishment pill, and said, Look carefully, this is a Foundation establishment pill. Finished speaking, he placed the Foundation establishment pill into Bai Fengliang's storage pouch. With a wave of his hand, he removed the restriction on Bai Fengliang's body and threw the storage pouch into his bosom. This. Bai Fengliang's face was naturally filled with joy, but he was somewhat puzzled. Senior, you are, Xiaohua looked him up and down and said, what do you think of this ending? Bai Fengliang scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Of course it's the best of both worlds. However, Senior used the Foundation establishment pills to exchange for those spiritual grasses and spirit stones. I'm afraid it's a loss. However, what if your life is included? Xiaohua said with a smile that was not a smile. That was all because Lu Qing used his power to bully others. Bai Fengliang said somewhat angrily, if he hadn't intercepted this junior with Li Minji again, those who are too strong break easily, those who are too soft are undefeated. Bai Fengliang, presumably you also understand this principle. Xiaohua said patiently. Seeing Xiaohua being so amiable and approachable, Bai Fengliang couldn't help but sigh. This junior naturally understands. However, this junior's temper is like this. If others were to be soft, it would be easy to negotiate. However, if they insist on being tough, this junior would rather die than submit. Naturally, this junior. Alas, no matter what, this junior has to thank Senior today. Not only do I have to thank Senior for saving this junior's life, I also have to thank Senior for giving up this junior's heart to help this junior. Today, a Foundation establishment pill was able to save your life. If you don't change this temper of yours, next time, there won't be a Foundation establishment pill that can save you. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve to let him stand up. Bai Fengliang nodded silently and said again, didn't Senior say you had something to do just now? Senior, please instruct me. If it's within this junior's power, this junior will definitely not shirk. Oh, you don't have to be so concerned. Xiaohua said with a smile. Just now, I only used it to give a reason, don't take it seriously. Bai Fengliang was even more surprised and looked at Xiaohua very strangely. Hehe, all right. Xiaohua looked all around and said, come with this old man. After waiting for the two of them to find a secluded place, Xiaohua set up a silent barrier and asked very calmly, just now, Li Minji said that a disciple of some sect specially came to look for you and invited you to join that sect. This old man is a bit puzzled. You're a loose cultivator and you don't have any cultivation methods or medicinal pills. Why, aren't you tempted by that sect? Could it be that that sect is too small? Oh, this matter. Bai Fengliang suddenly understood and said with a smile, Senior is talking about the Heavenly Demon sect. It's a sect that has just risen in the last 10 years. Oh. This old man really hasn't heard of it. I'm afraid it's an extremely small sect, right? Where is their sect? Xiaohua nodded slightly and asked again. Bai Fengliang shook his head. Senior, please no. This junior also doesn't know where the Heavenly Demon sect is located. Their disciples are very mysterious. Last time, the disciple who wanted to invite this junior to join the Heavenly Demon sect was a loose cultivator that this junior had met a few times before. In fact, to be honest with Senior, it's not that this junior didn't want to join the Heavenly Demon sect, but that loose cultivator was really bullying. He wanted this junior to hand over rare spiritual herbs or precious refining materials before he was willing to introduce this junior to his master. You also know this junior's temper. A few words were inappropriate and this junior had a falling out with him. Now that I think about it, this junior also has some regrets. It's all because this junior's temper isn't good. Oh, do you know anything about the Heavenly Demon sect? Xiaohua asked with interest. And, according to that fellow Taoist, their sect master's cultivation is very high and the cultivation methods he grasps are also very many. Just by relying on different cultivation methods, they are divided into several branches. Bai Fengliang thought for a moment and said, moreover, the Heavenly Demon Sect's way of recruiting disciples is different from other cultivation sections. They don't need too complicated of a selection. Knowing that you have some chi refining cultivation, they can accept you into the sect. In particular, as long as you cultivate to a certain realm, they will definitely give you the corresponding medicinal pills and spirit stones. Senior, think about it, this kind of good thing for loose cultivators like us is really like spiritual herbs falling from the sky. Oh, right, I don't know if Senior knows that the former Heavenly Forsaken was an organization set up by us loose cultivators. I've heard of it. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. What? Is Heavenly Forsaken still there? Wasn't it disbanded long ago? No. Bai Fengliang shook his head and said, this Heavenly Forsaken has never been disbanded. According to that fellow Taoist, the founder of Heavenly Forsaken and the sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect reached some kind of agreement. The loose cultivators of Heavenly Forsaken can join the Heavenly Demon Sect at will, and all the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Demon Sect are open to the loose cultivators of Heavenly Forsaken. Xiao Hua was stunned. He hadn't been a loose cultivator for many years. He originally thought that this Heavenly Forsaken was disbanded because of Qin Fengmin's death, but he didn't expect that it would be accepted by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked again, and secretly said, the loose cultivators of Heavenly Forsaken are all over the country of Shi, and even the country of Meng and the country of Lian. The Heavenly Demon Sect has swallowed up Heavenly Forsaken, the power of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Isn't it stronger than the ordinary cultivation sects? But then he shook his head again. The sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. He is outstanding in Heavenly Forsaken, but compared to the cultivation sects, he can't even compare to a little finger. Even my Imperial Thunder Sect's shocking Thunder Palace can completely annihilate a Heavenly Demon Sect. But that's not right. Soon after, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. The demon that we saw earlier was already at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Those two strong men were also at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. They weren't much worse than the demon sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect from several years ago, right? Could it be, they have a new sect master? Although Bai Fengliang's temper isn't good, he's not a fool. Seeing Xiao Hua specifically ask about the Heavenly Demon Sect, and with an extremely interested appearance, he couldn't help but secretly ponder. He whispered, I wonder if Senior has any grudges with the Heavenly Demon Sect? This old man doesn't have any grudges with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Xiao Hua raised his head and said, I'm just very curious about this Heavenly Demon Sect. Oh right, you still want to enter the Heavenly Demon Sect, right? Although Junior has obtained a foundation establishment pill from Senior, Junior still doesn't have any confidence in foundation establishment. Bai Fengliang slightly nodded and said, fellow Taoist of the Heavenly Demon Sect has already said that cultivators at the 11th and 12th level of Qi refinement like Junior are the most popular in the Heavenly Demon Sect. As long as I enter the Heavenly Demon Sect, I'll definitely have the corresponding Senior's special guidance, as well as the corresponding pills and secret techniques provided to ensure that I can build my foundation. That fellow Taoist covets Junior's pills, that's why he threatened me. Good. Xiao Hua clapped and said, since that's the case, in this old man's opinion, why don't you enter the Heavenly Demon Sect? While you're at it, help this old man inquire about the Heavenly Demon Sect. Bai Fengliang's gaze flickered as he looked at Xiao Hua and said with an apologetic smile, since Junior has entered the Heavenly Demon Sect, then Junior will consider the Heavenly Demon Sect as my sect. Senior, there are some things that Junior may not be able to do. Don't worry. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this old man won't make you make any hard oaths, nor do I need you to make any promises. I definitely won't give you any threats. This old man only wants to have a chance to meet you in the future. As long as you don't violate the heavenly demon sect's rules and you're willing to talk to this old man about the heavenly demon sect situation in detail, that's all. But Bai Fengliang bitterly smiled again. The heavenly demon sect isn't a sect that Junior can enter as he pleases. This old man knows. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then with a wave of his hand, he took out some spiritual herbs and handed them to Bai Fengliang, saying, "That cultivator of yours from the heavenly demon sect will probably recommend these things to you." Good. Bai Fengliang saw the spiritual herbs and raised his eyebrows. He was slightly happy in his heart and reached out to receive them. There's also these. Xiaohua took out some pills for qi refinement. Chapter 2031. Xiaohua took out some medicinal pills for qi refinement, including several foundation building pills, and handed them to Bai Fengliang. These are for you. With these medicinal pills, I'm sure you can cultivate to the 12th layer of the qi refinement realm. As for whether you can build your foundation, that's not something I can give you. Soon after, he thought of something and took out even more spiritual plants. And there are also these spiritual plants. Take them too. If you have the chance, exchange them for some spirit stones and things you need. Senior. Bai Fengliang was surprised and happy, but he still hesitated. Junior still doesn't know Senior's name. Moreover, Senior doesn't ask for much from Junior. Junior doesn't dare to believe it. Xiaohua stuffed the things into his hands and laughed. You don't need to know my name. As long as you have the chance in the future, you can answer my questions. However, don't worry, I won't force you. I'll only ask if you're willing. Saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand and tore down the silencing barrier. He turned around and was about to fly away. Senior. Bai Fengliang suddenly shouted, "What if Junior doesn't enter the heavenly demon sect?" Up to you. Xiaohua didn't look back. Then, I congratulate you for having the confidence to cultivate to the foundation building realm. After Xiaohua finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared. Bai Fengliang looked at Xiaohua's back with a complicated expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. Don't enter the heavenly demon sect? I don't believe it. Xiaohua had already flown away. He wasn't worried that Bai Fengliang wouldn't enter the heavenly demon sect. Without the guidance of a foundation-building cultivator, how can an ordinary qi refinement realm disciple cultivate to the foundation-building realm? My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples have to go through a lot of trouble to reach the foundation-building realm. You, a loose cultivator, can easily reach the foundation-building realm? Besides, even if you don't enter the heavenly demon sect, I'll just lose some spiritual plants. It's nothing. Heavenly demon sect, I really want to see what kind of sect you are. Xiaohua secretly schemed against the heavenly demon sect and Zhang Qingxiao. And Zhang Qingxiao? At this time, in a bustling town, a handsome young man in a brocade robe was sitting in a tea house. He was looking at the people coming and going on the street with interest as he tasted the fragrant tea in front of him that was emitting a mist. Who else could it be but Zhang Qingxiao? Qingxiao, why are you sitting here in a daze? A series of light footsteps sounded from the stairs, followed by a concerned and soft voice. What's there to see here? You should be spending your precious time on cultivation. Otherwise, when would you be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage? When will you be able to take your revenge? The corners of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth curled into a smile as an incomparable allure flashed from her eyes. Below the tea house, a group of women who were originally walking peacefully suddenly seemed to have sensed something. Many of them abruptly raised their heads in an attempt to capture the source of this allure. Unfortunately, what they saw was only a lonely back. The face that could bewitch all living things had already turned towards the female cultivator who had appeared from the stairs. Yu Tong, you're here. Zhang Qingxiao stood up with a smile and walked to the stairs. She stretched out her hand and said, "Come and try the fragrant tea of this tea house. It's really beyond my expectations. There's actually a fragrant tea in the mortal world that can compare with spirit tea. Furthermore, this fragrant tea actually has a kind of astringency that spirit tea doesn't have." The female cultivator who had walked up to the tea house was actually the sword cultivator who had been missing for a long time, Zhang Yutong. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's outstretched hand, Zhang Yutong didn't seem to be shy at all. She stretched out her own hand and looked around with a smile. "You really know how to enjoy life. You actually chased away all the customers in the tea house and enjoyed it alone. Hee, how can those mortals compare to you? Such a beautiful scene should be accompanied by a beautiful woman. We definitely can't let filthy things spoil our fun." Zhang Yutong enjoyed these words very much and pursed her lips into a smile. "I can't win against you in an argument. I might as well not say it. If you're having a hard time cultivating, it's fine to take a break for a while. Come, Yutong, sit here." Zhang Qingxiao pulled Zhang Yutong's hand and had her sit next to her. She personally poured a cup of tea and gave it to Zhang Yutong. She then pointed at the street below the tea house and said, "Drink this tea first and look at the people below. Tell me what you see." Zhang Yutong seemed to be obedient to Zhang Qingxiao. She looked at Zhang Qingxiao affectionately and obediently drank a mouthful. Then she closed her eyes slightly as if tasting the bitterness in the tea. She then opened her eyes again and stared at the people on the street. After a long time, Zhang Yutong was puzzled. She turned back and said, "Qingxiao, what's there to see? They're just a bunch of mortals. They're like ants in the eyes of us cultivators. In the eyes of your heavenly demon sect, they're even worse than pigs and dogs." "Huh, Yutong, you're wrong." Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said mysteriously, "Although they're mortals, what kind of people are the most common in the entire Dawn Rain continent? It's them. We cultivators also come from them. Just look at their faces and you'll know what they're feeling and what they've been through. Cultivators like us need to cultivate and experience. But where do we get our state of mind and Tao attainment? Generally speaking, one has to come out from the sharpening of one's mind. Generally speaking, one has to throw oneself into this tainted mortal world. Only then can one stand out and emerge clean." "Wonderful. Qingxiao, I didn't quite understand before. In the Tao sect, we cultivate the 1,000 layers of mortal qi. In the sword cultivation, we cut through the worries of the mortal world. Now that you've said it, I've been enlightened." Zhang Yutong was shocked and said happily, "No wonder your cultivation improved so quickly. Your talent is really something I can't compare to." "Not at all." There was not the slightest complacency on Zhang Qingxiao's face. She only smiled and said, "I just happened to see such a laborious mortal in the world. Thinking about their lives and then thinking about our cultivation, I was slightly touched. As for the speed of my cultivation, isn't it all because you let me practice with your own understanding in some of your books? That's why I've gained so much." Zhang Yutong blushed. She obviously liked Zhang Qingxiao's words. She replied, "Aren't I repaying you? If you didn't take the risk and fight with your heavenly demon sect master for the task of looking after me, and even used your life as a guarantee, I wouldn't be so free. Would I be able to continue cultivating by your side? Even if you came out this time, you could still bring me out. I wouldn't have to be trapped in a secluded place. What's more, those books of mine are nothing. With your beauty, you'll be the best in any sect. Furthermore, for the sake of your master, your senior martial brother, and for the sake of taking revenge for you, I am willing to tell you everything I know." Chapter 2032. Thank you, Yutong. With your help, I believe that I will be able to kill those nascent soul cultivators. I will let my master and senior brother smile in the underworld. Zhang Qingxiao held Zhang Yutong's hand and said sincerely. Sigh. Zhang Yutong didn't pull her hand away. She looked at the people below the tea house and sighed. These ordinary people don't have a trace of magic power or cultivation, and they don't have a long lifespan. But they have no grudges, no vendetta, and no separation of father and daughter. We see them as sad, but they feel that they are very happy. If we look at it from this level, we can't compare to them. Back then, you enjoyed the kinship of your sect. Now, you are willing to risk everything to take revenge for that kinship. What about me? Now, I know how precious kinship is. Yutong. Zhang Qingxiao held Zhang Yutong's hand and smiled. Don't be anxious. Sect Master probably has some arrangements. Since he doesn't want your life like before, you can live. Since you've survived, you'll still be able to see your teacher and your sister. It's only a matter of time. I think you should cultivate well and master the great Yin-Yang 6 directions sword spirit. If you see Zhang Yuha in the future, you should give her a big surprise. Okay, Zhang Yutong smiled with satisfaction and said softly, previously, I was obsessed with the way of the sword and only believed that the sword could sever the threads of love. But after meeting you, I know why I came to the Three Kingdoms. It's not for the way of the sword or the sword spirit, it's just, to be able to meet you. Now, to be honest, I don't hate your sect master. If it wasn't for him, how could I know you? I think so too. To be able to meet you is a gift from the heavens. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and agreed. Then she said, my sect master is also a person with a hard life. He seems to have a lot of things that he can't help but do. By the way, Qingxiao, is there any news about Yuha? Is there any news about the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom? Zhang Yutong asked again. I haven't been back for so many years. The Huan sword sect can't have no news? Oh, Qingxiao, don't say anything if it's difficult. I'm just worried about my sister. Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and stared at Zhang Yutong. Actually, I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid it would affect your cultivation. What's wrong? Zhang Yutong was nervous. Zhang Yuha did not return to the Huan sword sect, and the Huan sword sect also sent 2 sword cultivators. One is called Duan Yuming, and the other is called Wang Xiuyao. They came to Meng country to look for the 2 of you. Zhang Yutong smiled bitterly. Your heavenly demon sect is really powerful. I didn't even know that I was still in Meng Kingdom all these years, so how could they find me? Moreover, where did Yuha go? Did your heavenly demon sect? When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, Yutong, don't worry about this. I've already asked the sect master. He absolutely didn't send anyone to capture Zhang Yuha. Besides, the sect master's intention was to incite a conflict between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators. How could he possibly place all the blame on the heavenly demon sect? Your sect master is a little delusional. Zhang Yutong said bluntly. How could the conflict between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect be so easily incited? A few years ago, I told you about the sword cultivators and the Taibai sect's Daoist bright sword. Isn't that a good example? Senior Li Xiubai died in Meng country without knowing why, but the flame bamboo sword sect didn't mention anything about it. Sigh, I'd rather let the sword cultivators attack the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. That way, my blood feud can be avenged in the fastest way. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. It's okay, Qingxiao. Even if the sword cultivators don't fight with the Dao sect, as long as you cultivate well, there's still me. I'll also master the great Yin-Yang 6 directions sword spirit as soon as possible. Call Yuha too. When the 3 of us are pregnant, we'll go with you to take revenge. Zhang Yutong held Zhang Qingxiao's hand and said with concern, and if the Dao sect and the sword cultivators fight, who knows how many people will die. How many people die every year when the sword cultivators fight with millions of Meng mountains? But, that's different. Zhang Yutong retorted, if the sword cultivators don't stop the soul cultivators, not only the Huan country, but even the three kingdoms of cultivation will have more people dying. Sigh, Yutong, didn't you say before that the sword cultivators will always fight? The sword cultivators and the Dao sect will always have disputes. The sect master's arrangement is just one step ahead. Zhang Qingxiao was about to say something when she heard a cough coming from the stairs. Zhang Qingxiao looked up and said to Zhang Yutong, forget it. It's not easy for you and me to come out. Let's not talk about those boring things. Okay, I know. Zhang Yutong nodded knowingly. She also looked at the stairs and said, I'll leave first. Go on with your work, then. Zhang Yutong quickly walked down the stairs. A short foundation establishment cultivator with a thin face came up the stairs. It was Lanli sect's Yin Meng. Yin Meng stared at Zhang Yutong, making Zhang Yutong's hair stand on end. Zhang Yutong's cultivation was not much worse than Yin Meng's, but she still lowered her head and quickly walked down the stairs with a red face. He. When Zhang Yutong was far away, Yin Meng walked up to Zhang Qingxiao and said with a smile, Sect Master Zhang, oh Sect Master Zhang, this old man really admires you. This female sword cultivator is your enemy. She was captured by you with your own hands. She should have a deep-seated hatred for you. Who knew that she would actually have such deep feelings for you? From the looks of it, even if you killed your way to the Huan sword sect, she would still clean your sword for you. Zhang Qingxiao was not at all bothered by Yin Meng's lack of respect. She only smiled and said, how can this Zhang's actions be compared to Vice Alliance Master Yin's plan? Vice Sect Master Yin is shouldering the hopes of the devil cultivators over there. Alas, speaking of this Yin is really ashamed. This time I went out to search for the whereabouts of that thing, but I still didn't find anything special. Although Yin Meng was ashamed, he didn't mean to be ashamed. He sat down and ignored Zhang Qingxiao. He raised his hand to pick up the teapot and poured a cup of tea. However, just as the tea entered his mouth, he spat it out again with a pu sound. He frowned and said, Sect Master Zhang, what kind of tea is this? It's so bitter, is it for humans to drink? Oh, Vice Sect Master Yin, Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, this is tea used by mortals. How can it be compared to the spiritual tea that Vice Sect Master normally uses? No wonder. Vice Sect Master Yin, this Sect Master is a little puzzled. I wonder what Vice Sect Master has been looking for all these years. It's so mysterious that even with Vice Sect Master Yin's ability, you can't find it? Zhang Qingxiao asked with interest. This thing. I'm afraid Sect Master Zhang has never heard of it. Even if this old man said it, it would be useless. Yin Meng replied with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao's expression didn't change at all as he said, Vice Sect Master Yin, why don't you tell me? Perhaps this sect master has some good ideas? Yin Meng pondered for a moment and nodded. Forget it. Since this old man is going to represent the demonic cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance to cooperate with the Heavenly Demon sect, I can't let Sect Master Zhang know about this. Then this old man will tell Sect Master Zhang about it. This sect master is all ears. Zhang Qingxiao's face revealed a thirst for knowledge, while Yin Meng's face was filled with disdain. After Yin Meng drank another cup of tea and felt that he had shown off enough, he smiled and said, I wonder if Sect Master Zhang has heard of the Grand Universe Teleportation Token? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes lit up as she said enviously, from what Vice Sect Master Yin is saying, the Grand Universe Shifting Token is a famous divine item from ancient times. Although I was born as an itinerant cultivator, I still know about it. Then he revealed a puzzled expression and asked, could it be? Vice Sect Master Yin is looking for this item? However, according to this sect master's knowledge, this item has long been lost on the Dawn Rain continent. Why are you looking for it? That's because Sect Master Zhang is ignorant and inexperienced. Yin Meng did not conceal his disdain for Zhang Qingxiao at this time and said with a smile, Sect Master Zhang is a rogue cultivator. Although you received the inheritance of my demon sect in the early years and secretly assisted Qing Fengmin of Heaven Forsaken, taking over the entire Heaven Forsaken after Qing Fengmin met with an accident, you have not been influenced by my orthodox demon sect master. In terms of knowledge, it's indeed somewhat shallow. Zhang Qingxiao put on a rather ashamed look and said with a smile, it's exactly because I feel that I'm not capable enough that I invited Vice Suzerain Yin to be the Vice Suzerain of Heavenly Demonic Sect. He even gave me advice and suggestions to grasp the direction of Heavenly Demonic Sect. Alas, this is also because Sect Master Zhang's feelings are hard to refuse. Yin Meng sighed and said, otherwise, with the current situation of Heavenly Demon Sect, this old man will definitely not get involved in this muddy water. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and did not say much. He asked again, Vice Sect Master Yin seems to have not said why you are looking for the Grand Universe Teleportation Token? Sect Master Zhang, you are wrong. It's not that it's impossible to use, it's definitely there. Yin Meng said proudly, that Grand Cosmos Shifting Token was originally, this old man's possession. However, because this item was already damaged, this old man got someone to refine it and there was a problem. That's why this item was accidentally missing. There was such a thing? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and anxiously said, Vice Sect Master Yin, you are now my Heavenly Demon Sect's Vice Sect Master. This matter, you should at least let this Sect Master know about it, right? Sect Master Zhang misunderstood. This matter happened before this old man became the Vice Sect Master. It's not that this old man wants to hide it from the Sect Master. Yin Meng smiled. This Sect Master has admired the other demonic cultivators for a long time. Vice Sect Master Yin, please tell this Sect Master in detail. Zhang Qingxiao almost smiled apologetically. Even if Sect Master Zhang didn't say it, this old man would have said it. This matter involves the cooperation between my Heavenly Demon Sect and the demonic cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance. In the future, this place will have to rely on Sect Master Zhang. Yin Meng smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. There are indeed very few Grand Universe Teleportation tokens left in my Dawn Rain continent. The demonic cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance only obtained a damaged one. To come from the Cultivation Alliance, one must use a long-distance transfer array. Without this Grand Universe Teleportation token, even nascent soul and spirit severing cultivators don't dare to use the transfer array. Chapter 2033. If we fiendish cultivators want to cross the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains and arrive at the Three Kingdoms, we can only rely on this Grand Universe Teleportation token. Yin Meng explained, so I've been looking for this item for the past few years. Vice Sect Leader Yin, you used this Grand Universe Teleportation token to come to Xi? Zhang Qingxiao asked thoughtfully. This. Yin Meng's eyes turned slightly, and he hesitated for a moment before replying, yes, but because there was a problem with the transportation array, the Grand Universe Teleportation token was also damaged. Therefore, I have been working on this matter. Then. Zhang Qingxiao asked again, but before he could finish, Yin Meng cut him off, I can't tell Sect Leader Zhang the location of the teleportation formation for the time being. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly, but he immediately laughed, I'm not asking about that. I want to know why I haven't found it yet. Is there any place in the Three Kingdoms that my Heavenly Demon Sect can't go? Sect Leader Zhang feels great. Yin Meng laughed, there are indeed many places that my Heavenly Demon Sect can't reach. Could it be the 3 sects of Xi? The 4 sects of Meng? Zhang Qingxiao asked curiously, that thing is so important, how could it fall into their hands? Yin Meng's face seemed to be slightly red as he answered, just as sect leader Zhang said, I asked someone to refine and restore that thing, but something went wrong and it fell into the hands of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. That disciple wasn't captured by my disciples at that time, and then, that disciple returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. Even though I had some backup plans, I couldn't succeed. There was a time when I almost met him, but because I didn't know his true face, I let him escape. Speaking of which, sect leader Zhang was also present that day. Imperial Thunder Sect? Huh. Zhang Qingxiao was extremely sensitive about the Imperial Thunder Sect. When he heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He had a hunch in his heart, but he still played dumb. It's related to me? I really didn't know. Sect leader Zhang, did you forget? Yin Meng smiled and was about to speak when another voice came from the stairs, Sect leader, there's an urgent message from Lord. Zhang Qingxiao glanced at Yin Meng and said with a smile, please wait a moment, Vice Sect Master Yin. Bring it up. Following Zhang Qingxiao's instructions, a disciple quickly walked over with a blood-red messaging charm. Flying blood message? Yin Meng was also slightly taken aback when she saw this. She asked curiously, the Heavenly Demon Sect actually, has someone who knows this kind of communication method from the Devil Realm? As he spoke, he waved his hand and forcefully took the communication talisman from the disciple's hand. Vice Sect Leader? That disciple was shocked. It's fine. Zhang Qingxiao's face did not show any surprise at all. She waved her hand generously, you may leave. Vice Sect Leader Yin is the Vice Sect Leader of my Heavenly Demon Sect. Naturally, she has the right to look at the communication talisman. Yes, disciple understands. The disciple bowed his head and slowly retreated. Why is there nothing in this communication talisman? Yin Meng's demonic senses scanned the communication talisman and said strangely. Really? Zhang Qingxiao was also stunned. She did not reach out her hand and asked, which devil cultivator sent it? There's nothing in it. I can't tell. Yin Meng was a little embarrassed and handed the communication talisman to Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly. Without looking at it, she flicked her sleeve and hit the communication talisman. With a crack, the communication talisman was smashed into pieces. Since Vice Sect Leader Yin can't see anything, how can I see anything? I won't look at it. As Zhang Qingxiao spoke, she narrowed her eyes slightly. However, in just a moment, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. It was as if she couldn't believe it. It was also as if she was lamenting. Sect leader Zhang is really big-hearted. Yin Meng was surprised by Zhang Qingxiao's actions. He praised her and said, I was also impressed by sect leader Zhang's open-mindedness for the first time. I joined the Heavenly Demon Sect without hesitation. Yes, it was that time. Does sect leader Zhang still remember those disciples in Lingpei Mountain Villa who were not from the Lanli sect? Oh. Them? It seems to be 3 or 4 of them. Zhang Qingxiao said thoughtfully, that day, Vice Sect Leader Yin had just revealed his demonic cultivation method. I didn't know if Vice Sect Leader was a friend or foe, so I didn't dare to be careless. Since Vice Sect Leader killed them, I naturally had to let them go. Could it be? It's that guy. Xiaofan of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Yin Meng said regretfully, I didn't know at that time. I only found out later. Alas, fate really makes fools of people. So it was me who ruined Vice Sect Leader Yin's plan. Zhang Qingxiao was a little panicked. She raised her teacup and said embarrassedly, let me toast Vice Sect Leader Yin as an apology. The ignorant are not guilty. Yin Meng smiled and raised his cup. I know that sect leader captured Xiaohua and forced him to tell me the whereabouts of the Grand Universe shifting token. Alas, what a pity. Zhang Qingxiao's tone was filled with endless loneliness. I'm afraid Vice Sect Leader Yin will never find Xiaohua. Why? He died? Yin Meng was shocked. Where did he die? Even if he died, his storage pouch must be found. There might be a Grand Universe shifting token inside. Xiaohua died in Inkcloud Black Forest. Moreover, his corpse can't be found. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand. A few disciples of my sect happened to be there. They sent news a few days ago. If Vice Sect Leader Yin didn't mention this, I wouldn't have known that Xiaohua was so important. Xiaohua died in Inkcloud Black Forest. Yin Meng was dumbstruck. He said in exasperation, why did that guy go there for no reason? A little aura refining disciple really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that he's dead, what should I do? Sect leader Zhang, where is his specific location? Mo Bao. Zhang Qingxiao spread out her hands. Not to mention us, even if nascent soul cultivators died, it wouldn't be strange, right? Their corpses have long become Mo Bao's food, right? The things in their storage pouches became the prey of others several years later, right? Alas, if it were somewhere else, the storage pouches would be easy to deal with. Yin Meng was extremely regretful. He said dejectedly, but in Inkcloud Black Forest, storage pouches will corrode, and the things inside will be scattered in the Black Forest. How can I find them? If this matter is important, I can order my disciples to be careful in Inkcloud Black Forest in the future. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. What's the use of your aura-refining disciples? Yin Meng snorted. I have to go and see for myself. Fine. Zhang Qingxiao was not angry at all. She took out a jade slip, wrote something and handed it to Yin Meng. Although this location is at the edge of Inkcloud Black Forest, Vice Sect Leader Yin should still be careful. Chapter 2034. Alright, I'll take my leave. Yin Meng hurriedly bowed and quickly left the tea house. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Yin Meng's back and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, it was shrouded by sadness. He looked up at the gloomy sky where dusk was rising and half a red sun was hanging on the mountain top. Little junior brother, you still went. Sigh, you're just a little foundation establishment cultivator, why did you go to Inkcloud Black Forest? Damn it, I only wanted to scheme against those two sword cultivators, you and the sword cultivator. Sigh, I know, isn't it your stupid flying sword? You want to get the sword spirit. You can tell me if you want it. I have the complete sword technique of the sword cultivator here. You can nurture the sword spirit again, you can even cultivate the flying sword again. Why did you have to go to Inkcloud Black Forest? Sigh, you're gone, you're going to leave so carefree. In this world, there's only junior sister left. What's the point of me living? What's the use of me scheming against the demon cultivators, the Taoist sect and the sword cultivators? Even if I killed those three nascent soul cultivators, who would be able to laugh with me in the end? Little junior brother, why didn't you stay in the Imperial Thunder sect to cultivate properly? Why did you run out? The last time I saw you, you were still a chi refining level 12 disciple. Who would have thought that in just a few years, you've also built your foundation? Do you know how happy I was when I heard that you've built your foundation? Although I don't know if you have anything to do with Master and Senior Brother's death. But you're still my little junior brother, I'd rather believe that you're innocent. Do you know how upset I am now? I only have you as my little junior brother in this life, there will definitely be no Shang Huaming in the future, and there will definitely be no junior brother. I was still thinking, the next time I see you, I'll scare you and let you see my cultivation. Do you know? Little junior brother, I'm now in the late stage of foundation establishment. I'll be able to condense my core soon. I was actually a peak late stage golden core cultivator in my previous life. I never thought that on the day I met you, that bullshit condensed knowledge treasure was actually refined by me in my previous life. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao casually stretched her back. Her cultivation at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage was comparable to an early golden core cultivator. I've prepared a lot of good things for you. I also want you to quickly build your foundation. Zhang Qingxiao retracted her arm and withdrew her aura. She was once again a simple mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Apart from junior sister in the 100 Herbs sect, Shang Huaming only has you and me left. Who else can I dote on if not you? Little junior brother, you, what should I say to you? Even if you've built your foundation, it's nothing in my eyes. I have 10,000 ways to make you steadily improve. But, you were actually killed by Tao Master Bright Sword's flying sword. I can't save you even if I want to. From now on, I will be the only one in this world who will avenge Master and Big Senior Brother. I will also be the only one who knows the true reason behind Shang Huaming's destruction. I can't accept this. Zhang Qingxiao thought and muttered. Her eyes were filled with endless loneliness as she looked at the setting sun. It was as if there was only loneliness in the entire world. Although Zhang Qingxiao had unfathomable devil cultivation secret techniques and could quickly obtain news about Xiao Hua with Zhang Jihao's clone, she still couldn't know that the grieving Xiao Hua had already flown to the front of Haoming City. She stopped in mid-air and carefully observed the entire city. Senior. A voice sounded in front of Xiao Hua. It was a cultivator wearing the armor of Haoming City's city guard. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the city guard. The city guard hurriedly saluted. May I know how I can be of service to Senior? Is that so? Xiao Hua smiled. This was the first time he had entered the 7 major cities of the state of Xi and received such a high level of courtesy. Yes, the auction in this city is about to begin. The city lord is afraid that seniors who come from afar don't know the rules of our Haoming City, so he specially sent us here to wait. We will welcome any seniors who are above the foundation establishment realm at any time. The city guard replied respectfully. Well, okay. Let's talk about the rules of Haoming City first. This is also my first time here, so I don't want to offend Tao Master Yao Hong. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Okay. The city guard also smiled. An approachable cultivator like Senior won't offend our Haoming City. Then, the city guard briefly explained the taboos of Haoming City and said, Senior, as long as you don't kill ordinary people and don't attack at will in Haoming City, these taboos are nothing. However, Xiao Hua frowned. You mean, in Haoming City, cultivators of different realms have fixed areas of activity? Cultivators of lower realms can't cross the boundary without the permission of cultivators of higher realms? Otherwise, if they are killed, won't your Haoming City take responsibility? Yes, Senior. In Haoming City, we, the city guards, naturally have to ensure the safety of all cultivators. However, if those low-level cultivators cross the bottom line of our Haoming City and offend high-level cultivators, our Haoming City naturally can't guarantee the safety of such cultivators. The city guard answered patiently. Moreover, according to the number of cultivators in our Haoming City, the designated area of activity is sufficient. If someone crosses the boundary, it must be intentional. Well, what about the ordinary people in Haoming City? Xiao Hua asked thoughtfully. Senior, you should know that those ordinary people are just doing things that we cultivators don't want to do, such as earning some hard-earned spirit stones. It's impossible for them to affect any cultivators. Such people are not few in our Haoming City. We naturally have to protect them from the harassment of unscrupulous cultivators. That's right. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, from this, we can see Tao Master Yao Hong's generosity. I agree very much. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. The city guard smiled apologetically. Senior, if you want to lodge a complaint, you have to look for it yourself. If there really isn't one, you can find a city guard like me for help. The city guards and I are very happy to serve Senior. Well said. Xiaohua nodded. After thinking for a moment, he asked, I want to send a message to a fellow Taoist. She's an Qi refinement disciple, but she should be with a nascent soul cultivator. Can I just send a communication talisman directly? Yes, there's no restriction on communication talismans in Haoming City. As long as there's a response from a nascent soul cultivator, Senior can go to their area. The city guard said with a smile. Xiaohua smiled. He clapped his hand and took out a communication talisman. Under the urging of magic power, a red brilliance flashed and flew out of Xiaohua's hand. Unfortunately, what made Xiaohua slightly stunned was that the communication talisman didn't fly directly to the top of Haoming City. Instead, it turned in midair and flew directly behind Xiaohua. Oh! Why did it leave the city? Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. Could it be that something happened? Then, he cupped his hand slightly towards the city guard and flew out of the city. The city guard didn't think it was strange and went to another place to welcome other cultivators. Senior Martial Brother. Xiaohua flew a distance away. When his divine sense passed by, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, Xue Xue's voice came again. Unexpectedly, Xue Xue's face was a little thin. She left the two people behind her far away and flew towards Xiaohua. Xue Xue. Xiaohua was delighted and reached out his hand with a smile. There were still some cultivators nearby. Xue Xue didn't have the nerve to rush into Xiaohua's arms. She only reached out her hand and impatiently held it, as if only the warmth in Xiaohua's hand could make her feel at ease. Why did you come so late? Xue Xue's heart was calm. She looked into Xiaohua's eyes and asked with concern, I thought you'd be able to catch up to me in a dozen or so days at most. Who knew that it would take you almost a year? Hee, didn't I say I'd give you a surprise? Xiaohua said with a smile, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I finally have the face to come back and see you. This concubine said before, this concubine doesn't want any surprises. This concubine only wants you to stay by this concubine's side. Xue Xue said tenderly. She didn't care about Xiaohua's so-called surprise at all and didn't ask a single word. Just as Xiaohua was about to explain, he suddenly felt a strange gaze shooting at him from the side. This gaze was not the kind of bone-deep hatred, but it was a kind of faint hostility, a kind of slight disdain, which Xiaohua was very sensitive to, and he was able to detect it. Who is it? Xiaohua raised his sword-like eyebrows and looked in that direction. Sure enough, it was the two people who came with Xue Xue. One of them was the ugly Hua Furong. At this time, Hua Furong was very tactful and kept a distance of more than 10 zhang from Xiaohua. Beside her, there was a male cultivator who looked very similar to her. His cultivation was around the middle stage of foundation establishment. A pair of big and small eyes stared straight at Xiaohua. This gaze seemed to be spitting fire and full of jealousy. Huh? What's going on? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He turned his head and whispered to Xue Xue, is this male cultivator Hua Furong's brother? Xue Xue's face was somewhat unnatural. She nodded and said, yes, this male cultivator is called Fire Qilin. He's Hua Furong's cousin. Fire Qilin? He has the nerve to call himself Fire Qilin with that appearance? Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. And, when I saw him for the first time that day, I was also this surprised. Xue Xue pursed her lips and smiled, however, this person's character can be considered good, even somewhat refined. He's somewhat similar to the so-called Confucian cultivators. Why is he looking at me like that? Xiaohua whispered, I don't seem to owe him any spirit stones, right? This. Shui Shui was somewhat embarrassed. This guy seems, to be a little, Xiaohua was really stunned. Damn it, when I'm with you, I feel like I'm a flower stuck in cow dung. If this guy, then wouldn't he be? I really can't compare. Fire Qilin has a lot of etiquette. He only expressed some goodwill and didn't say anything. However, he's a Foundation Establishment senior. I also vaguely told Hua Furong some things. Presumably, he should be aware of it. Shui Shui whispered, his cultivation is higher than yours. Don't cause trouble. Chapter 2035. However, Shui Shui covered her mouth again. Although Xiaohua's cultivation was at the early stage of Foundation Establishment, his strength seemed to be higher than Xiang Yang, who was at the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. He shouldn't be afraid of the Fire Qilin. Therefore, she hurriedly said, their great-grandfathers are the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. They're all early-stage nascent soul cultivators. We can't afford to offend them. Hee, I understand. Xiaohua transmitted his voice. Then, he let go of Shui Shui's hand and turned to look at Hua Furong. When Hua Furong saw Xiaohua looking at her, she glanced at the Fire Qilin from the side and sighed slightly. Cousin, let's go. This is Xiaohua, my sister's savior. Don't embarrass him. N. The Fire Qilin nodded and said seriously, who is your cousin? How can I lower myself to his level? Okay. Hua Furong agreed and flew to Xiaohua. She cupped her hands and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, we finally meet again. Your junior sister has been worried about you for the past dozens of days. Every day, she asked me to accompany her outside Bright City to wait for you. She's really affectionate. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and also cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Hua, thank you for bringing my junior sister to Bright City. Thank you for taking care of her for the past year. Don't mention it. I want to thank fellow Taoist Xiao even more. I dare not take credit for this. Hua Furong smiled and pointed. This is my cousin, Fire Qilin. He's also a famous cultivator of Ardent Fire Mountain. I am Xiaohua, a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist Hua. Xiaohua cupped his hands and greeted. The Fire Qilin was also polite and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a talent. I'm envious. Moreover, my junior sister is indebted to fellow Taoist Xiao for saving her. Everyone in Ardent Fire Mountain is grateful to fellow Taoist Xiao. I dare not take credit for this. It's just a matter of convenience. Xiaohua said modestly. The Fire Qilin turned to Shui Shui and said, fellow Taoist Shui, since we've received your senior brother, let's return to our residence in Bright City. We still have to pay our respects to our 3 great-grandfathers. Shui Shui shook her head without hesitation and said, thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Taoist Hua. Since my senior brother is here, I won't go to the residence of Ardent Fire Mountain. I hope that fellow Taoist Hua can apologize to the 3 seniors. Oh, you're not coming with us? The Fire Qilin was somewhat disappointed and said, my Ardent Inferno Mountain's residence is filled with world spirit qi. It's a good place to cultivate. No need. Shui Shui shook her head again. Seeing this, Hua Furong quickly smiled and said, since fellow Taoist Xiao has come, then little sister Shui will naturally follow fellow Taoist Xiao. However, fellow Taoist Xiao, my 3 great-grandfathers have always wanted to see you so that I can thank you for saving my life. If fellow Taoist Xiao has found a place to stay, please send me a message through your communication talisman. Xiaohua could ignore the Fire Qilin, but he couldn't ignore the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Ardent Fire Mountain range. Since Hua Furong said so, Xiaohua had no choice but to nod and say, sure. After I find a place to stay in Haoming City, I'll immediately send a messaging talisman to fellow Daoist Hua. I also really want to pay a visit to the 3 nascent soul seniors. The Fire Qilin nodded and said, alright, since that's the case, I'll first accompany fellow Daoist Shui to find the city guards of Haoming City and help fellow Daoist Shui find an excellent place to stay. Xiao Hua smiled and said, there's no need to trouble fellow Daoist Hua. I can find the city guards of Haoming City myself. Unexpectedly, the Fire Qilin ignored Xiao Hua and only looked at Shui Shui. Shui Shui was helpless and could only shake her head and say, fellow Daoist Hua, please return. I'll let senior brother arrange my residence. Oh, so it's like that. Then. I'm a little worried. The Fire Qilin hesitated and said, I'll only be at ease if I help you do it. Xiao Hua finally understood what Shui Shui meant when she said that the Fire Qilin was full of etiquette. He clearly didn't understand the ways of the world. He and Shui Shui had already clearly rejected him, but he didn't seem to understand and was blindly flattering. Cousin. Hua Furong's face was somewhat embarrassed. She pulled the Fire Qilin's sleeve and said, fellow Daoist Shui, fellow Daoist Xiao can arrange it. You don't have to worry. It's already late. You and I had better hurry back to pay our respects to our great-grandfathers. Yes, I know. The Fire Qilin's face turned cold as he answered. He then said to Shui Shui, fellow Daoist Shui, when you find a residence, you must send me a communication talisman. Shui Shui was obviously non-committal. However, the Fire Qilin thought that Shui Shui had agreed. He beamed with joy and actually urged Hua Furong to return earlier. Hua Furong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She cupped her hands towards Xiao Hua and Shui Shui and urged her figure to fly away together with the Fire Qilin. Damn, this Fire Qilin is really somewhat interesting. Xiao Hua scratched his head, very speechless. The Fire Qilin is a good person, but he's just a little pedantic. Shui Shui also pursed her lips and said with a smile. Let's go. Don't worry about others. Xiao Hua pulled Shui Shui's hand and said, after we find a residence, let's do something that this guy can't even dream of. Bah. Shui Shui spat lightly, but there was a smile on her face, and her eyebrows were rippling with spring. There were many abodes on the mountain range of Haoming City, and they were divided into different layers of the mountain range. Even the abodes that Foundation establishment cultivators could live in were of different sizes, and the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual qi was also different. Each abode had different spirit stones to pay according to the specific conditions. If a cultivator had a more special need, as long as they could pay the spirit stones, Haoming City would provide special things for the cultivator in the abode. Xiao Hua was different from before. There were many spirit stones in the space, so he found an abode with rich heaven and earth spiritual qi and an alchemy room among the abodes that Foundation establishment cultivators had the right to live in on the second layer. After handing over the spirit stones to the city guard and receiving the magic tablet and jade slip, Xiao Hua was not in the mood to stroll around Haoming City. He immediately took Shui Shui's hand and flew to the abode he chose according to the direction indicated on the jade slip, doing something that Fire Qilin couldn't even dream of. Xiao Hua couldn't wait to activate the magic tablet and rushed into the abode while holding Shui Shui's hand. Shui Shui's face was still red. She also missed Xiao Hua very much and longed for Xiao Hua's warmth, but looking at Xiao Hua's anxious appearance, she was a little embarrassed. She was even thinking about what she should do if Xiao Hua did something special. Should she refuse? Should she cater to him? Or should she compromise? However, when Shui Shui was hesitating, she was dumbfounded when she saw Xiao Hua's real action. What? Husband, you actually know alchemy? You also got the heavenly Yin grass? Shui Shui was flabbergasted as she watched Xiao Hua take out the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. Then, He skillfully turned on the earth fire in the alchemy room and took out the sky-een grass from the space as if he was presenting a treasure. Shue couldn't even dream of it, could you, Fire Qilin, dream of it? Chapter 2036. Hee, more than that? Xiao Hua looked at Shue's surprise and ecstasy. He felt that his life and death in the ink-cloud black forest was worth it. He patted his forehead and smiled, look at your husband's cultivation. Husband, you're already at the middle stage of foundation establishment? Shue really didn't dare to imagine. She came out with Xiao Hua, but they were both at the 12th level of qi refining. Just as they arrived at the Flame Forest Marsh, Xiao Hua unexpectedly entered the early stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, he broke the blood seal set by the male thunder beast and saved Xiang Yang and Zhuo Qingyuan. Then, Xiao Hua showed his prowess at Tianmen Mountain and saved the bloodline of Tianmen Mountain. Then, he concentrated on the formation and helped Tianmen Mountain set up the formation. Shue saw clearly that Xiao Hua didn't seem to cultivate much. Moreover, since they parted ways at Tianmen Mountain, it was less than a year. Even if 1 year at the Flame Forest Marsh and 3 years at Tianmen Mountain were added, it was less than 5 years. In just 5 years, Xiao Hua actually directly jumped from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Is this still the Xiao Hua who failed to build his foundation and failed to build his foundation after more than 10 years? What's wrong? My wife, are you shocked? Xiao Hua smiled proudly, your husband wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect this surprise to be a bit big. Shue's eyes flashed with surprise, but then there was a trace of shadow. She forced a smile and said, yes, this surprise is really big. So big that I didn't expect it even in my dreams. Immediately, Shue hid her gloominess and showed a bright smile. She pointed at the heavenly een grass and said, husband left me, could it be for this heavenly een grass? This heavenly een grass is a rare thing in the world, where did husband get it? Speaking of which, the story is really long. Xiao Hua said with a smile, your husband will heat up this pill furnace and take a good look at the pill formula for refining Ling Lei pill. Then, I'll slowly tell you. Okay, I'll listen to husband's instructions. Shue was very sweet, her 2 limpid eyes seemed to stick to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua cast a few spells that Shue didn't seem to recognize on the earth fire. The earth fire burned fiercely and wrapped around the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. It slowly warmed up. Then, he took the jade slip from Shue and read it carefully. Shue looked at the cauldron warmed by the earth fire, feeling a little confused. Although Shue didn't know how to refine pills, she had heard her master talk about it before. She had even dabbled in the teachings of the Thunderstorm Palace. Shue. It wasn't that her heart was far away, but that her cultivation was too far away. It was so far away that she felt a sense of fear. It's done. Xiao Hua took out his divine sense from the jade slip and said with a smile, your husband looked at it again. It's more or less correct. Once the pill furnace is warmed up, your husband can refine Ling Lei pill for you. Husband, why don't you make a copy too? Shue hid her gloominess and said with a smile, husband took a copy and can look at it any time. It's inconvenient for me to give it to you. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said with a smile, there's no need. This is Shue family's secret. Your husband better not take it. Isn't Shue family your family? Shue pursed her lips and said with a smile, won't it be Xiao families in the future? That's right. How could your husband forget? Xiao Hua saw Shue's seductive appearance and his heart itched. He reached out and hugged Shue's plump body. He buried his mouth and nose in her chest, greedily inhaling that enchanting smell. Shui was also moved. She reached out and hugged Xiaohua's neck. The two were affectionate for a long time. Only then did Shui ask while gasping for breath, "Husband Xiao, I feel very guilty. For me. I'm afraid you risked your life to pick the heavenly Yin grass, right?" "Hee, not at all," Xiaohua said with a smile, "speaking of which, there's a story. Moreover, your husband also obtained a lot of benefits from it." Then, Xiaohua casually told the story of Mo Zhao Black Forest. "Finally," he said, "look, didn't your husband come back in one piece? Moreover, my cultivation has improved greatly." Hearing that Shui met Mo Bao of Mo Zhao Black Forest, Shui's face was already pale. She was clear about the dangers of Mo Zhao Black Forest. That Mo Bao was the nightmare of all cultivators. Xiaohua actually received the help of the heavens and his cultivation improved greatly because of it. Although it was said that he was lucky, there were countless difficulties and endless love for her. If it wasn't for her own foundation, would Xiaohua take such a risk? Although Xiaohua didn't say anything else, Shui easily thought of the other difficulties Xiaohua encountered. "Husband." Shui couldn't help but hug Xiaohua again. Her cherry lips slightly opened, and she kissed him. "You really have to pay to reap the rewards." Xiaohua didn't forget to sigh while enjoying himself. After a while, Xiaohua thought of something again. He took out a jade slip from his bosom, immersed his divine sense in it, and wrote something in it. He handed it to Shui and said, "Wife, your ancestral jade slip has recorded that even if you take the thunder pill, when awakening the thunder beast bloodline or building the foundation, there is still the danger of true qi breaking through the meridians. Your husband happens to have a special cultivation method here that can refine the meridians. You can start cultivating now. I hope it will be useful when the time comes." Shui was stunned again. She also knew that this kind of cultivation method that could refine the meridians was definitely a secret of a cultivation sect. Moreover, the scale of this sect was definitely not inferior to the thunder-controlling sect. However, now she was already used to Xiaohua's magical powers. She reached out and took it, and only smiled slightly and said, "Husband is considerate." Immediately, she immersed her divine sense in the jade slip and looked at the most simple and most basic dragon transformation secret art in it. Xiaohua looked at Shui's serious look, and the corner of his mouth smiled. This cultivation method was even more shallow than the one he gave Xiao Mao. After all, Shui was about to build the foundation. It was too complicated, and she might not be able to comprehend it, let alone cultivate it. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't waste time. He looked at the heat of the pill furnace, clapped his hands, and took out the corpses of the two thunder beasts. He made a gesture, took some things needed for the thunder pill from the corpses, and threw them into the pill furnace. After those things melted, he took some auxiliary spiritual herbs from the space and threw them in one by one. Then, he looked at Shui, who was meditating with her eyes closed. He rubbed his hands, and 2 wisps of samadhi true fire flew into the earth fire. In an instant, the entire earth fire turned light purple, and within that light purple, there was a trace of crimson red. Seeing that the various spiritual herbs in the pill furnace began to melt, and impurities were extracted from the liquid, Xiaohua's face showed a dignified look. He waved his hand and took out 2 jade bottles from the space. These 2 jade bottles contained the blood of the 2 thunder beasts. After being processed by Zhuoqing Yuan, they were put into the jade bottles. However, the blood of the thunder beasts used to refine the thunder pill was not simple primitive blood, but the true blood of the blood. Only this kind of true blood could stimulate the true blood in Shui's blood. Only the true blood of the thunder beasts, which was divided into yin and yang attributes, could be adjusted by the heavenly yin grass. Xiaohua closed his eyes, and very carefully meditated on the method to extract the true blood. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened the seal on one of the jade bottles, and a ball of blood the size of a fist flew into the air. This ball of blood was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, with Xiao Hua's different methods, the entire ball of blood began to boil, like boiling water. Bubbles continuously rushed out from the ball of blood. When the bubbles disappeared, the ball of blood had shrunk by more than half. At this time, the ball of blood began to flicker with brilliance. In Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense, this flickering brilliance was precisely the faint formation of hair-thin lightning within the ball of blood. Quick! Xiao Hua chanted an incantation, and urged his magic power. A method that he had been forming for a long time struck the ball of blood. Following the incantation, strands of golden lightning were extracted from the ball of blood by Xiao Hua, and like countless small fish in an oval space, they wantonly swam. These lightning strands seemed to want to break through the confinement of this oval space, and rush into the heavenly Tao. However, every time they came into contact with the restriction, they could only be slightly repelled by the restriction. They simply could not cross half a step. Rise! Xiao Hua lightly reprimanded again. His hands were like plucking the strings of a zither, and small and delicate incantations struck the lightning strands. Those lightning strands in Xiao Hua's hands were like dancing, gradually gathering together. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a small lightning beast shape was formed by the lightning strands. Great! Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. His forehead was almost covered in sweat. This extraction was far beyond his imagination. It was several times more complicated than when Xiang Yang took out the Tai green light rod from the Tai green light rod. If Xiao Hua's magic power was not comparable to the middle Jindan stage, it might really be difficult. Go! Xiao Hua knew that this was the final critical moment, and he did not dare to be careless. His hands moved nimbly again, faster than before, almost bringing along an afterimage. At this time, the place where he struck the incantation was no longer the ball of lightning strands, but the ball of blood again under Xiao Hua's incantation. The ball of blood quickly shrank, and was soon compressed to the size of a thumb. Moreover, the ball of blood was still trembling, as if there was still room to shrink under Xiao Hua's magic power. Pang! It seemed that Xiao Hua lost control of his magic power, and the ball of blood suddenly exploded like a firework. However, Xiao Hua's face did not have any depression, but instead showed a trace of joy. Xiao Hua's eyes stared at the exploding ball of blood, and his hands quietly stopped in midair. The moment all the ball of blood began to fall, his right hand suddenly stretched out, 5 fingers stretched out, and stretched forward. It was precisely above the ball of blood, and then, with great difficulty, he lifted it up. As if he was carrying a heavy object, Xiao Hua's hand actually sank slightly by an inch. Chapter 2037. A strange thing happened. The falling droplets of blood froze in midair and began to tremble rapidly. Then, from each droplet of blood, a thread thinner than a hair was pulled out. As the blood thread was pulled out, the droplets of blood fell to the ground again. Xiao Hua waved his left hand, and a wisp of true samadhi fire appeared. It surrounded the droplets of blood, and all of them were burned to ashes, falling to the ground. Xiao Hua's right hand stretched out and then retracted, throwing it towards the lightning beast in the air that was formed by lightning threads. Go! Seeing the blood thread approaching the lightning thread, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true essence. The blood thread used the power of true essence to hit the lightning beast. Once it hit, the blood thread instantly wrapped around the lightning beast. Kacha, a soft sound of thunder suddenly echoed in midair. It hit the lightning beast that had already turned gold and red. Seeing the lightning beast's wings and the faint lightning thread mixed with the red blood thread, it really seemed like it was going to soar into the sky. Great! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He pointed at the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace, and the lightning beast flew towards the furnace. In a moment, it entered the furnace. Ah, such a divine skill, husband. I can't compare. Shui had opened her eyes at an unknown time. She looked at Xiaohua's technique and muttered. He, wife, with your husband working hard for you, you can just obediently wait to build your foundation. Xiaohua said with a smile. But at this moment, Xiaohua frowned. He looked at the entrance of the cave and said unhappily, this fire Qilin is a bit boring. Why did he come here to harass us again? Since we are hiding from him, he should understand. Hearing this, Shui smiled bitterly. This person is a bit dull, even pedantic. If he wants to do something, even 9 heavenly dragons won't be able to pull him back. According to Wuxia, he is only a few years older than her, but he didn't like to cultivate when he was young. At the beginning, Wuxia was in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm, and he was still in the 1st layer. The 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain racked their brains, but he just ignored them and did his own thing. But later on, for some unknown reason, when Wuxia reached the 7th level of qi refining, she suddenly came to a realization. As a result, her cultivation speed began to spiral out of control. Other than cultivating, she did nothing else. Lord Husband must have also seen it. Wuxia has only just entered the foundation establishment realm, while the fire Qilin is already a mid-level foundation establishment realm existence. Speaking of this, Flaming Hibiscus also bitterly smiled. Actually, I've only seen him a few times, but he began to follow me. He didn't say anything and just looked at me. In the beginning, this concubine still nodded politely. Every time he saw this, he would be wild with joy. Later on, when this concubine understood what was going on, she no longer paid attention to him. But, he is still pestering me. Shui said embarrassedly, husband, this concubine has never said a word to him. Every time, Hibiscus was present. My wife. Xiaohua said with a smile, I didn't say anything. How could your husband not believe you? In this dawn rain continent, there are probably not many who can be more handsome than your husband. Saying this, Xiaohua flicked his hair, looking around with a narcissistic look. Pfft, Shui laughed. Xiaohua said again, it's just that your husband is busy right now. I've just finished refining the male lightning beast's true blood, and I still need the female lightning beast's true blood. Only after these things are done can I go see the fire Qilin. Let this guy stand there first. Okay. Shui smiled sweetly and went to comprehend the dragon transformation art. After waiting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xiaohua also successfully extracted the female lightning beast's true blood. Immediately, Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out the heavenly Yin grass from the space. With a point of his finger, the stem of the heavenly Yin grass was cut off from the root and thrown into the pill furnace. The roots of the heavenly Yin grass were also thrown back into the space and let the puppet carefully plant it. Xiaohua actually wanted to cultivate the heavenly Yin grass first, but he was afraid that something would go wrong and delay Shui, so he left it behind and tried to plant it. When the stem of the heavenly Yin grass fell into the pill furnace, under the tempering of the Samadhi true fire, it immediately turned into a spiritual liquid. This spiritual liquid was clearly different from the previous spiritual herbs. It actually had 2 colors, one was pure white, the other was fiery red, the same color as the yin and yang of the ink cloud black forest's secret area. These 2 colors were clearly separated and did not seem to mix with each other. Wonderful! Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the liquid. At the same time he praised in his heart, he also doubted whether he could grow the heavenly Yin grass in his space. This kind of miraculous spiritual herb could only be grown in a special place. Go, Xiaohua rubbed his hands, and the 2 lightning beasts' true blood that had been spreading their wings and wanting to fly together were pushed into the pill furnace by Xiaohua. Immediately after, another hand seal was cast. However, he saw that the pill liquid in the pill furnace was pouring down onto the 2 true blood from top to bottom. The true blood actually softened once again and seeped into the pill liquid. As his divine sense swept through, the phantoms of the male and female lightning beasts spreading their wings in the pill liquid were vivid and lifelike. Good. Xiao Hua praised himself first. He knew that even if the Ling Lei Dan could be formed, he would have to refine it again to quench the impurities in the elixir. In the end, he would be able to condense the true blood of the male and female lightning beasts together to form the Ling Lei Dan. Hearing Xiao Hua's praise, Shui opened her eyes again and said with a smile, "How is it? Did it succeed?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "How can it be that simple? This Ling Lei pill probably needs to be refined for 81 days before it can be completed. Now, we've only done some superficial things. Fortunately, I heard from Master that the more precious a pill is, the longer it needs to be refined. The 81 days for the Ling Lei pill is not too long." Shui nodded and said, "Moreover, the auction in Haoming City is also held during this period. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone." "That's right." Xiao Hua nodded. He had some expectations in his heart. Yes, when Xiao Hua was in the Qi refinement realm, he had always been using the fire marrow flame crystal and the Big Dipper divine fist to temper his bones. Every time he used the Big Dipper divine fist, there would always be a cold current tempering all the bones in his body inch by inch. However, ever since Xiao Hua entered the Foundation establishment realm, or maybe after Xiao Hua absorbed the fire origin, the Big Dipper divine fist's effect became increasingly small. Previously, Xiao Hua did not care about it and thought that it was just a matter of cultivation. He did not practice it enough. However, after Mo Zhao Black Forest, Xiao Hua broke through to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His Dharma body, meridians, and cultivation technique were all profound, but in terms of tempering his bones, it was far inferior to the fire marrow flame crystal from before. During this period of time, Xiao Hua had been pondering. It was only a few days ago that Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. When he saw the light reverse flight's demonstration of the light evasion technique, the bone tempering he saw was not just a simple Big Dipper divine fist, but several different methods. Every method, the bones would change into a different color. In other words, each method could only be used for one color. At the fire origin stage, he used the Big Dipper divine fist, and after the fire origin, it should be the earth origin. At this stage, the Big Dipper divine fist should not be used anymore. Xiao Hua must find another method to temper his bones. Otherwise, even if he used up all the earth crystal Ya milk, he would not be able to complete the second stage of tempering his bones. Chapter 2038. Therefore, Xiao Hua came to Haoming City to look for Shui, and to take advantage of the Blazing Fire Mountain's 3 elders to enter a high-level auction to obtain a better bone tempering method. However, could there be a bone tempering method? Xiao Hua really didn't know. There were many body tempering cultivators in the Daybreak continent, and they all used body tempering methods. Bone tempering? Who would do that for no reason? Not using time on the Great Tao? However, Xiao Hua knew his own matters. In essence, all of his cultivation was based on the space behind his head. Furthermore, the light reversal within the space was the most important. This light reversal should be his number 1 priority. Since there was only the cultivation method of the light evasion, he should first master the light evasion. He was no longer too worried about basic cultivation methods. His knowledge and experience had already far surpassed that of aura refining cultivators, and his cultivation level had also far surpassed that of foundation building cultivators of the same realm. Under these circumstances, it would be very easy for him to find cultivation methods to advance his cultivation. Spiritual plants, medicinal pills, and so on were even less of a concern to him. Buddhism, Confucianism, dragonization art, sword cultivation, phoenix battle body, and even soul cultivation, although they were all divine abilities comparable to Taoism, in Xiaohua's eyes, they couldn't compare to light escape. Of course, Xiaohua longed to try these divine abilities, but this would have to wait until he succeeded in using Master Bright Sword Heart Origin Seed's secret technique. Seeing that the pill furnace had already stabilized and the 3 medicinal liquids were arranged in a straight line, quietly tempering in the furnace fire, Xiaohua knew this stage would probably last for more than 10 days. Therefore, he set up a rabbit formation and concealed the entire pill furnace. Then, he followed Xue to the front of the Immortal's Cave. The front of the Immortal's Cave was the reception area, and the space wasn't small. Xiaohua and Xue came here and smiled at each other. They each found a praying mat and sat on it, cultivating without mentioning it. As for the fire Qilin outside the Immortal's Cave, he waited for more than half a day. The summoning talisman he sent was right in front of him, but he didn't enter the cave at all. He knew in his heart that Xiaohua didn't welcome him, but he really didn't seem to be discouraged, as Xue said. He even encouraged himself in his heart, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Female cultivators are all shy, and it's not easy to say something. An outstanding female cultivator like Xue is even more so like this. If I leave now, how can I let her see my determination? When she left yesterday, didn't she still smile at me? Doesn't this mean that she has feelings for me? Although this Xiaohua is her senior martial brother and can be considered to be in a favorable position, but I didn't know Xue before, so I can't take the lead in her heart. But now that I know Xue, I can't neglect her. I didn't appear before Xue, but from now on, I will appear every day. I will definitely let her know who is the most suitable for her, who is the one who misses her the most." After waiting for more than 2 hours, Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and saw that the fire Qilin was still there. He couldn't help but frown. Facing such a strange person, Xiaohua really didn't know how to deal with him. The fire Qilin was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator in name, and he was also a direct descendant of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. It was impossible for him to casually kill him. At this moment, another person flew over from not far away. That person didn't wait for the entrance of the cave before shouting, "Oh, cousin, so you're here. Great-grandfather is looking for you. He's just short of sending you a messaging talisman." The person who had arrived was none other than Huafeng. "Oh, why is great-grandfather looking for me?" The fire Qilin was puzzled. "I already paid my respects this morning, but I didn't see him say anything." "You'd better go quickly." Huafeng curled her lips. "You'll be in trouble if he sends you a messaging talisman." "Oh, okay." The fire Qilin seemed to be afraid of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. It looked at Xiaohua's cave with some reluctance before turning around and flying away. After the fire Qilin was far away, Huafeng sighed and said loudly, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, little sister Xue, please open the cave. I have something to ask of you." Xiaohua naturally heard her. He took out a magic tablet and opened the restriction, then he and Xue went forward to welcome her. Huafeng cupped her hands from afar and said with an apologetic smile, "My cousin is always so reckless. I've let fellow Taoist Xiao see a joke." "Oh? Is that so? Where is fellow Taoist Hua?" Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. Huafeng smiled and didn't mention the fire Qilin again. After entering the cave and taking a seat, she said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I came today to ask fellow Taoist Xiao to come to my Ardent Fire Mountains cave tomorrow. The 3 elders are very concerned about fellow Taoist Xiao's kindness and want to thank you in person." When Xiaohua heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Hua is too polite. It was just a small matter that day. Anyone who saw the heavenly demon sect's actions would have to intervene. I don't dare to take credit for it. Moreover, fellow Taoist Hua brought my junior sister to Haoming City and protected her safety. You've already repaid that so-called kindness. It's better not to mention this matter again. Then, he thought for a moment and said, if fellow Taoist Hua feels that you owe me, you can just give me a passage talisman on the day of the auction. That's natural. Hua Furong said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Xiao has come to Haoming City, you can't not follow my ardent fire mountain to participate in the auction for nascent soul cultivators. That's a good opportunity to broaden your horizons. However, the auction for nascent soul cultivators doesn't need any passage talismans. Nascent soul cultivators can participate every day, and they can even bring in 5 disciples. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua scratched his head. It seemed that he had no choice but to pay a visit to the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. It seems that a nascent soul senior from the Imperial Thunder sect has also come. However, he's not near the Ardent Fire Mountain's abode. Hua Furong suddenly thought of something and reminded, if fellow Taoist Xiao has the time, shouldn't you also pay a visit? I'm just a pawn of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid that a nascent soul senior wouldn't recognize me at all. Xiao Hua said with a smile, although paying a visit is a kind of etiquette, I can't pay a visit without a nascent soul senior's permission, right? Since that's the case, I'd better not ask for a snub. That's exactly the case. Hua Furong pursed her lips and said, when my 3 great-grandfathers arrived at Haoming City, they sent one messaging talisman after another. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Xiao, my great-grandfathers didn't even look at a single one of them. They were all crushed by us for fun. Some aura-refining children even competed to see who could crush the most number of messaging talismans every day. Hua Furong patted her hand and took out a palm-sized token from her storage pouch. She handed it over and said, this is the token of my Ardent Fire Mountain. It was personally given to me by my second great-grandpa. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if you take it, you'll be able to pass through Haoming City without any obstructions. Looking at the flame-like token in front of him, Xiao Hua knew that this was the face of a nascent soul cultivator, so he definitely couldn't refuse. Thus, he reached out to take it and said with a smile, thank you, fellow Taoist Hua. Since fellow Taoist is so considerate, as a junior, it's only right for me to pay a visit to the seniors. Hua Furong was overjoyed and said, today, my Ardent Fire Mountain is holding a small banquet. If fellow Taoist Xiao has the time, can you go? Xiao Hua glanced at Xue Xue. Xue Xue also smiled and said, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain are famous nascent soul seniors in my state of Shi. I've always been following Big Sister Furong in Haoming City, but I haven't had the opportunity to meet the 3 seniors. Now is the perfect opportunity, so I also want to meet the 3 seniors. Alright. Xiao Hua actually knew that the opportunity to meet nascent soul seniors was very important, especially if he could get some pointers. Even if it was casual, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Unfortunately, wasn't there a fire Qilin here? Otherwise, Xiao Hua would have already gone without hesitation. Since he was willing to meet Xue Xue, how could Xiao Hua not go? Great! Hua Furong clapped her hands and said, I often mention fellow Taoist Xiao in front of my great-grandpa. Presumably, there will be some benefits for fellow Taoist Xiao this time, right? That's the best. This Xiao likes benefits the most. Xiao Hua's face was full of smiles. Xiao Hua, Xue Xue, and Hua Furong left the cave and sealed the cave with a magic tablet. Only then did they follow Hua Furong all the way to a high place. Xiao Hua naturally hadn't been to the residences of Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators. Along the way, when they passed by different areas, Haoming City's city guards would kindly remind them, but they definitely wouldn't forcefully stop them. Hua Furong ignored them and only took out the Ardent Fire Mountain's token and shook it. Without waiting for the city guards to see if they could see it clearly, they immediately rushed past the city guards. Xiao Hua followed behind Hua Furong, looking at the residences of gold core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators with great interest. He thought to himself, this Haoming city is really thoughtful. The concentration of heaven and earth spirit chi in different areas of the mountain range is absolutely different. The spirit grasses and spirit trees in each area are also poles apart. The style of the Immortals' Cave is even more different. If this young master didn't come up to take a look, I really wouldn't have known the secret. Stop. Just when Xiaohua was looking left and right to find something interesting, a divine sense swept past and locked onto the three of them. Who is it? Why would Hua Furong care about this? In front of Xiaohua, she was still fine, but in front of other people, her fiery temper was immediately born. She released her divine sense without hesitation and collided with that divine sense. Fellow Daoist Hua, Xiaohua was slightly startled and promptly called out, "Don't be rash." Of course, the other party was in the late stage of the foundation building realm, and his divine sense was much stronger than Hua Furong's. Hua Furong's action was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. However, when Xiaohua reminded him, he came to a realization. This was the residence of a nascent soul cultivator, and this foundation-building cultivator was either a city guard or a disciple of a nascent soul cultivator here. Hua Furong was a disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain, so how could she lose face for Ardent Fire Mountain? Naturally, if it was a foundation-building cultivator who broke into this place, Hua Furong would be even more arrogant. Sure enough, when that cultivator saw Hua Furong's reaction, he immediately withdrew his divine sense and said warmly, "May I know which cultivation group fellow Daoist is from?" Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense. By the time he looked into the distance, an old man wearing the armor of a city guard was flying towards them with two early-stage foundation-building city guards. These three people all had swords hanging from their waists. This lady is a disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain. Have you all never seen me before? Hua Furong didn't care who they were and said without any trace of politeness. Chapter 2039. Hee, I was wrong. The old man slapped his forehead and came to a realization. I went to visit Elder Hua a few days ago, so I should know what you look like. Alas, it's all because this place was a little messy just now, which angered the nascent soul senior here. That's why I was so careful. Please forgive me, Miss Hua. Although Hua Furong had a bad temper, she was still a descendant of a famous sect. Seeing the old man apologize, she felt embarrassed and quickly bowed. I'm Hua Furong from the Blazing Fire Mountain. I've offended you just now. May I know when fellow Daoist met my great-grandfather? I don't seem to have seen you before. It's fine, it's fine. The old man flicked his sleeves and said, I'm Yu Chen, the new captain of the city guards of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Countless cultivators visit Elder Hua's cave every day. How could fellow Daoist Hua remember me? Hey, this is the captain of the city guards who replaced Shang Qinghe. Xiaohua looked at the old man and thought, he looks much more humble than Shang Qinghe. However, I wonder if Lu Cheng's material for refining tools has been delivered to him. Hee. So it's Captain Yu from the Blazing Fire Mountain. I've been disrespectful. Hua Furong smiled and looked around. She asked curiously, this should be the cave of Master Qin Yen from the Mo Sang Mountain. His temper has always been good. Why did he get angry? Alas, it's because a few foundation establishment cultivators wanted to make friends with Master Qin Yen. Not only did they send a communication talisman, they even sneaked to his cave and wanted to visit him. Yu Chen smiled bitterly. You said that the rules of the Blazing Fire Mountain were clear, but they just wanted to take the risk. I can punish them according to the city rules, but they have a sect after all, so I can't really kill them. Fellow Daoist Hua, you must know that the city guards of the Blazing Fire Mountain only stopped them, but never stopped them. Yes, I understand. Hua Furong smiled and said, Master Qing Yan is famous for his good temper. He won't really kill them, so these Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to find him. Hee, that's right. They all want to go to the auction to find some good stuff, but they don't even think about it. Even if they do find something good, what do they have that would catch the eye of a nascent soul cultivator? Yu Chen nodded and then cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Hua, please. This old man was just complaining a little. I've made a fool of myself. A lot of cultivators went to the Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortals Cave today. I'm afraid there must be something going on, right? Hua Furong smiled and said, yes, the 3 old ancestors invited their good friends. These 2 fellow Taoists from the Imperial Thunder sect are also my good friends. That's why they followed me to the banquet. Oh. So you are disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, sorry for the disrespect. Yu Qin hurriedly saluted Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue naturally returned the salute and introduced themselves. Your sect's Reverend Miyu is on the other side of Haoming City. This old man saw him a few months ago. Yu Qin said with a smile. Canlei Palace's Taoist Miyu? Joy appeared on Xiao Hua's face as he said, this Xiao has already come out to gain experience for several years. It's been a long time since I've seen him. I'll pay him a visit tomorrow. Yes, this is the filial piety of us junior disciples. Yu Chen nodded and told him where Taoist Miyu lived, then cupped his hands and flew away with the 2 city guards. After Yu Chen left, Hua Furong said with a smile, the city guards of Haoming City really have it tough. They don't dare to get too angry even when facing cultivators with lower cultivation than them. If it was me, I would have thrown a fireball at him. Who cares who he is? Hee, so Big Sister Hua is a disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain, and Senior Yu Chen is a city guard of Haoming City. Xue Xue pursed her lips and laughed. Let's go. Hua Hibiscus covered her mouth and laughed. She flew up again, and in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she flew to a brightly lit place. This was clearly an Immortal's Cave, but it was clearly much more imposing than Xiao Hua's Immortal's Cave. A jade door, several dozen meters in size, stood tall among the mountain rocks. The door was exquisitely carved, and various patterns appeared. There were no fluctuations of magic power. In front of the door, there were several children dressed in brocade robes, holding bright red lanterns in their hands. They seemed to be welcoming guests. In front of them, there were a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators scattered about. They were looking at the door of the Immortal's Cave, presumably wanting to pay a visit to the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. When those children saw Hua Furong, they all smiled and said, Martial Aunt Furong, Martial Aunt Furong. 2 of them, who looked very similar, rushed out and shouted, Martial Aunt, today, the 2 of us have crushed 32 messaging talismans, and the winner hasn't been decided. What do you think we should do? This. Hua Furong pretended to be troubled. If the winner can't be decided, then I can't give you the medicinal pills. While they were talking, one of the boys suddenly flew towards Hua Furong's side. The other boy's face was filled with shame, anger, and regret. That was because a communication talisman flew over from Xiao Hua's side and landed in the boy's hand. Just as Hua Furong had said, the boy didn't even look at the communication talisman. With a pinch of his hand, the communication talisman was crushed. Ha ha ha, I'm first, I'm first. That child cheerfully shouted in midair. However, at this time, a slightly old voice came from the messaging talisman. Hua Shan, this old man is Lan Yu from Xian Le sect. Tomorrow at noon, I have something to discuss with you, ah. When the boy heard these words, his dancing body came to a halt in midair. The smile on his little face also froze. Very quickly, it was replaced by a mournful expression. Clearly, he was about to cry. Martial uncle, save me, of course, he directly called out the name of Hua Zhishan of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain and called himself Lan Yu from Xian Le sect. Wasn't he Taoist master Lan Yu from Meng country's Xian Le sect? He was also an early nascent soul cultivator's messaging talisman, but it was actually crushed by a gatekeeper of Ardent Fire Mountain. How could a small child bear this kind of responsibility? Hua Furong saw this and sighed in her heart. She understood very well that this wasn't just a messaging talisman. It was a greeting from a nascent soul cultivator. That child should have delivered it to the three elders in a complete and respectful manner. To crush it so rashly, it really showed that Ardent Fire Mountain didn't have any rules. However, Hua Furong was also annoyed. She couldn't blame the child. As long as a nascent soul cultivator came to visit, they would first send a disciple to deliver a name card. It wasn't as simple as using a messaging talisman. This messaging talisman was somewhat rude. Don't be afraid. Martial Ant will take this messaging talisman inside. Hua Furong reached out and took it. She smiled and said to the child, however, today's medicinal pills are gone. Many thanks, Martial Ant. The child's face immediately beamed with joy. As long as Grandmaster Grandfather doesn't blame me, this little one is happy. Chapter 2040. I've let fellow Taoist Xiao see a joke. Hua Furong held the summoning talisman in her hand and said to Xiao Hua very apologetically, "My Blazing Fire Mountain's rules are strict, but I can't bear it." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Hua is so kind. How could you be wrong? I actually feel that this is very heartwarming." Hua Furong was very happy and said with a smile, "I'm already satisfied that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't see a joke. I'm a bit arrogant with such praise." Seeing Hua Furong restraining her temper and talking to Xiao Hua, the group of children was curious and looked at Xiao Hua without blinking. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, little sister Shui, please," Hua Furong said and led Xiao Hua and Shui into the courtyard. Behind the courtyard was a restriction. Although there was a bead curtain, it wasn't a screen wall but a spacious corridor behind the bead curtain. The corridor was quite peaceful and didn't seem to be chaotic. Just as Hua Furong stepped into the corridor, she saw a person walking quickly from the other end of the corridor. As soon as he saw Hua Furong, he shouted, "Furong, when did grandfather call me? How could you lie to big brother?" Xiao Hua frowned. Wasn't this person the Fire Qilin? What a coincidence. Just as he stepped into the Blazing Fire Mountain's immortal cave, he immediately ran into the person he didn't want to see the most. "Oh, fellow Taoist Shui." Xiao Hua and Shui also turned into the corridor and were immediately seen by the Fire Qilin. How could the Fire Qilin still have time to complain about Hua Furong? His face was full of surprise and he quickly walked over and bowed very seriously. A few days without seeing fellow Taoist Shui is like 3 years. Cough cough, Xiao Hua took a step forward and blocked the somewhat embarrassed Shui behind him. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Hua, we seem to have just met yesterday, right? How many days have we not seen each other? Is that so?" The Fire Qilin only glanced at Xiao Hua and immediately looked at Shui. "I've always been with fellow Taoist Shui. Although we haven't seen each other for a day, it feels like we haven't seen each other for several days." Shui was greatly embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Senior Hua, be careful with your words. When have I been with you all this time?" "Why not?" The Fire Qilin was somewhat anxious. He pointed at Fire Hibiscus and said, "Hasn't fellow Taoist Shui been with I and Hibiscus for the past 100 days? Shui breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua saw that the Fire Qilin only had eyes for Shui and was truly speechless. If the Fire Qilin had made any moves, Xiao Hua could have used it as a pretext to make a fuss, or even leave in a huff. But this guy had the appearance of an infatuated child, and didn't even say a single unreasonable word. Xiaohua really didn't know what to do. Fellow Taoist Hua, Xiaohua smiled. He held Shue's hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Hua, my humble junior sister was taken care of by the two fellow Taoists Hua. This Xiao is very grateful. Today, I specially came to your esteemed residence to thank you." "It's nothing." Fellow Taoist Shue's appearance is like a celestial being, and her character is noble and pure. She's just like a true immortal that has been banished to the mortal world. We mortals have to protect her with our lives. The fire Qilin didn't have Xiaohua in its eyes at all. It only stared at Shue as it spoke with sincerity. "Cousin." At the side, Hua Furong had an awkward expression. She managed to get the fire Qilin to come back with great difficulty. She didn't expect that she would bump into them the moment she returned to the Immortal's cave. Moreover, she was very clear about the relationship between Shue and Xiaohua. Naturally, she also talked to the fire Qilin in detail. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin didn't listen at all. She was also helpless. "Great-grandfather wants to see fellow Taoist Xiao. We should hurry and go in," Hua Furong reminded. Then let fellow Taoist Xiao go in. Why does fellow Taoist Shue have to follow?" The fire Qilin was stunned. "Great-grandfather is entertaining those snobbish people. What fun is there inside? Fellow Taoist Shue might as well go with Furong to see the lovely flowers. Right now, they should be blooming. It's the most gorgeous time. Senior Hua, Junior wants to accompany senior brother in. If you don't want to go, you can admire the lovely flowers by yourself." Shue leaned her body against Xiaohua and smiled apologetically. "Oh, since that's the case, I will also accompany fellow Taoist Shue in." Although the fire Qilin was disappointed, it still smiled. Damn it, Xiaohua almost wanted to use his hand to slap his forehead. At this moment, an amiable voice resounded. "Furong, Qilin? Who are the two of you talking to?" Hua Furong's face reddened. She promptly smiled and said, "Great-grandfather, what are you saying? Didn't you ask the boy to invite fellow Taoist Xiao here?" "Oh. Xiao. Xiaohua, I know. Let this child come in quickly." The voice was slightly stunned, but it was still amiable. Hua Furong's face showed an apologetic expression. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you see, great-grandfather is also old. I reckon that he drank a lot of spiritual wine last night. He even forgot what he said just now." It's fine, Xiaohua smiled and said, "I reckon that right now, the banquet is full of nascent soul and golden core seniors. I'm already satisfied to be able to see Elder Hua. Fellow Taoist, please." As Hua Furong spoke, she glanced at the fire Qilin. That guy's gaze was still on Shue's face. He didn't have the awareness of being a senior and leading the way at the front. Without any other choice, Hua Furong could only lead Xiaohua and Shue. The fire Qilin followed behind them and walked through the long corridor. As soon as Xiaohua and the others turned around the long corridor, their eyes immediately lit up. A burst of music filled their ears. They saw that this was a hall that was several hundred feet in size. The decorations were extremely gorgeous, and all kinds of strange patterns covered the entire hall. Even the floor was paved with huge pieces of spirit stones. On top of the spirit stones, Xiaohua first saw a dozen or so beautiful smiling female cultivators with graceful waists. Each and every one of these female cultivators wore strange clothes. Most of their snow-white skin was exposed, and their arms and legs were casually dancing. Their limbs exuded a kind of lazy feeling. After Xiaohua's gaze paused for a moment between these dancers, he looked at his surroundings again. Around him were some jade tables that cultivators often used to entertain guests. At this time, they were divided into 3 places. There were 5 tables at the head, and there were 5 tables at the left and right sides. Behind the table at the center of the head was a tall nascent soul cultivator wearing a fiery red Taoist robe. This cultivator's face was very strange. His forehead was bulging, his nose was sunken, his mouth was bloody, and his ears were strangely small. His entire face was very similar to Hua Hibiscus and Hua Qilin. Behind his left hand was a nascent soul cultivator's table, and behind his right hand was a nascent soul cultivator's table. There were also 2 nascent soul cultivators wearing fiery red Taoist robes. They looked almost exactly the same as him. No wonder. When Xiaohua saw the appearance of the 3 people, he immediately understood. Previously, he had suspected that Hua Hibiscus also knew a secret technique to deceive the world like him and could change her appearance like Wuxia. Now, it seemed that this was her true appearance. Seeing Xiaohua's group of 4 enter, everyone in the main hall very naturally swept their divine senses over them. There was no need to mention Hua Hibiscus and Hua Qilin. Their faces were their signature. Who didn't know them? They swept their divine senses over Xiaohua and Shui a few times. However, when they saw that they were Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining disciples, they withdrew their divine senses. Only the Foundation Establishment cultivator on the right had a shocked expression on his face. Naturally, the one sitting in the center was the eldest of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, Hua Zhishan. However, even though he was called the eldest, he wasn't that big of a deal. The second elder, Hua Yishui, and the third elder, Hua Picong, followed closely behind him. They were the triplets' twin brothers. Since young, these triplets' minds were connected and their aptitudes were the same. Among the disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain, they were known as geniuses. And the most interesting thing was that these 3 people's cultivation advancement was also the same. Their breakthroughs in Foundation Establishment, Gold Core, and Nascent Soul Realms were definitely not more than 10 days apart. In the country of Xi, the Ardent Fire Mountain was neither big nor small. It was precisely because of these 3 brothers that their strength was ranked very high. The most amazing thing was that in the present day when the ancient formations had been lost, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain somehow managed to obtain a combination of 3 people. The 3 of them together could fight against 6 nascent soul cultivators. With this, the reputation of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain became even more resounding in the country of Xi. After the group of dancers retreated, Hua Furong brought Xiaohua and Shui to the front. She bowed and said, "Great-grandfather, this is the Xiaohua that the boy often mentioned to you." It was fellow Taoist Xiao who saved the boy from the evil clutches of the heavenly demon sect that day. Junior's Imperial Thunder sects Xiaohua and Shui greet Senior Hua. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and pulled Shui forward to greet him. Get up. Hua Zhishan smiled. The pockmarks on his face became even brighter. With a wave of his hand, a great force stopped Xiaohua and Shui's figures. He smiled and said, "Who is your master? Is it someone this old man knows?" Junior's master is Thunderclap Palace's helplessness. Xiaohua smiled apologetically, "I'm afraid Senior Hua doesn't know." Junior's master is Thunderclap Palace's Sun Ming. Shui also said. "Oh, Thunderclap Palace's Thunderclap spiritual master. This old man has heard of him but has never seen him before." Hua Zhishan smiled, "Fellow Taoist helplessness, I really don't know him. What is his cultivation level?" Junior's master is at the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Xiaohua carefully said. "Only at the late stage of Foundation Establishment?" Hua Zhishan on the left shouted, "No wonder this old man was pondering just now. Alright, Senior Hua knows. Junior has also just reached Foundation Establishment." "Master? Of course it's impossible for him to be at Golden Core." Xiaohua bitterly smiled. "Since ancient times, don't ask about a hero's origin. As long as you have cultivation and strength, who cares about your origin? Another Huizhishan said, you saved our Furong, so you have fate with our ardent fire mountain. Come, arrange a seat for Xiao Hua. Yes, the distant ardent fire mountain disciple replied, placing a table at the end of the left and placing spirit wine, spirit fruits, and other things on it. At this time, Huizhishan smiled, come, Xiao Hua, greet the two seniors beside this old man. As he spoke, he pointed to the left, this is Lanli Sect's Xian Yunzi. Xiao Hua understood Huizhishan's meaning and quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply, Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Xian Yunzi. Xian Yunzi slightly nodded, ignoring him. Huizhishan smiled, fellow Taoist Xian Yunzi, if you meet Xiao Hua in the future, please take care of him for this old man's sake. Chapter 2041. Well said. Xian Yunzi nodded again. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect Xian Yunzi and said happily, thank you Senior Xian Yunzi. This is Huangdao Sect's Daoist Shui Mo, the nascent soul cultivator. On Huizhishan's right smiled, Daoist Shui Mo, please take care of him in the future. Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Shui Mo. Xiao Hua bowed again. Get up. Daoist Shui Mo waved his hand, Imperial Thunder Sect is a big sect, not something Ardent Fire Mountain, Bluely Sect, and Huangdao Sect can compare to. Xiao Hua is just a junior. Although he has Imperial Thunder Sect's background, there will always be times when he meets difficulties. If you two fellow Taoists can meet him, it will be as easy as lifting a hand. Huizhishan smiled and raised his cup, come, fellow Taoists, please. Please, Xian Yunzi and Daoist Shui Mo raised their cups and said. Xiao Hua was quite surprised to see Hua Shrouded Mountain talking to the two nascent soul cultivators. He thought it would be great if he could meet the two nascent soul cultivators and report their names. Who would have thought it would be like this? Huizhishan must love this junior named Hua Furong very much. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't see Hua Furong's shocked expression or he would be even more surprised. When Huizhishan and the others put down their cups, a mid-gold core cultivator on the left stood up. It was Lanli Sect's Baiyu. He smiled and said, Junior congratulates Senior Hua's nephew for being able to escape from Heavenly Demon Sect's evil hands. However, after listening to what Senior Hua said just now, I don't understand. Oh? Does nephew have any questions? Huizhishan looked at Xian Yunzi and asked Baiyu. Baiyu said, Junior has a disciple who just entered Foundation establishment. However, in this junior's opinion, this junior's disciple's cultivation is even inferior to Ardent Fire Mountain's Hua Furong. Furthermore, Xiao Hua just said that he had also just built his foundation. How could he possibly save Hua Furong? Moreover, according to Elder Hua, Heavenly Demon Sect has 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Xiao Hua also has a Qi Refinement junior sister. How could he save Hua Furong? It would be good enough if he didn't run away, right? Baiyu said again, if Xiao Hua and his junior sister saved Hua Furong, then turned around and left, then Junior would not have anything to suspect. Moreover, he only came to Haoming City to look for Senior Hua after nearly a year with junior sister. Senior Hua has to be on guard against Xiao Hua and Xue Xue's intentions. Senior Bai, what do you mean by this? Before Xiao Hua could speak, the Fire Qilin walked over from behind Xue Xue and said with a frown, fellow Daoist Xue came to Haoming City with Furong several months ago. How could it be like what you said? Besides, with fellow Daoist Xue's character, why would he do such a dirty thing? Baiyu was slightly startled, then he smiled and said, I don't know the details. I only heard Elder Hua asking about the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Only then did I know about this. I'm just stating facts. I'm somewhat doubtful about Xiao Hua's cultivation. That's just a wild guess. Fellow Taoist Shui would never do that. The Fire Qilin retorted without hesitation. Qilin, Huapakong stopped him. Baiyue is your senior, you can't be so rude. Besides, you're usually rather refined. Why are you so reckless today? He can talk about anyone, but he can't talk about fellow Taoist Shui. The Fire Qilin said stiffly. You child. Huapaishui smiled. Baiyue is just reminding you. It's nothing. Even reminding is not allowed. Damn it. Xiaohua had a good impression of the Fire Qilin. This guy seems to be somewhat infatuated. Even I feel ashamed of my inferiority. Huapaishui was somewhat helpless. He knew the Fire Qilin's temper. He could only smile and point at the table. Furong, accompany Shui Shui to rest over there. Yes. Hua Furong didn't dare to disobey. She glanced at Baiyu and said, at that time, I was captured by the heavenly demon sect disciples and was unconscious. When I woke up, there was only Xiaohua and Shui Shui beside me. The 3 demons had already been executed. It was Xiaohua who did it. How can I be wrong? After that, she didn't speak anymore. She pulled Shui Shui's hand and walked towards the table. The Fire Qilin naturally didn't hesitate to follow. Only Xiaohua stood there. When Furong told me about this matter, I was also shocked. First, I had only heard of the heavenly demon sect's name and didn't know the details. Therefore, I just wanted to ask my fellow Taoists about their knowledge. Second, heavenly demon sect actually dared to make a move on my Ardent Fire Mountain's direct disciple. It can be said that their ambition is truly hateful. Third, I didn't believe what Baiyu said just now. An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator can kill 3 cultivators of the same level. Huapaishui smiled. However, after I carefully thought about it and made some inquiries, I found out that the heavenly demon sect is made up of devil cultivators. In addition, their foundation establishment cultivators can't compare to our foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Their lightning cultivation method is the nemesis of devil cultivators. Since Senior Hua said so, this junior can't say anything. Baiyu smiled. This junior is only reminding you as an outsider. Don't fall into the trap of others. Even if it's a famous sect, there are still some direct disciples who can't do such dirty things. Seeing Baiyu sit down, Huapaishui laughed. Many thanks for Blue Li sect's fellow Taoists' concern. My Ardent Fire Mountain naturally knows the severity of this matter. In fact, Furong has already said that it was because she was careless. It seems that she knew that loose cultivator in the past. Therefore, she fell into the trap. If it was a normal time, those 3 cultivators might not be able to catch her. Then, he said to Xiaohua, tell me what happened that day. After all, Furong was unconscious at that time and didn't see it. Yes. This junior doesn't dare to disobey. Xiaohua knew that when he came here, he would definitely be asked about the process. He had already thought about it. Anyway, there were no secrets, only the Samadhi true fire. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, knowing the Samadhi true fire, it wasn't too strange. Thus, Xiaohua recounted everything that had happened. You know the Samadhi true fire? Hua Zhishan's face revealed a happy expression. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and nodded. Good, Senior Hua knows. If it wasn't for the Samadhi true fire, this junior would have fallen into the hands of the heavenly demon sect. Xiaohua felt that it was inappropriate. He regretted not changing the Samadhi true fire to the thunder palm. But really, how could the thunder palm defeat cultivators of the same level? Show it to me. Hua Zhishan laughed. This. Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Ardent Fire Mountain is a sect that controls fire. This junior shouldn't reveal this little bit of pettiness, right? Chapter 2042. Good boy, you're quite generous. Xian Yunzi of the Blue Li sect mocked, I'm not proficient in Samadhi true fire, and you say it's petty. Junior doesn't dare. Junior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. No matter, show it to me. Hua Paokong smiled, everyone here is your senior, what's there to be afraid of? Yes. When Xiaohua heard this, he could only brace himself and open his hand. An inch-long Samadhi true fire appeared in his palm. Seeing that the Samadhi true fire only had a strand of red within the pure purple, the cultivators present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Xiaohua's Samadhi true fire was small, it was pure. Xiaohua was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. If he was at the nascent soul stage, how big would the Samadhi true fire be? All the nascent soul cultivators were well aware of this. Damn it, I finally understand why you were able to easily kill the 3 demons from the heavenly demon sect. Hua Paokong smiled, your Samadhi true fire is their nemesis. Yes, Xiaohua put away the Samadhi true fire and said with an apologetic smile, Junior was also forced to activate this Samadhi true fire after various spells were ineffective. If this thing is still unable to do anything, Junior can only take Junior sister and flee. And this thing hit the demons, no wonder it didn't leave behind any remains. Huozhe Shan grinned and said, Xiaohua, take out the demons' things and let the seniors have a look. Let's see if there are any clues about the heavenly demon sect. Yes. Xiaohua had already prepared this item and unhesitatingly took out a storage pouch from his waist. Huozhe Shan waved his hand and Xiaohua's storage pouch was sucked into his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and frowned, then passed it to Master Xuemo. After everyone had finished looking, the last foundation establishment cultivator on the right handed the storage pouch back to Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at this somewhat familiar-looking cultivator, but before he could think, he heard Xian Yunzi say, this matter is somewhat troublesome. The methods of the heavenly demon sect are quite strange. I've only heard of similar methods among the demonic cultivators. Many of the methods of the demonic cultivators are not things that we cultivators can practice. Could it be that the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect found a method to practice the demonic techniques? Yes, that should be the case. Master Xuemo also said, I've previously heard about the heavenly demon sect's disciples, but in the cultivation's 3 kingdoms, every year, there are small sects and small sects, at the same time, some small sects and small sects and small sections. Who would have thought that the heavenly demon sect, they sect? The key point is that since they dared to make a move on my blazing fire mountain, they will definitely make a move on the Blue Li sect and Huangdao sect. In the future, they will definitely make a move on the Imperial Thunder sect and Huanhua sect. This kind of sect is terrifying. Yes, we need to think about this at length. Huozhe Shan nodded, then turned to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, take your place. Originally, this old man wanted to give you some rewards in front of these 2 Dao friends. Consider it my ardent fire mountain's gratitude, but since you know the Samadhi true fire, this old man will have to consider it carefully. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua didn't dare to say any more humble words. He bowed and walked to the lowest table on the left. Although Fire Qilin didn't sit next to Xue, Hua Hibiscus couldn't block Fire Qilin's gaze. Fellow Daoist Xiao, Hua Hibiscus smiled apologetically, I've told grandfather everything I know and what Sister Xue told me. Grandfather naturally believes in fellow Daoist, but I didn't expect the disciples of the Blue Li sect to. Xiaohua saw that the hot-tempered Hua Hibiscus was so obedient and smiled, don't worry, what they said makes sense. If I didn't have the true Samadhi fire, I wouldn't dare to say that I could save fellow Daoist Hua from the heavenly demon sect. Hua Hibiscus grinned. Although she looked ugly, her eyes were sincere. She raised her cup. This is my Fiery Mountain's fiery wine. It's the most effective for fire-type physiques. Fellow Taoist Xiao should drink a few more cups. Spiritual wine again. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. However, he thought that everyone present were nascent soul and golden core cultivators. He was just a small character. No one would plot against him. The moment that the fiery wine entered his mouth, he instantly felt a burning hot current rush into his body. Xiao Hua choked and almost shed tears. Immediately, the hot current turned into spiritual energy and rushed into his meridians. Like a fire snake, it followed the Heart Sutra and went through a cycle. Only when Xiao Hua's entire body was boiling hot did the spiritual energy dissipate in his meridians. What a tyrannical spiritual wine! Xiao Hua sighed and said. This spiritual wine has a benefit. Hua Hibiscus said with a smile. However, just as she said that, her face turned red and she stopped. Xiao Hua didn't see it and asked curiously, "There's a special benefit?" "I'm all ears." "This." Hua Hibiscus murmured, "I heard grandfather say that. It seems to be related to dual cultivation." Although Hua Hibiscus was ugly, her skin was extremely white. At this moment, her earlobes and neck were slightly red. Sweat. Xiao Hua was also embarrassed. He was about to hide something when he heard someone transmit sound in his ear. "Xiao Hua, this old man has already introduced the nascent soul cultivators. As for the golden core cultivators present, let Hibiscus bring you to toast them. In the future, when you walk around Dawn Rain Continent, it will be convenient." Xiao Hua looked up and saw Hua Zhishan's ugly face looking at him with a smile. Xiao Hua didn't dare to transmit sound in fear of being discovered by the other nascent soul cultivators. At this moment, Hua Hibiscus also received Hua Zhishan's order. She waved her hand and asked the ardent Fire Mountain disciple behind her to bring a wine pot and a jade cup. She whispered to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the cultivators present all have some face in Shi or Meng country. This servant's master is in ardent Fire Mountain and didn't come with grandfather. This servant can only toast them. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect and also this servant's savior. This can be considered as getting to know them. In the future, it should be helpful to fellow Taoist Xiao." "Good." Xiao Hua stood up with Hua Hibiscus. He knew that this was an opportunity given to him by Hua Zhishan. Whether he was willing or not, he had to get up and toast. The two nascent soul cultivators wouldn't accept Xiao Hua's toast. Therefore, Hua Hibiscus led Xiao Hua to toast from the left side. There were 5 tables on the left side. They were the 2 middle gold core stage cultivators of Bluely Sect, Bai Yu and Ku Qingxiang, the middle gold core stage cultivator of Blazing Flame Sect, Meng Shi, and early gold core stage cultivator of Blazing Flame Sect, Lu Lanlan. At the bottom, next to Xiao Hua, was the middle foundation establishment stage cultivator of Lian country, Wang Ming. The other cultivators were easy to talk to. For the sake of ardent Fire Mountain's face, they all smiled and greeted Xiao Hua. After drinking the spirit wine, only Bai Yu coldly looked at Xiao Hua and asked, "Xiao Hua, this old man feels that you have some problems. Let's not talk about your Samadhi true fire. How can this Samadhi true fire burn 3 foundation establishment cultivators at the same time? As long as you burn one of them, the other 2 will attack you at the same time. Can you escape? Moreover, after you saved Hua Hibiscus, you suddenly disappeared and only sent your junior sister to Haoming City. Where have you been for nearly a year? How can this old man not suspect that you have colluded with the Heavenly Demon Sect?" Similarly, without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Hua Hibiscus was also displeased and coldly said, "Senior Bai Yu, this is something that my ardent Fire Mountain should consider, right? Since Xiao Hua is hiding something, he is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It is impossible for him to collude with the demons of the heavenly demon sect. Even my great-grandfather believes it. There is no need for Senior to worry too much. Baiyu smiled and looked at Hua Hibiscus and then at Xiao Hua. He didn't say anything and didn't drink that cup of wine. Xiao Hua originally didn't want to be meddlesome, but this Baiyu's repeated suspicions also made Xiao Hua somewhat angry. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Baiyu's suspicions are indeed reasonable. Of course, I can't tell Senior where I went this year, but I can explain to Senior how I was able to escape the attacks of 2 foundation-building cultivators. Oh. If you can convince this old man will drink this cup of wine. Baiyu said with a smile. Senior only knows that Junior is a foundation establishment cultivator, but don't forget Junior's origin. Xiao Hua faced Baiyu. Junior is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Junior naturally has the strengths of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. You actually know the lightning evasion technique? Baiyu was somewhat surprised. This old man has a friend who is also a foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. He is already in the late stage of foundation establishment, but he has yet to learn the lightning evasion technique. He is a direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. From your surname, you shouldn't be a direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, right? How is it possible for you? Senior Baiyu, what is impossible in this world? Xiao Hua looked at Baiyu with a smile. Forget it. Baiyu raised his cup and said with a bitter smile, this old man is asking for trouble today. This old man will drink this cup of wine. The last cultivator on the right had been paying attention to Xiao Hua. When he heard the conversation between Xiao Hua and Baiyu, his face unconsciously revealed a thoughtful expression. After toasting the 5 cultivators on the left, it was the 5 cultivators on the right. These cultivators were Huang Dao Sect's middle stage golden core stage cultivator Xing Ting and early stage golden core stage cultivator Su Yun. Meng Country's Immortal Music Sect's middle stage golden core stage cultivator Li Chengxiu and middle stage foundation establishment cultivator Zhe Ming. The last cultivator, Xiao Hua, who looked somewhat familiar, was Xuanyan School's middle stage foundation establishment cultivator Liang Yu. However, although Xiao Hua was paying attention to Liang Yu, he didn't have the slightest impression of this unfamiliar name. Liang Yu also followed the rules, as if he didn't know Xiao Hua at all. Thus, Xiao Hua casually said a few words to these 5 cultivators and returned to his seat. It could be said that he had completely thrown Liang Yu's matter aside. After a moment, Hua Zheshan, Daoist Shui Mo, and the others roared with laughter as if they were talking about something extremely interesting. Hua Zhekong called the dancers over. After watching the dance that made Xiao Hua feel somewhat embarrassed, everyone dispersed. Hua Zheshan left Xiao Hua and Xue Xue alone while he and his 2 brothers sent Daoist Xue Mo and Xian Yunzi out of the cave. Chapter 2043. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Hua Furong ordered the disciples of Ardent Fire Mountain to clean up the other tables before inviting Xiao Hua and Xue Xue to sit on the left. However, before Xiao Hua and Xue Xue could sit, Hua Zheshan and the other 2 had already returned. Hua Zheshan smiled and said, Xiao Hua, and Xue Xue, come with this old man. Yes. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue had already stood up. Hearing this, they looked at each other in surprise and followed Hua Zheshan into the hall. Furong, you come too. Fire Qilin did not need Hua Zheshan's order and had already followed behind Xue Xue. Hua Furong was hesitant because Hua Zheshan clearly had something to tell her. However, hearing Hua Zheshan's call, Hua Furong quickly followed. After the hall, there were several different corridors. Hua Zheshan did not hesitate to choose the middle corridor and walked in. Fire Qilin only had Xue Xue in his eyes and did not care, but Hua Furong frowned. When Xiaofan stopped in front of the last room, Furong was even more confused. This room was where the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain usually cultivated. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. Even Fire Qilin and Furong could not enter without being summoned. Xiaofan looked at the 4 people kindly and waved his sleeve, opening the room's restriction and entering first. Then, the other 2 elders looked at each other with a mysterious smile and followed him in. Xiaohua entered the room and realized that it was extremely large. It was probably half the size of the reception hall. In the room, there were 3 praying mats placed in a triangular formation. Below them were some simple decorations such as jades and bottles. Qilin, Furong, you 2 accompany Xiaohua and Shui. Xiaofan waved his sleeve and walked to the center praying mat. He smiled and said, "This old man has some matters to discuss." Yes. Although Fire Qilin should be the one to respond, Furong could only answer on his behalf. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please sit." Furong reached out and took out a few praying mats from her storage pouch. She casually placed them in the quiet room and invited Xiaohua to take a seat. Although Xiaofan wanted Xiaohua and the others to sit as they pleased, how could Xiaohua dare? He smiled and said, "This Xiao is prepared to stand. If I sit down, I'm afraid it would be disrespectful to the seniors." Seeing this, Shui naturally nodded and said softly, "Let's stand here and talk." "Okay, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Shui." The Fire Qilin, who had been silent all this time, waved his hand and put the several praying mats back into his storage bag. Fire Qilin. Furong was a bit angry. She said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao and little sister Shui are guests. Grandfather ordered them to sit. They are just being polite, so how can you take it seriously?" "Oh, okay." The Fire Qilin was like a puppet that had lost its soul. With a flick of its hand, the 4 praying mats fell to the ground. Shui looked at Xiaohua awkwardly. Xiaohua also looked at the Fire Qilin, but it turned a deaf ear to Xiaohua's gaze. Sigh. Thinking about how the Fire Qilin protected Shui, Xiaohua did not know how to treat it. Cough cough, above the cultivation room, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain had smiles in their eyes. They communicated in a low voice for a moment before nodding. Xiaofan coughed and said, "Xiaohua, you all should sit down. This old man has something to say to you." This junior obeys. Xiaohua bowed and sat down. "Just now at the banquet, the disciples of Lanli sect doubted you. Please don't take it to heart." Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, "This old man knows that you are a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect. You would not collude with any demon from Sky Demon sect. However, the Lanli sect has always wanted to be at the forefront of the cultivation sects in the country of Xi. They are quite hostile towards the Huanhua sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. This old man understands his intentions. When he asked you to reveal some spells, it was also to let you become famous. Yes, this junior understands." This was the first time Xiaohua knew that Lanli sect was hostile towards Huanhua sect and Imperial Thunder sect. However, he was very happy that Xiaofan was explaining this to him. The regret from before was swept away. "You saved my family's Furong. The 3 of us are very happy. After hearing the benefits that Furong promised you, the 3 of us also agreed. Let's not talk about bringing you to participate in the auction. Just now, this old man has already prepared some benefits for you. We don't dare. As long as senior can bring this junior to participate in the auction, this junior will be very grateful." Xiaohua quickly smiled. "Hee, that's easy. When the time comes and you see something that you are satisfied with, just tell this old man. This old man will help you bid." Xiaofan said casually, "However, in the auction that we will participate in, any item will cost a lot of spirit stones. This old man and the others have already arranged the auction for my Wuxia Shan. If you want to bid for something, you will have to pay the spirit stones yourself. Of course. This junior left for a year to prepare. Xiao Hua smiled. I don't dare to trouble the seniors. At this time, Hua Furong said, Great-grandfather, just now when the boy accompanied fellow Xiao here, he received a message from a cultivator. The boy knows that great-grandfather hates this kind of message, so he crushed it. I didn't expect it to be a message from Immortal Music Sect's Daoist Blue Feather. As she spoke, Hua Furong took out the message talisman that the boy crushed. And, I know, Wuxia Shan didn't even look at it. He flicked his sleeve and said, This guy came for the item that my Wuxia Shan is bidding for. Today, Immortal Music Sect's Li Chengxiu came to visit this old man. He didn't even bring his name card. He is obviously using his Mongolian sect's arrogance. Yes, the boy understands. Hua Furong was overjoyed and put the broken message talisman into her storage bag. Seeing Hua Furong take the blame for the boy, Xiao Hua had a new understanding of this temperamental female cultivator. In fact, appearance didn't mean everything. For example, the beautiful Chen Yi. Xiao Hua, actually what this old man wants to say is far from this. Wuxia Shan looked at Hua Furong. He obviously knew what this junior boy had done. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, This old man saw your true samadhi fire and, just now, all my previous thoughts were overturned. I want to give you more. Xiao Hua was stunned. He felt that something was wrong. How could there be free spirit wine in this world? He quickly waved his hand and said, This junior really only wants to ask for a small favor from senior. What are you in such a hurry for? Boss hasn't finished yet. Hua Pekong said angrily. We have been discussing for half a day and you don't appreciate it? Third brother. Wuxia Shan smiled. Don't scare the child. This temper of yours, Furong has learned it from you. Chapter 2044. Hee, boss, Furong is my direct descendant, how can she not follow me? Hua Pekong laughed. Humph, Qilin is also my direct descendant, how can she not follow me? Hua Shishui looked at the infatuated fire Qilin and said angrily. Hua Shishui Shan ignored the two and clenched his hand. Xiao Hua felt the world's energy in the room suddenly gather in Hua Shishui Shan's hand. Hua Shishui Shan waved his hand and a red light flashed in the air. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the air and started to absorb the world's energy. In the blink of an eye, it became big. Xiao Hua was somewhat dumbstruck. The trembling light was actually a fiery red firebird. That firebird was extremely lifelike. Aside from the fact that there wasn't much spiritual light in its eyes, even the fine feathers on its forehead could be seen. It was exactly the same as a real firebird. On the left side of the firebird, an extreme heat radiated in all directions. Xiao Hua was not too close, but he could already feel the heat. Whoosh! That firebird actually spread its wings and pounced towards Xiao Hua. Ouch! Xiao Hua was startled. When the firebird flew, it actually gave off an intimidating aura that could cover Xiao Hua and restrict his flight. Moreover, this momentum was so terrifying. Although it was much worse than the vermilion bird transformed by the vermilion bird Great Array in Tianmen Mountain, it was not something that Xiao Hua could easily dodge. The bird flew in front of Xiao Hua. Half an inch closer and Xiao Hua would turn into ashes, but the bird spread its wings again and flew in front of Hua Shishui Shan. Seeing the bird in his hand, Hua Shishui Shan looked at Xiao Hua with pride and said, Xiao Hua, what do you think of this old man's fire-controlling technique? It's really amazing. Xiao Hua said willingly, this is the first time this junior has seen such a technique. This junior is full of admiration. This is nothing. Xiaofan smiled, my ardent fire mountain is a fire sect. We have many fire controlling techniques. I just don't know, your Imperial Thunder sect also has fire attribute disciples. Have you learned this kind of fire controlling technique? This. Hearing Xiaofan's question, Xiaohua hesitated. After all, he represented the Imperial Lightning sect and couldn't embarrass them. But in reality, he hadn't learned any fire control techniques from the Imperial Thunder sect, that brat Yoda. Boss is asking you, how can you be so rude? Huapikong shouted, you're just a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect with a different surname. How could you have learned such a miraculous fire controlling technique? Xiaohua nodded. Senior Hua is right. Junior has indeed never had the opportunity to learn such a fire controlling technique. However, Junior believes that my Imperial Thunder sect surely has such a miraculous fire controlling technique as well. There is, but, can you practice it? Xiaofan looked at Xiaohua with interest. Junior doesn't know. Xiaohua could only tell the truth. Do you want to learn my fire control technique? Xiaofan asked. Xiaohua was taken aback. He shook his head and said, Junior doesn't want to. Why not? Huapikong was anxious. Xiaohua glanced at Huapikong, not knowing why he was so anxious. He could only reply, this is a secret technique of Ardent Fire Mountain. Junior is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. How could I learn Ardent Fire Mountain's secret technique? Even if Junior wants to, I'm afraid I can't. Why not? As long as you want to. Huapikong said. Senior, what do you mean? Xiaohua was startled. What do you think of Furong? Xiaofan suddenly asked. Not bad? Xiaohua blurted out. But then his expression changed. He knew that something was wrong. He looked at Shui. Shui also understood, her eyes flashing with surprise. Xiaofan laughed, you have good eyesight, great-grandfather, what do you mean? Furong's face turned red as she hurriedly asked. You silly child. Xiaofan laughed, this year, you've mentioned Xiaohua many times in front of this old man. If this old man still doesn't know your intentions, then this old man will really be a fool. That's not it, great-grandfather. Furong's neck was completely red as she anxiously said, fellow Taoist Xiao is this child's benefactor. This child only mentioned this in front of you so that great-grandfather can reward him greatly. Boy, knows that fellow Taoist Xiao and sister Shui are a match made in heaven. Sister Shui's yearning for fellow Taoist Xiao in this year, boy has seen it all. How can a boy steal someone's love? This, absolutely cannot. Humph, why not? Huapikong angrily said. You're a direct disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain. Your future will be bright. Xiaohua is just a neglected disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. What future does he have? If he dual cultivates with you, this old man will teach him all the secret techniques of Ardent Fire Mountain. When he reaches Golden Core or Nascent Soul, this old man will give him the position of an elder of Ardent Fire Mountain. Wouldn't that be more glorious than being in the Imperial Thunder sect? Great-grandfather, dual cultivators cannot be forced. Furong naturally knew that Xiaofan and the others cared for her, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly defended herself. But before she could finish, Huapikong berated her, Furong, although you've been like your great-grandfather since you were young and have a bad temper, unlike a little girl, you've always been kind to others. Great-grandfather and the others can clearly see that. Let's not talk about other things, just take that demon from the Heavenly Demon sect for example. Wasn't it because of your kindness that he caused so much trouble? Also, the mistake of the boy at the door, you didn't even ask about it and just took responsibility for it. You have to know that there are some things you can be kind to others, but there are some things you can't. This old man also knows that you're a female cultivator and have always been inferior to others because of your appearance. Many times, you've avoided others and even used your bad temper as an excuse. Hua Picong continued, however, your happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. You can't rely on others' charity. Xiao Hua's appearance is grand, and he also has a fire attribute constitution. He's proficient in Samadhi true fire. This kind of cultivator is very hard to find in the Dawn Rain continent. If he were to dual cultivate with you, it would definitely be extremely beneficial to your cultivation. Moreover, Xiao Hua's cultivation would also definitely advance greatly because of your assistance. Why don't you take the initiative to seize this kind of beneficial matter? This old man knows that you're thin-skinned, so today, I brought you and Xiao Hua into the quiet room and made this matter clear in front of you. It's also Xiao Hua's good fortune to have you, the daughter of the first wife of Ardent Fire Mountain. Great-grandfather Hua Furong smiled bitterly. Everything you said is correct. This boy also doesn't object to what you said. A woman will dress up for the person she likes. With this kind of appearance, which cultivator would be willing to dual cultivate with a boy? Those who send themselves to my door, saying sweet words and loving words, which one of them doesn't have ulterior motives and want to rush to my Ardent Fire Mountain's inheritance? Boy has long been sick of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed great-grandfather to Bright Dawn City. It's alright, Furong. When you reach nascent soul, you'll definitely be able to reforge your body. At that time, you can do whatever you want to him. Hua Zhishan smiled. Don't be like this old man and the others, thinking too highly of yourself and not wanting to wallow in the mire with others. Hua Furong smiled bitterly again and bowed. Great-grandfather, boy is only in the early stage of foundation establishment. Nascent soul is something that will happen thousands of years later. In any case, boy doesn't intend to reforge his body. Sigh, great-grandfather, to put it bluntly, boy doesn't even like Xiao Hua. Aren't you forcing the boy to go against his heart? Hee, how is that possible? Hua Picong smiled. This old man also came here when he was young. How can I not see it? Back then, when this old man was dual cultivating, it was exactly the same as you are now. A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet. Great-grandfather, this old man understands your feelings. Boy. Hua Furong was somewhat dejected as she spoke softly. What do you mean by a forcibly picked melon won't be sweet? Hua Picong said. Feelings can be cultivated. Back then, this old man also forced himself on her. Third brother. Hua Zhishan scolded and then said to Hua Furong, it's different now. Furong, you have 3 great-grandfathers supporting you. There are cultivators all over the world, and you can choose one by one. This old man also likes Xiao Hua. Just his true Samadhi fire is a gift from the heavens. Fellow Taoist Xiao is Sister Shue's lover. Hua Furong said word by word. Boy isn't ashamed to the point of fighting over a junior's partner. Haha, Hua Zhishan laughed. Do you even need to consider this? This old man and the others are all optimistic. Didn't you see how distracted your cousin is? If Shue and Qilin dual cultivate, and you and Xiao Hua dual cultivate, wouldn't that be a natural couple? At this moment, whether it was Xiao Hua, Hua Furong, or even Shue, they were all stunned. Previously, when Hua Furong argued with the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. He looked at Shue and did not speak. Shue naturally knew that Xiao Hua and Hua Furong had only met once and did not have any dirty thoughts. But after hearing Hua Zhishan's arrangement, she was a bit afraid. Shue seems to be of the lightning attribute, similar to Qilin's fire attribute. After dual cultivating, their cultivation will be the same as yours, complementing each other. Why not? Hua Zhishan said proudly. Qilin. Boy is here. Hua Qilin ignored Hua Zhishan's call. Only after shouting twice did he look away from Xue Xue's anxious expression. He asked curiously, why did great-grandpa call boy? Do you like Xue Xue? Hua Zhishan asked decisively. I like her. Hua Qilin was even more straightforward. Are you willing to let Xue Xue dual cultivate with you? Hua Qilin stared blankly, then became overjoyed. Of course, boy is very willing. Damn this. Xiao Hua was slightly angered. Xue Xue's face was also ashen. Look, how good is this? Hua Zhishan laughed, the two of you are this old man's treasures. Once Xiao Hua and Xue Xue come, all the problems will be solved. This old man is happy to death. Damn it. Xiao Hua cursed inwardly, isn't this randomly matching a couple? Chapter 2045. Immediately after, Xiao Hua stepped forward and bowed. 3 seniors, this junior greatly admires Ardent Fire Mountain, but the problem is the same as what fellow Taoist Hua Furong said. This junior and fellow Taoist Hua Furong have only met a few times, and I don't have any thoughts in this regard. Senior has forced us to be together, and we are simply unable to dual cultivate. Besides, this junior has been in love with Xue Xue for a long time, and this life can't be without Xue Xue. Senior's good intentions, this junior can only accept it. That's right. Xue Xue stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Hua. Their fingers interlocked, and she said, this junior will only dual cultivate with Xiao Hua in this life. Others would rather die than submit. Rather die than submit? Hua Pakong laughed, I said the same thing back then, but after I dual cultivated with her, third brother. Hearing Hua Pachong's words, Hua Zhishan hurriedly scolded, don't talk too much. Boss, it's nothing. Hua Pakong said innocently, I just wanted to say that she always makes me drink blaze brew. I know. Hua Zhishan was angry and amused at the same time. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, how can a junior like you interfere with our decision? When my Ardent Fire Mountain tells this good news to the Imperial Thunder Sect, even Qian Lei of the Imperial Thunder Sect will be happy. I'm sorry, senior. Xiao Hua rejected, this is this junior's private matter, and it has nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder Sect. This junior will say the same thing as Xue Xue, I would rather die than submit. Humph, then you can wait to die. Hua Pakong was already impatient. He grabbed, and before Xiao Hua could react, he felt the heaven and earth spiritual qi around him being sucked dry. He had no way to borrow strength, and an irresistible restrictive force appeared in mid-air, firmly holding him in place. You! Xiao Hua was shocked. Just as he was about to spit out the spiritual fire and forcefully break through the shackles, the power of the shackles had already landed. The true essence around his body was completely frozen, just like in the Yingxiao Black Forest. Bitter. Xiao Hua sighed. Great-grandfather. Hua Furong hurriedly stood in front of Xiao Hua, you have taken Xiao Hua's life. How can that boy still have the face to continue living in this world? Tisk, Hua Peikong put his hands inside his Taoist robe. I was just scaring him. How could I bear to do anything to such a good son-in-law? As long as he and Xue Xue change their minds and agree to this matter, this old man will naturally release them. Xiao Hua quickly turned his head. Sure enough, Xue Xue was also standing there, unable to move at all. This nascent soul cultivator's technique was really not something that Xiao Hua and Xue Xue could deal with. Qilin, Furong, I'll leave Xiao Hua and Xue Xue to you too. Hua Zhishan flicked his sleeve and said, persuade them well. Once they agree, this old man will send the news to your parents in Ardent Fire Mountain, and my Ardent Fire Mountain will head to the Imperial Thunder Sect to propose marriage. Great-grandfather Hua Hibiscus still wanted to explain, but Hu Mengshui waved his big sleeve. The four of them only felt their vision blur, and they all appeared outside the quiet room. "Ah, fellow Taoist Xiao, it's all this servant's fault." Hua Hibiscus smiled apologetically. This servant only wanted to give fellow Taoist some rewards. "I didn't expect such a change." "No matter." Xiao Hua did not have the strength to complain about her. He only gave her a look and said, "This Xiao does not have anything else to think about right now. I only ask." Without waiting for him to finish, the Fire Qilin said with a smile of exultation, "Fellow Taoist Shui, this way please." I did not expect this Fire Qilin's thoughts to be seen through by great-grandfather. This is truly a match made in heaven. I hope that fellow Taoist Shui will treat this Fire Qilin with respect in the future. Pei Shui glared and said angrily, "This concubine's heart is Xiao Hua's, and her body is also Xiao Hua's. This concubine will definitely not dual cultivate with you in this life. Just give up on this idea." Then she said to Xiao Hua, rest assured. This concubine will commit suicide by biting her tongue. Io, fellow Taoist Shui. The Fire Qilin originally extended his hand to support Shui, but at this moment, he was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his hand. He said with an ashen face, "Could it be? I, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, cannot compare to you, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Xiao Hua? I, who will be able to control the ardent fire mountain in the future, cannot compare to you, Xiao Hua, who is destined to be unknown in the future? Could it be that you are also like those vulgar women who only care about a cultivator's appearance and no longer appreciate a cultivator's heart?" Shui did not show any expression. She sneered and said, "This has nothing to do with appearance. This concubine only knows that there is Xiao Hua in this world. Other male cultivators are all dung. If I cannot dual cultivate with Xiao Hua, this concubine would rather die." Hearing this, the Fire Qilin's originally grief-stricken face flushed red. He said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Shui means, you are not doing this because of I's appearance? But because there is Xiao Hua in this world?" "That's right." Shui answered without hesitation, "There is Xiao Hua in this world. No matter what other people, this concubine will not give half a glance. What if there is no Xiao Hua in this world?" The Fire Qilin's eyes narrowed. Shui hesitated and said coldly, "Then there is also no concubine in this world. What nonsense are you talking about? Why aren't you taking one away each? Otherwise, this old man will kill you with one palm." Hua Pai Kong's angry roar sounded. "Yes, great-grandfather," Hua Furong smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow this servant first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." But how could Xiao Hua let Shui leave him? He shook his head slightly. "Little sister Shui, please follow big sister first." Hua Hibiscus understood Xiao Hua's intentions. She pulled Shui to her side and slowly walked along the corridor. Seeing this, Xiao Hua glanced at the Fire Qilin and also followed them. The Fire Qilin hung its head dejectedly for a moment and could only continue walking. Hua Furong did not dare to disobey the orders of Hua Zhishan and the others and did not arrange for Xiao Hua and Shui to be in the same room. Fortunately, the two rooms were facing each other. Xiao Hua could see Shui on the other side with a glance. Only then did Xiao Hua's heart calm down. Hua Furong sat beside Xiao Hua with a bitter face. In that room, the Fire Qilin was even more dejected, as if all of its energy had been sucked away. Even after several hours, Xiao Hua still didn't have any countermeasures. He was really anxious, as if his heart was on fire. Being imprisoned here did not matter, but inside the cave, he still had to refine the Ling Lei pill. This was related to Shui's foundation. There was only one heavenly Yin grass. If the refining failed, Shui's foundation would become fleeting. However, Could he agree to dual cultivate with Hua Furong? Could Xue agree? Very quickly, a day and night passed. Xiaohua sat cross-legged and stared at Xue in the other room. Xue was as calm as water and looked at Xiaohua with a smile. No matter what, I have to think of a way. Xiaohua naturally knew Xue's intention to die. Chapter 2046. At this moment, he heard Hua Furong secretly transmit her voice. Fellow Taoist Xiao, no one in the entire Ardent Fire Mountain dares to disobey the words of great-grandfather. Furthermore, he has never rashly acted against low-level cultivators. This time, he must have made his decision. This servant knows the feelings of you and little sister Xue, and this servant does not wish to separate the two of you. However, the situation is pressing. This servant thinks that it would be better if we first compromise and wait for the three great-grandfather to feel at ease. We will coax them until they are happy and release the four of us. At that time, you and little sister Xue can escape to a faraway place and quickly return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Could it be that they still want to chase after the Thunderclap Peak? Xiaohua's heart was moved. This was not a bad idea. After all, dual cultivation was not something that could be done in a short period of time. There were still many things that needed to be prepared. If he and Xue left, what could they do? However, just as Xiaohua was about to nod, his heart was moved again. He thought of Hua Pekong's forced himself on her. He transmitted his voice to Hua Furong in a low voice. He saw that Hua Furong's face was also flushed red and she slightly lowered her head. Indeed, Xiaohua's misgivings were absolutely reasonable. How could three nascent soul cultivators who had lived for several thousand years be fooled by two people? When the time came, it would be too late to steal the chicken and end up losing the rice used to lure it. Then what should we do? Hua Furong was somewhat at a loss. At this moment, Xue, who was in the other quiet room, suddenly raised her head. Her face revealed a frightened expression. Fellow Taoist Hua, quickly. Xiaohua's heart was also grasped as he hurriedly called out to Hua Furong. Hua Furong saw this and felt that things were not good. Just as she was about to run into the other quiet room, she felt a force coming from the quiet room and pushing her back. Immediately, the quiet room was sealed. Fire Qilin. Xiaohua's face was pale as he roared loudly. Cousin, Fire Qilin. Hua Furong was even more shocked. She crawled up from the ground and rushed into the quiet room. At this moment, Xiaohua did not care about anything else as he angrily said, Fire Qilin, if anything happens to my Xue, I. As he spoke, Xiaohua opened his mouth and forced the spiritual fire into his mouth. On the other hand, his arms, he wanted to use the strength of his corporeal body to break the seal. However, right at this moment, Hua Hibiscus's figure that was pouncing towards the restriction was knocked back, and she crashed into Xiaohua's body. Xue's face was pale as she sat on the ground. There was blood on the Fire Qilin's lips, and its face was ferocious. It walked out of the room step by step, completely ignoring Xiaohua and Hua Furong. It walked into the corridor. Little sister Xue. Hua Furong hurriedly ran over, and Xiaohua naturally followed. I'm fine. Xue seemed to be a little frightened, but she still appeared calm. The blood on the Fire Qilin's mouth is from its own bite. Just now. Hua Furong glanced at Xiaohua, who had an extremely abnormal expression. She wanted to say something but hesitated. He. Even if Hua Furong didn't ask, Xue still had to say it. Just now, when the Fire Qilin opened the restriction of the quiet room, it asked this concubine a question. What words? Hua Furong asked curiously. He would rather die than dual cultivate? Xue said calmly. This concubine said yes. Then, this concubine wanted to bite my tongue, but the fire Qilin bit its own lips and stopped this concubine's action. Then, it opened the restriction and went out by itself. What is the fire Qilin doing? Xiao Hua frowned. Why is it so mad? This concubine, we'll go and take a look. Hua Furong wanted to leave but hesitated, afraid that something might happen. In the end, Hua Furong opened the restriction of the quiet room and quickly left. However, not long after, Hua Furong turned back with a worried expression. What's wrong? Shui asked in a low voice. The fire Qilin sealed all the meridians in his body and knelt in front of great-grandfather's quiet room. Hua Furong said in a low voice. He is kowtowing. Ah! Xiao Hua and Shui were immediately stunned. He wants to earnestly ask the three great-grandfathers to retract their orders. Hua Furong said sadly. We will go too. Xiao Hua quickly said. Don't. Hua Furong quickly stopped them. The fire Qilin is great-grandfather's favorite. It is fine as long as he is here. If we all go, I am afraid that we will lose their face and make things worse. Sigh, this fellow Taoist Hua. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and sat down. This was the first time he changed, that guy, to fellow Taoist Hua. Shui also sighed. After knowing what the fire Qilin was doing, Hua Furong didn't dare to go over and watch for fear of angering the three great-grandfathers. Just like that, the three of them sat there for a day and a night. Just when Xiao Hua was thinking blindly, a boy quietly came in and called Hua Furong out. After another hour, Hua Furong came in with a spiritual talisman in her hand and a trace of worry on her face. How is it? Fellow Taoist Hua? Xiao Hua asked anxiously. Hua Furong activated the spiritual talisman and hit Xiao Hua and Shui's bodies. The restriction on their bodies was immediately removed. Go, great-grandfather has let you go. Hua Furong said calmly. Shui glanced at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, Where is Senior Fire Qilin? Sigh, cousin kowtowed for a day and a night. His forehead is completely broken and he has already fainted. Hua Furong forced a smile and said, however, with little sister Shui's question, cousin will definitely be happy. Sigh. Shui shook her head slightly and pulled Xiao Hua's arm. Let's go. Xiao Hua also didn't want to say anything more. After leaving the cave, Hua Furong said apologetically, fellow Taoist Xiao, I won't send you off. I still have to go back and see cousin. The auction is not far away. When the time comes, I will go and find fellow Taoist. No need. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand. I and junior sister Shui are preparing to return to Imperial Thunder Sect. It is better not to participate in this auction. Great-grandfather said that we must repay the favor. Hua Furong said awkwardly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you should go together. Xiao Hua was in a difficult position and looked at Shui. Shui sighed and said, since Senior doesn't mention this matter anymore, I'm afraid he won't mention it again in the future. If Xiao Hua wants to go, then go. After all, it's Senior's order. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. This Xiao and junior sister will be waiting for you inside the cave. Immediately, Xiao Hua pulled Shui and flew down the mountain without looking back. Hua Furong looked at the two figures and sighed. Then, she turned around and quickly entered the cave. Xiao Hua and Shui's hearts were filled with mixed feelings. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. They could only clench their fists tightly and didn't say anything. When they were about to reach the core formation cultivator's residence, Xiao Hua suddenly whispered, Shui, don't you think this nascent soul cultivator is too overbearing? Naturally. Shui said with lingering fear, if not for the fire Qilin, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to leave the cavern dwelling in Ardent Fire Mountain. It seems like we were wrong. Xiao Hua said with a frown, since Reverend Miyu has come to Haoming City and wants to participate in the auction, how could we, as disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, not pay him a visit? Otherwise, not only would we be unable to explain our etiquette, but we'd also be too embarrassed to look for him if something happened. Shui nodded. Husband, you're right. Let's go now. Otherwise, we'll have no reason to meet him in the auction. According to the directions given by Yu Chen, Xiao Hua and Shui found a cavern dwelling that was slightly larger than the one in Ardent Fire Mountain. They saw that it was similar to the one in Ardent Fire Mountain. There were more than 10 brocade-robed disciples guarding the entrance. They were all foundation-building and aura-refining disciples. Xiao Hua and Shui didn't dare to be negligent. They took their tokens and went forward to pay their respects, clearly stating that they were disciples of the shocking Thunder Palace. Unexpectedly, the disciple who took the tokens only glanced at them and took out a jade slip. It seemed like he was recording something inside. Then, he returned the tokens to Xiao Hua and said with an expressionless face, "I understand. You can wait for your experiential learning. Reverend Miyu has her own matters to attend to, so she won't see you." Yes. Disciple understands. Xiao Hua and Shui took the tokens and looked at each other. Then, they turned around and flew away from Reverend Miyu's cavern. They knew that there must be a lot of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect who went out for experiential learning. There must be a lot of people who knew that Reverend Miyu had come to Haoming City. In the Imperial Thunder Sect, it was indeed very difficult to meet Reverend Miyu, but in Haoming City, it was easy. Everyone wanted to get close to a nascent soul cultivator. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was only a foundation-building disciple and Shui was an aura-refining disciple. Among the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect who came out for experiential learning, their cultivation was the lowest. It would be strange if they could meet Reverend Miyu. Of course, since Xiao Hua was experiential learning in Haoming City, he had to come and pay his respects. It was normal for a nascent soul cultivator to not see him, but if he didn't come to pay his respects, it would be rude. If Reverend Miyu found out, it would be a big sin. This was something Xiao Hua understood after being taught a lesson by a nascent soul cultivator. After returning from Reverend Miyu's Immortal's Cave, Xiao Hua saw that the restrictions on his Immortal's Cave were safe and sound. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. He swept his divine sense left and right. Seeing that there wasn't anything unsightly, he opened the restrictions and entered the Immortal's Cave. Sure enough, the formation around the earth fire was still there. The earth fire inside the formation was licking the pill furnace. Everything was safe and sound. Xiao Hua glanced at Shui, who was still somewhat restless, and said with a sigh, "It's all because of my incompetence that you suffered such an unexpected calamity." Shui calmed herself down, stepped forward, and sighed. She hugged Xiao Hua's waist, buried her head in his chest, and said, "Husband, it's all this concubine's fault. You obviously didn't want this concubine to go, but this concubine insisted on going, and actually caused so much trouble. Alas, although I didn't want you to go, it's obviously a nascent soul senior. You can't not go and pay your respects. What can you do?" Xiao Hua stroked Shui's black hair and comforted her. Shui made an "n" sound and murmured, "In the end, it's still because my cultivation is shallow. It's just like Uncle said, unless you cultivate to the nascent soul realm, otherwise, no one dares to be arrogant on Dawn Rain Continent." "That's right, strength is everything." Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his expression. "Husband." Shui's face was red and her body was slightly hot. She said in a low voice, "Today, I'll dual cultivate with husband. I'll give you my primordialine body as soon as possible. Only then can I be at ease." Chapter 2047. When Xiao Hua heard this, his heart swayed and he hugged Xue Xue tightly. But then he smiled and said, "Wife, don't think too much. After all, you have not built your foundation. If you dual cultivate now, it will definitely affect your cultivation. Even if your husband is selfish, it is impossible for me to take your primordial yin. Besides, the Ling Lei pill is about to be refined, why should you and I be anxious? Husband, this concubine is afraid." Xue Xue raised her neck and said, kissing Xiao Hua's lips. Her strength was extremely strong, as if only by doing so could she abandon the fear in her heart. Xiao Hua knew that Xue Xue was frightened and her state of mind was damaged. If he did not make up for it in time, it would definitely affect her cultivation. Thus, he hugged Xue Xue and said some lingering words in her ear, coaxing her to sleep. Then, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged and entered his space. Little Huang, you are awake?" In the space, little Huang stretched and lay on the ground with half-closed eyes. Mother, little Huang replied, should be awake, but I am still a little sleepy." Xiao Hua looked at little Huang. There did not seem to be any special changes, only his figure was slightly bigger. If he did not pay attention, he might not be able to see it. "Good," Xiao Hua replied and began to think about his own matters. Xiao Hua originally wanted to wait for the Sword Heart Yuan Seed technique to succeed in dream execution before splitting his primordial spirit according to the secret technique and cultivate different techniques. But in front of the absolute strength of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, he could not remain calm. He did not want to waste any time and urgently needed to protect himself and protect Xue Xue's strength. However, when he activated the secret technique and was about to use it, he hesitated again. Last time, when he split his primordial spirit, the pain of his primordial spirit had just subsided. Moreover, the Ling Lei pill was being refined. At this time, even if he succeeded in splitting his primordial spirit, it would definitely hinder the refinement of the pill. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Hua understood. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself, what is wrong with this young master? I am not calm at all. Now, this young master has a secret technique that others do not know, but it must be done step by step and not be disturbed by external things. Senior Huang Yi has suffered so much, this young master still has not understood his own feelings. Stay calm, stay calm. Only by remaining unchanged can we be victorious in every battle. As he thought about this, Xiao Hua's mind left the space and silently operated the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method. Only then did his mental state slowly calm down. Goldie was flabbergasted as he watched Xiao Hua come in and go out. Inexplicably, he stretched his body again, and his figure quietly grew a little bigger. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue only cultivated behind closed doors and didn't even take half a step out of the cave. During this period of time, neither the fire hibiscus nor the fire qilin appeared in front of the cave. On the other side of Xiao Hua's Immortal's Cave, which was also a foundation-building cultivator's Immortal's Cave, Xuanyan School's Liang Yu was whispering to Yen Yu. He then said, Senior Marshal Brother Yen, I'm afraid we can't carry out the plan we discussed. Although that Xiao Hua appeared in Haoming City, he saved Hua Furong of the Ardent Fire Mountain and is now favored by the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. If we attack him, I'm afraid, we'll bring about endless harm. It's just the Ardent Fire Mountain. How can it be compared to my Xuanyan school? Yen Yu's expression was very gloomy. Obviously, he didn't like hearing this news that made him angry. Moreover, this matter, not only must we do it, we must do it quickly. Senior Marshal Brother Yen, do you want to die? Liang Yu advised in astonishment, if Xiao Hua were to die in our hands, wouldn't the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain fly into a rage? With the fiery tempers of Hua Baikong and Hua Yaishui, wouldn't they pinch us to death? They simply wouldn't care about our identities as disciples of the Xuanyan school. Moreover, do you think that the masters would be serious with the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, who are comparable to 6 nascent soul cultivators, for the sake of you and me? Yan Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at the darkness inside the immortal's cave for a long time. He then said in a low voice, although Xiao Hua saved Hua Furong, he wasn't a disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain after all. Why would the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain protect him? We secretly killed him. Even the Imperial Thunder sect doesn't know who did it, so how would the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain know? This Dawn Rain continent is so big. Even a spirit-severing cultivator might not be able to find the reason for the disappearance of a Foundation establishment cultivator, right? Little brother, from the looks of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, it seems that they don't just want to treat Xiao Hua as Hua Furong's savior. Liang Yu frowned and explained, listening to their tone, it seems that they want to treat Xiao Hua as Hua Furong's dual cultivation partner. They actually introduced him to Xian Yunzi and Daoist Master Shui Mo. Moreover, Hua Furong even accompanied Xiao Hua to propose a toast to us. Io, really? Yan Yu was somewhat dazed. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, if that's the case, then it's really troublesome. Could it be that this old man's grandson will die in vain? Therefore, Senior Marshal Brother Yan, you and I better not take the risk. Liang Yu advised, if your grandson is gone, then let the younger generation give birth to another one. Isn't everything settled? Humph, if I can give birth, then why would I waste so much effort to take revenge? When this was mentioned, Yan Yu was ashamed and angry again, my bloodline is in that little bastard's body. If he dies, where will my bloodline be passed on? Heh. Liang Yu knew Yan Yu's bitterness. He chuckled and no longer spoke. Sitting on a chair, Yan Yu drank mouthful after mouthful of spirit wine. However, he suddenly asked, that's not right, Junior Marshal Brother Liang. Didn't you say that Xiao Hua has an aura-refining Junior Marshal sister who is with him? Their attitude is very intimate. Moreover, this Yan has also seen that female cultivator who is as beautiful as a celestial being. She is 100 times better than the incomparably ugly Hua Furong. How could Xiao Hua abandon his partner and find someone else? Speaking of this, Liang Yu still has to tell you. Liang Yu wasn't blind. Of course, he saw the Fire Qilan's infatuation with Shui. He whispered this matter to Yan Yu. Forget it, Yan Yu slapped the chair and said dejectedly, is there still a need to say it? How could Xiao Hua and Shui escape the clutches of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain? I'm afraid that this matter has already been decided. The 2 beauties of the Imperial Thunder sect will be occupied by 2 ugly people. Therefore, even if Xiao Hua isn't willing, in order to make him willing, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain will definitely start with Shui. Senior Marshal Brother Yan, you should let this matter go. Liang Yu said with a smile after seeing that he had persuaded Yan Yu. Even if I don't want to, I have to. Yan Yu said with a flick of his sleeve, I'm not stupid enough to go against a nascent soul cultivator. Saying this, Yan Yu got up from the chair and walked out. Where is Senior Marshal Brother Yan going? Liang Yu asked with a smile. I'm going out for a stroll. Yan Yu said, if I see any aura-refining brat I don't like, I'll kill him while I'm at it. I'll make other cultivators as depressed as I am. Chapter 2048. Liang Yu laughed, knowing that Yan Yu was truly depressed. However, in less than an hour, Yan Yu returned with a look of exultation. What? How many chi refinement brats did you kill? Liang Yu put away a jade slip and asked with a smile. I got some news again. Yan Yu whispered a few words to Liang Yu. Liang Yu frowned and said with displeasure, Senior Marshal Brother Yan, this matter is clearly impossible, why force yourself? Junior Marshal Brother Liang, don't you want the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators? Don't you want Xiao Hua's Samadhi true fire cultivation method? Yan Yu laughed. Maybe Xiao Hua's Samadhi true fire was obtained from the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators. He's just an early foundation establishment brat, yet he can cultivate the Samadhi true fire in just a few years. What if junior martial brother Liang obtains the Samadhi true fire? Besides, in the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators, there's probably something even better than the Samadhi true fire, right? Thinking about how Xiao Hua's early foundation establishment cultivation was actually able to deal with 3 heavenly demon sect disciples of the same cultivation level, Yan Yu naturally knew that Xiao Hua obtained a lot from the storage pouches of those gold core cultivators. How could he not covet it? Seeing that Liang Yu was tempted, Yan Yu said again, according to my plan, we don't have to act against Xiao Hua right now. Let's first see the attitude of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain and Xiao Hua's movements. After all, that's a gold core cultivator's storage pouch. I'm also somewhat tempted. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have absolute confidence right now, I'd definitely act myself. Why would I need to inform junior martial brother? Yan Yu pondered for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Xiao Hua's Samadhi true fire is very powerful, and from what I heard, his flying technique is also very successful. I'm afraid the 2 of us won't be able to easily deal with him. We might even have to call senior martial brothers Jia Ming and Qian Han over. And that's the only way. Yan Yu nodded and said, we also swore that if there's news of Xiao Hua, we'll immediately send a message. Moreover, on the way back, I also thought a lot. Now that Xiao Hua has the backing of Ardent Fire Mountain, besides the Imperial Thunder Sect, he has to do it cleanly. We can't leave any hidden dangers. For this, I have to prepare something. Liang Yu was taken aback. His eyeballs spun a few times as he asked curiously, what other tricks does senior martial brother Yan have up his sleeve? This Yan will prepare for this matter alone. When I need junior brother Liang, I will naturally inform you. Yan Yu said with a smile, this is the only time. We absolutely cannot let Xiao Hua escape. Junior martial brother Liang, please send the message talisman. I'll take a look at the shops in Haoming City. Alright. Liang Yu wasn't sure what Yan Yu wanted to do, so he could only nod and send out the transmission talisman. Inside Xiao Hua's cave, the pill liquid of the Ling Lei pill had been refined. Under Xiao Hua's alchemy technique, it had gradually fused. The 2 kinds of pill liquid, yin and yang, were fused smoothly under the condensation of the sky yin grass juice. Xiao Hua sat upright in front of the cauldron, concentrating. Xue was also not in the alchemy room at this time. She was only sitting in the quiet room, meditating with her eyes closed, carefully comprehending the technique that Xiao Hua gave her. This technique was very strange. It was completely different from what Xue practiced together, so it was quite strenuous. After a few more days, Xiao Hua came out from the alchemy room, somewhat exhausted. Xue immediately opened her eyes and asked considerately, husband, did the refining go smoothly? Who is your husband? He is a genius. Xiao Hua boasted, it's all a piece of cake, no big problems. Pfft, Xue covered her mouth and laughed. The previous faint worry had already disappeared. Looking at Xiao Hua's exhausted appearance, she said, husband is tired. Why don't you let me accompany you for a walk? Before my husband came, Senior Furong accompanied me to walk around Haoming City a few times. There were many good things in many shops. And it seems that there are also a few shops that sell talismans. According to Senior Furong, they are very powerful. Hearing that there were good things, Xiao Hua's heart moved again. However, he immediately rejected this matter and said with a smile, it's better to avoid trouble. The plan now is to cultivate quickly. Okay. Xue understood Xiao Hua's heart and nodded. Then, she picked out a few difficult parts of the dragon transformation art and asked Xiao Hua. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. On this day, Xiaohua was cultivating when he felt that there were some changes in the cave's restriction. When he swept out with his divine sense, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Seeing this, how could Shui not know what was going on? She smiled apologetically and said, "Did the people from the ardent fire mountain come? This concubine will cultivate in the cave. This concubine will not participate in the auction. And, that's for the best." Xiaohua nodded. However, when Xiaohua was about to get up, Shui smiled and said, "Husband, did Fire Qilin come?" "And, he came with Fire Furong." Xiaohua didn't hide it. "Then I will go out," Shui said with some hesitation. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everything is up to my wife." When Xiaohua opened the cave's restriction, the first thing he saw was Fire Qilin directly ignoring him and looking behind him. When he saw that there was no one behind Xiaohua, he actually asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, where is fellow Taoist Shui? Why didn't she come out?" Xiaohua was speechless. Just when he was about to answer, Shui's voice was heard. "Senior Fire, may I know why Senior is looking for Junior?" Hearing Shui's voice, Fire Qilin's spirit was raised even more than when he took a nascent pregnancy pill. His eyes immediately lit up, and he cupped his hands and said, It's nothing. I just came to invite fellow Taoist Shui to participate in the auction." "Oh, the auction is a matter for nascent soul seniors. Junior is just an aura refining disciple, so I won't disturb you." Shui said with a smile, "It's just that my husband is a little curious, so he can go." "Husband? Who's your husband?" Fire Qilin actually asked such a stupid question. It really didn't match a middle-stage foundation building cultivator. Fellow Taoist Fire, my wife's husband is naturally Xiaohua." Xiaohua said with a smile, "He's right in front of you." "Oh." Fire Qilin was extremely disappointed, but he still didn't look at Xiaohua. He looked at Shui anxiously and asked, You really don't want to go?" "I won't go." Shui shook her head, but she immediately smiled again. Junior is at a critical juncture in her cultivation. However, Junior heard that Senior Fire was coming, so Junior came out to see you. "I want to." Without waiting for Shui to finish, Fire Qilin said in surprise, "Fellow Taoist Shui, you came out especially for me?" "And, that's right." Shui nodded. Junior came to thank Senior Fire for begging in front of the 3 elders that day, and also to thank Senior for helping Junior and my husband. After saying that, Shui bowed. No need. Fire Qilin hurriedly reached out to help Shui, but Xiaohua blocked his way. "Alright, Senior Fire, Junior has already thanked Senior. Junior wants to go back and cultivate." Shui said with a smile, "Junior hopes that Senior Fire can find a suitable dual cultivation partner like Junior." After saying that, Shui turned around and entered her immortal's cave, not looking back again. Fire Qilin immediately looked as if he had lost his soul. Looking at Shui's disappearing figure, he opened his mouth but didn't say a word. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." At the side, Hua Furong didn't say anything. After waiting for Fire Qilin to finish speaking, she cupped her hands and said, "Today is the day of the auction. I specially came to invite fellow Taoist Xiao." "Alright, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Hua." Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. He took out a magic tablet and activated the Immortal's Cave's restriction. Seeing the Immortal's Cave's door disappear in front of his eyes, Fire Qilin seemed to feel that all hope had disappeared, and there was a disheartened look in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiaohua also felt some sympathy in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Hua, these few days, my wife has been praising fellow Taoist's benevolence in front of me, and wanted to thank fellow Taoist for his great kindness." Now, she can finally fulfill her wish. Is that so? How did she praise I? Fire Qilin's eyes gave birth to a trace of spirit. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. Xiaohua said with a smile. He actually patted Fire Qilin's shoulder, and Fire Qilin actually let Xiaohua come closer. Hua Furong shook her head as she watched from the side, but what could she say? Arriving in front of Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortal's Cave, a flame-shaped flying magic tool that seemed to be cast from gold and stone stopped in front of the door. The dazzling golden color refracted the glaring sunlight, and in Xiaohua's eyes, it was like a ball of resplendent flame. At the edge of the flying magic tool, there were already several gold core and foundation establishment cultivators standing there. There were also many children who were dressed in embroidered clothes and had solemn expressions. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Arriving in front of the flying magic tool, Hua Furong said in a low voice, Great-grandfather hasn't come out yet. We can only go up after he comes out. Okay, Xiaohua agreed and stood respectfully at the side. At this moment, although Fire Qilin wasn't as dispirited as before, he was still somewhat dispirited and listless. It seemed that the words Xiaohua said on the road weren't enough to dispel his infatuation. Not long after, a melodious sound came from inside the Immortal's Cave, and the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain slowly walked out, surrounded by a group of Ardent Fire Mountain disciples. When the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain arrived in front of the flying magic tool and saw Xiaohua, their expressions were somewhat different. Hua Paikong and Hua Yishui coldly swept their gazes over, and Xiaohua could feel the piercing gaze from afar. Hua Yishui lightly asked, Shui didn't come? Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Fire Qilin opened his mouth again. Okay, great-grandfather knows that Shui is cultivating to break through to foundation establishment, so she can't come. Foundation establishment is just a matter of raising one's hand and hearing. If she knows, then this old man will let her reach foundation establishment today. Hua Yishui sneered. Hua Paikong unhappily said, I didn't ask you, stand aside. Yes, boy knows. Fire Qilin didn't refute and obediently stood to the side. Xiaohua apologetically smiled and said, my junior sister's knowledge is shallow and doesn't dare to take up Ardent Fire Mountain's precious spot. She's also cultivating, so she can't go. Hua Yishui nodded, looked up, and said a few words. On the flying magic tool, a golden core disciple bowed and said, Disciple understands. Chapter 2049. Let's go. Hua Zhishan said as he floated onto the flying magic artifact and sat on a jade chair. Xiaohua and the others also boarded the flying magic artifact. Then, without waiting for Xiaohua to stabilize himself, the foundation establishment disciples activated the magic artifact. A huge suction force appeared from the bottom of the flying magic artifact, blooming like a lotus flower. A series of rumbling sounds were heard as the entire flying magic artifact flew up. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the flying magic artifact didn't fly down the mountain, but straight up. Above the residence of a nascent soul cultivator should be the residence of a spirit-severing cultivator. Could it be? Xiaohua was surprised, but the flying magic artifact flew up several dozen feet and the mountain became steeper. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the layout was far from that of a nascent soul cultivator's residence. It couldn't even compare to a foundation establishment cultivator's residence. Oh! Xiaohua immediately understood. Although Haoming City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi, it could only accommodate nascent soul cultivators. How could a spirit-severing cultivator come to Haoming City? Even if a spirit-severing cultivator came, Reverend Yan Hong would have to go out and welcome them. How could a spirit-severing cultivator stay here? The city lord's residence was more like it. After flying for a while, they arrived at a huge platform that occupied the entire mountain peak. Huozhi Shan's magic artifact rose up, but it didn't land on the platform. Instead, it floated in midair, as if waiting for something. Dang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if there were countless bells. 4 colors of brilliance blossomed on the platform, illuminating the entire sky. The previously unclear sky was now clear and bright. At this moment, Xiaofan noticed to his astonishment that there were actually around 20 flying magic tools parked around the enormous platform, and every single one of them was unique and extremely strange. When all sorts of magical artifacts appeared, more than 20 powerful divine senses swept out one after another. It seemed like they were spying, but also seemed like they were having a contest. Wang, another beehive-like sound rang out, and the platform began to vibrate. Gradually, the light fog was lifted, and a huge palace appeared on the platform. The palace was carved with pillars, and its style was simple and unadorned. It was very imposing, but in Xiaohua's eyes, it was a little strange. The pillars of the palace were abnormally thick, and the space was abnormally large. It was actually more than 10 times larger than an ordinary palace. Whoosh! A rainbow flew out from one of the palace gates and landed directly below Mount Hualai's flying artifact, supporting it. However, the rainbow didn't move at all, and the flying artifact didn't move at all. Huozhi took out an oval-shaped badge and threw it into the rainbow. The rainbow emitted a burst of ripples and began to vibrate. As the rainbow shrank, the flying magic tool also began to move and gradually approached the palace. With a light boom, the flying magic tool leaned against a corner of the palace. The palace gates slowly opened, and 2 golden core cultivators walked out and respectfully lined up on either side of the palace gates. "Let's go." Huozhi stood up from his jade chair and walked towards the palace gates. Huozhi and Huapikong didn't even look at Xiaohua and followed him. When Huozhi got off the flying magic tool, the fire qilin and fire hibiscus nodded at Xiaohua and quickly followed him. The golden core disciple that Huozhi sent a message to said, "Wait here, don't move around." Then, the disciple also walked behind Xiaohua and got off the magic tool. "Greetings, 3 seniors from Mount Hua." The 2 golden core cultivators who were waiting respectfully were rather polite as they bowed and said, "We're Haoming City's guest elders. We're here to welcome the 3 seniors. Thank you for your trouble." Huozhi saw that the 2 cultivators were at the late golden core stage and didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Seniors, please come this way." The 2 cultivators didn't introduce themselves and only spread out their hands, inviting the 3 elders from Mount Hua to enter the palace gates. Huozhi knew that the guests of Haoming City weren't disciples of Haoming City, but rather, they paid a special price to invite other cultivators to make decisions for Haoming City. Their backgrounds and sects were different from Haoming City, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful and slightly nodded before entering the palace gates. When it came to the fire qilin and fire hibiscus, they were even more humble and bowed, greeting the seniors. Naturally, Xiaohua also hurriedly bowed. The 2 gold core cultivators nodded slightly. When the last gold core cultivator from the Ardent Fire Mountain entered the palace, the 2 gold core cultivators glanced at each other and released their divine sense. After sweeping the palace gate for a moment, one of the cultivators extended his hand and took out a strange-looking Dharma tablet from his bosom. Under the activation of his magic power, it emitted a strange spiritual movement. The cultivator threw the magic tablet into the ground of the palace gates. A multicolored light appeared on the ground, wrapping around the palace gates. When the 2 Jindan stage cultivators walked through the palace gate, the multicolored light suddenly entered the palace gate. Xiaohua only felt a burst of chaos in front of his eyes. The perfectly straight path he saw earlier had already disappeared and was replaced by a long suspended bridge. At the palace gates, after the multicolored light disappeared, the palace gates also disappeared, leaving only Mount Huozhi flying magic tool floating in the air like a flame. This. Xiao Hua looked at the suspended bridge that Mo Zhao had appeared on and was somewhat stunned. He was now a Foundation establishment cultivator and had even been to the core of Mo Zhao's Black Forest. He had seen many incredible things in the cultivation world. However, the suspended bridge under his feet was 10 feet wide and was very transparent. There was a faint brilliance flowing on it. If not for the divine sense, who could see it? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the entire palace seemed to be a boundless space. This transparent suspended bridge was crisscrossing, and there were thousands or tens of thousands of them. Moreover, under the suspended bridge, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Xiao Hua probed with his divine sense, but there was no trace of a bottom. Moreover, Xiao Hua stole a glance at the golden core cultivator beside him. There seemed to be a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator could not reach the bottom. Good heavens! The foundation of this humming city is too strong, isn't it? Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly as he looked at the suspended bridge in the space that was almost a ball of thread. 3 seniors, please. 2 golden core cultivators appeared in front of Wuxia and the others. They smiled slightly and led the way. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoists. Wuxia smiled. In his heart, he was similar to Xiao Hua. However, he only looked at his 2 brothers and did not say anything. Although this suspended bridge was invisible, it was slightly soft when one stepped on it. Moreover, unlike other magic tools, it could not carry people. Xiao Hua and the others could only cast spells and follow the golden core cultivators in front of them. Chapter 2050. Fortunately, although the atmosphere inside the palace was majestic, it didn't restrict one's cultivation. Apart from the faint sound of the wind outside the floating bridge, there was a kind of huge suction force that even divine senses couldn't escape. Everything else was similar to the outside of the palace. After walking for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group had already arrived at the top of the floating bridge. At this time, the previously empty floating bridge was gradually filled with the silhouettes of other cultivators. Many divine senses also swept over. The divine senses of nascent soul cultivators were like eyes. After sweeping over, it was fine. However, one of the divine senses swept over the group from Blazing Fire Mountain again and again. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even Hua Furong and the others were astonished. At this time, the 2 golden core cultivators in front of them heard this and took out a magic tablet from their bosom. After activating it, they threw it on top of the floating bridge. Rumble. The entire floating bridge immediately shook. The other half of the floating bridge in front of them rapidly rose from the distance and struck towards them like the tail of a spirit snake. Wu, with a burst of fierce wind, the floating bridge suddenly stopped in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Then, it began to fall. A burst of light and shadow changed. Before Xiao Hua's eyes could react, a fortress-like building appeared in front of him. The 2 golden core cultivators were standing at the entrance of the fortress. 3 seniors, this is the entrance to Xian Kong Pavilion. Forgive us for not being able to enter. The 2 golden core cultivators respectfully bowed and said, Senior, you can enter by following the path inside. Okay, Wuxia only slightly curled his lips. He knew that this was all deliberately done by Haoming City. He nodded and entered first. When Xiao Hua entered and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved. He saw that this was a huge palace. In front of him was a path that was dozens of feet long, leading straight ahead. On both sides of the path, there was a huge statue every 10 feet or so. Good heavens! How is this a place where cultivators live? Xiao Hua thought. This is probably a palace left behind by those celestials. Xiaohua naturally thought of the huge white bones in his space. If the white bones were to come back to life and walk in this huge palace, they would be able to bring out the best in each other. They would then look like dwarves. Sure enough, the fire Qilin, who hadn't made a sound for a long time and had been focused on Xiaohua's cave, also woke up and released his divine sense. After looking for a long time, he whispered, "Furong, this place seems to be related to my blazing fire mountain." Qilin, Huozhe Shan in front coughed and scolded, "Qilin, don't talk too much. Use your eyes, use your ears, and use your heart." Yes, this boy understood Qilin's voice. Blazing fires of the mountain? Xiaohua's of the blazing fire Qilin SS's fire Qilin SSS, let's go, Huozhe Shan called again. His body flew up and slowly floated towards the end of the road. Xiaohua flew in the air, but his divine sense was looking at the huge statues around him. These statues were either ferocious giants or ferocious beasts. They all had frightening faces. Moreover, he didn't know what these statues were made of, but his divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Xiaohua even used his Dharma eyes to secretly look at them a few times. He could see the outlines of the statues, but they were pale. Oh, these statues are actually somewhat similar to the Dharma idol in my space. Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a statue. It was also a human body with a snake tail. However, this human body was a stalwart man. His face was firm and his muscles were bulging. Moreover, he was wearing a strange armor. In his hand was a weapon that looked like a fork. Just as Xiaohua's gaze focused on the statue and wanted to take a closer look, he heard a cold voice from afar, "Fellow Daoist Hua, you're really angry. You can even ignore I's invitation? Could it be that you think you can exchange that thing for something that you want at the auction in Haoming City?" Following that voice, naturally, there was a divine sense sweeping over. Xiaohua's heart trembled. Wasn't this the same divine sense that had swept over everyone on the floating bridge? Oh, isn't this Taoist Blue Feather from the immortal music sect of the Meng Kingdom? Huozhe Shan's voice sounded. He asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, when did you give me an invitation? Or did you send a disciple here with a token? It seems that I was drinking and chatting with your sect's two disciples, Li Chengxiu and Zhiming, a few days ago. I didn't hear them mention you." "Humph, I was the one who sent you a message during the banquet that day." Taoist Blue Feather still didn't appear, but her voice sounded. "Oh? Fellow Taoist Blue Feather, why?" Huozhe Shan interrupted. "Hee, so it's a message talisman. This old man and the others have been in Haoming City for a long time. Every day, countless juniors would send a message talisman to our blazing fire mountain for no reason, asking to meet us. Why would we care about these boring message talismans? Every day, our disciples would place bets on these message talismans to see who would crush the most. I'm sure fellow Taoist Blue Feather's message talisman is among them." "You?" Taoist Blue Feather's tone was a little angry. "I sent you a message talisman, but you actually dared to let your disciples crush it." "Hee, fellow Taoist Blue Feather," Huozhe Shan laughed. "The rule of the cultivation world in the kingdom of Xi has always been to return courtesy with courtesy. If our blazing fire mountain wants to pay a visit, the fellow Taoist of the Imperial Thunder sect will definitely send a disciple of our sect over on the first day. Although we have arranged a time, we can only pay a visit when the fellow Taoist of the Imperial Thunder sect has the time. Otherwise, our blazing fire mountain may be regarded by the Imperial Thunder sect as a sect that doesn't know etiquette and is a low-class cultivator. Oh, perhaps the rules of the Kingdom of Meng are different from those of the Kingdom of Xi. This old man will go back and take a look. I want to know which disciple, who doesn't know the importance of etiquette, actually dared to crush the message talisman of the famous immortal music sect's Taoist Blue Feather." Huozhe Shan's last sentence was one word at a time. He especially emphasized the words, "message talisman." Ha ha ha, Daoist Blue Feather laughed instead of being angry. Brilliant idea, brilliant idea. This old man's trip to Haoming City has really broadened my horizons. When did the blazing fire mountain become so unyielding, daring to sneer at our immortal music sect like a needle hidden in cotton? Fellow Daoist Blue Feather, Xiaofan laughed. Did my brother's words offend the immortal music sect? We three brothers of the blazing fire mountain have always spoken without meaning. Everyone in the kingdom of Xi knows this. Why is it that when it comes to fellow Daoist Blue Feather, it becomes a needle hidden in cotton? If there's a needle hidden in cotton, wouldn't it be obvious with a sweep of your divine sense? Hee hee. Following the voice, a short and stout cultivator silhouette faintly flashed in the air above Xiaofan and the others. There was actually a strange ear-piercing sound. Tch, Pai Kong flicked his sleeve, and the silhouette shattered like glass. He sneered. Fellow Daoist Blue Feather's name is not bad, but your appearance has nothing to do with elegance. There's no need to show off here. No matter how elegant I am, I'm still better looking than you three ugly ghosts. Daoist Blue Feather laughed. When your nascent soul formed your body, you didn't even know to modify it a little. You're really embarrassing the kingdom of Xi's cultivators. This old man doesn't want to fix it. So what? Pai Kong stomped his feet. This old man still wants to use this face to scare people. Third brother, why are you being so long-winded with him? Xiaofan sneered. In any case, is my blazing fire mountain a small sect that judges people by their appearance? You. Daoist Blue Feather was at a loss for words when facing the three elders of the blazing fire mountain. I want to see if you can get what you want in the auction. Don't come begging for I when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. Pai Kong sneered. At worst, this old man will take it back to raise my children. Then, Daoist Blue Feather's voice disappeared. The three elders of the blazing fire mountain continued to fly slowly. Dang! Another chime sounded, and a suction force suddenly appeared from the path. Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to move, he heard a faint voice say, "Fellow Taoists, the way to enter the Xian Kong Pavilion is rather special. Please do not resist." Not to mention Xiaohua, even Xiaofan was a little embarrassed and angry. They were just participating in the auction. Although the opponents were all nascent soul cultivators, and the rewards would be plentiful, Haoming City repeatedly played these tricks. They were really petty. However, they had already come this far, and Xiaofan and the others seemed to be unable to turn back. This situation was really annoying. At this moment, the suction force on the path grew stronger, and its direction changed, going straight ahead. Forget it. Xiaofan flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "I want to see what tricks Haoming City is playing." As he spoke, light flashed around his body, and only a protective brilliance appeared. His figure gradually flew forward along with the suction force. Xiaohua and the others naturally followed closely behind. This speed seems to be getting faster. However, as the suction force increased, Xiaohua and the others' flying speed also increased. In just a few breaths, they had already surpassed the flying speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, their speed was still increasing. The pressure around them also increased. Whoosh! Pai Kong, who was the closest to Xiaohua and the others, frowned slightly. He stretched his right hand behind him and gently flicked his middle finger. A meteor-like brilliance appeared, and the brilliance exploded in midair, forming a layer of light that tightly covered Xiaohua, Hibiscus, and the fire Qilin. Although he felt the pressure disappear, Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he saw the increase in speed, he was secretly delighted. He practiced the lightning evasion technique, and speed had always been his forte. If he could see an even faster evasion technique after the bright lightning evasion technique, especially if he could experience it himself. It would be even more beneficial to his lightning evasion technique. Unfortunately, Huo Pai Kong's finger had shattered all of his hopes. Chapter 2051. Let's go. Huo Shan said, and his figure floated onto the flying magic tool. He sat on a jade chair and coldly looked into the distance. Xiao Hua and the others immediately boarded the flying magic tool. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to stabilize himself, the group of Foundation Establishment disciples urged the magic tool. A huge suction force appeared from the bottom of the flying magic tool, and a flame bloomed like a lotus flower. A series of rumbling sounds slowly came out, and the entire flying magic tool flew up. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the flying magic tool didn't fly down the mountain, but straight up. It passed through Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortal's Cave and many restrictions. Above the residence of a nascent soul cultivator should be the residence of a spirit-severing cultivator. Could it be? Xiao Hua was a bit surprised, but the flying magic tool flew up several dozen feet, and the mountain became steeper. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, the layout was far from the residence of a nascent soul cultivator. It couldn't even compare to the residence of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Oh, Xiao Hua immediately understood. Although Haoming City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi, it could only accommodate nascent soul cultivators. How could a spirit-severing cultivator come to Haoming City? Even if a spirit-severing cultivator came, Daoist Master Yao Hong would have to go out and welcome them. How could a spirit-severing cultivator stay here? The city lord's mansion was more like it. After flying for a while, they actually arrived at a huge platform, directly occupying the entire mountain peak. Ardent Fire Mountain's magic tool rose up, but it didn't land on the platform. Instead, it floated in midair, as if waiting for something. Dang! A loud sound rang out. It was as if there were countless bells. 4 colors of brilliance blossomed on the platform, illuminating the entire sky. The previously unclear sky was now clear and bright. At this moment, Xiao Hua noticed to his astonishment that there were actually around 20 flying magic tools parked around the enormous platform, and every single one of them was unique and extremely strange. When all sorts of magical artifacts appeared, more than 20 powerful divine senses swept out one after another. They seemed to be spying, but also seemed to be competing. Wang, another beehive-like sound rang out, and the platform began to vibrate. Gradually, the light fog was lifted, and a huge palace appeared on the platform. The palace was carved with pillars, and its style was simple and unadorned. It was very imposing, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was a little strange. The pillars of the palace were abnormally thick, and the space was abnormally large. It was actually more than 10 times larger than an ordinary palace. Whoosh! A rainbow flew out from one of the palace gates and landed directly below Mount Hua Lai's flying artifact, supporting it. However, the rainbow didn't move at all, and the flying artifact didn't move at all. Hua Zhishan reached out and took out an oval badge. He casually threw it into the rainbow. The rainbow emitted a burst of ripples and began to vibrate. As the rainbow shrank, the flying magic tool also began to move and gradually approached the palace. Boom! The flying magic tool leaned against a corner of the palace. The palace gates slowly opened, and 2 golden core cultivators walked out and respectfully lined up on either side of the palace gates. Let's go! Hua Zhishan stood up from his jade chair and walked towards the palace gates. Hua Zhishui and Hua Pekong didn't even look at Xiao Hua and followed him. When Hua Zhishan got off the flying artifact, the fire Qilin and fire hibiscus nodded at Xiao Hua and quickly followed him. The golden core disciple that Hua Zhishan sent a message to said, "Wait here, don't move around." Then, the disciple also walked behind Xiao Hua and got off the artifact. Greetings, 3 seniors from Mount Huolai. The 2 golden core cultivators who were waiting respectfully were rather polite as they bowed and said, "We are Haoming City's guest elders. Welcome, seniors. Thank you for your trouble." Xiaofan saw that the 2 cultivators were at the late stage of the golden core and didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Seniors, please come this way." The 2 cultivators didn't introduce themselves and only spread out their hands, inviting the 3 elders from Mount Huolai to enter the palace gates. Xiaofan knew that the guests of Haoming City weren't disciples of Haoming City, but rather, they paid a special price to invite other cultivators to make decisions for Haoming City. Their backgrounds and sects were different from Haoming City, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful and slightly nodded before entering the palace gates. When it came to the Fire Qilin and Fire Hibiscus, they were even more humble and bowed, greeting the seniors. Naturally, Xiaohua also hurriedly bowed. The 2 gold core cultivators nodded slightly. When the last gold core cultivator from the Ardent Fire Mountain entered the palace, the 2 gold core cultivators glanced at each other and released their divine sense. After sweeping the palace gate for a moment, one of the cultivators extended his hand and took out a strange-looking Dharma tablet from his bosom. Under the activation of his magic power, it emitted a strange spiritual movement. The cultivator threw the magic tablet into the ground of the palace gates. A multicolored light appeared on the ground and wrapped around the palace gates. When the 2 Jindan stage cultivators walked through the palace gate, the multicolored light suddenly entered the palace gate. Xiaohua only felt a burst of chaos in front of his eyes. The perfectly straight path he saw earlier had already disappeared and was replaced by a long suspended bridge. At the palace gates, after the multicolored light disappeared, the palace gates also disappeared. Only the flying magic tool of Mount Huolai was left floating in the air like a flame. This. Xiaohua looked at the suspended bridge that Mo Zhao had appeared on and was somewhat stunned. He was now a foundation-building cultivator and had even been to the core of Mo Zhao Black Forest. He had seen many incredible things in the cultivation world. However, the suspended bridge under his feet was 10 feet wide and was very transparent. There was a faint brilliance flowing on it. If one didn't use their divine sense to scan it, who could see it? This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the entire palace seemed to be a boundless space. This transparent suspended bridge was crisscrossing and crisscrossing. He didn't know how many thousands or tens of thousands of them there were. Moreover, under the suspended bridge, there seemed to be a bottomless abyss. Xiaohua used his divine sense to explore it, but there was no trace of a bottom. Moreover, Xiaohua stole a glance at the golden core cultivator of Mount Huolai beside him. There seemed to be a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator couldn't reach the bottom. Good heavens! The foundation of Haoming City is too strong, isn't it? Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly as he looked at the suspended bridge in the space that was almost a ball of thread. 3 seniors, please. 2 golden core cultivators appeared in front of Xiaofan and the others. They smiled slightly and led the way. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoists. Xiaofan smiled. In his heart, he was similar to Xiaohua. However, he only looked at his 2 brothers and didn't say anything. Although the suspended bridge was invisible, stepping on it made one feel a little soft. Moreover, unlike other magic tools, it could not carry people. Xiaohua and the others could only use magic techniques to follow the golden core cultivators in front of them as they moved forward. Chapter 2052. Fortunately, although the atmosphere inside the palace was majestic, it didn't restrict one's cultivation. Apart from the faint sound of the wind outside the floating bridge, there was a kind of force that sucked people downwards. Even their divine senses couldn't avoid it. Everything else was similar to the outside of the palace. After walking for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the group had already arrived at the top of the floating bridge. At this time, the previously empty floating bridge was gradually filled with the figures of other cultivators. Many divine senses were also sweeping over. The divine senses of nascent soul cultivators were like eyes. After sweeping over them, it was fine. However, one of the divine senses swept over the group from Blazing Fire Mountain again and again. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Hua Furong and the others were astonished. Who is being rude? Xiaohua frowned as he thought to himself. At this time, the two golden core cultivators in front of him heard this and took out a magic tablet from their bosom. After activating it, they threw it on top of the floating bridge. Rumble. The entire floating bridge immediately shook. The other half of the floating bridge in front of them rapidly rose from the distance and struck towards them like the tail of a spirit snake. Woo! With a sharp gust of wind, the floating bridge suddenly stopped in front of Xiaohua and the others. Then, it began to descend. With a burst of light and shadow, before Xiaohua's eyes could react, a fortress-like structure appeared in front of him. The two golden core cultivators were standing at the entrance of the fortress. 3 seniors, this is the entrance to Xian Kong Pavilion. Forgive us for not being able to enter. The two golden core cultivators respectfully bowed and said, Senior, you just need to follow the path inside and enter. Okay, Huozhi Shan only slightly curled his lips. He knew that this was all deliberately done by Haoming City. He nodded and entered. When Xiaohua entered and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be moved. He saw that this was a huge palace. In front of him was a path that was dozens of feet long. It led straight ahead, and on both sides of the path, there was a huge statue every 10 feet or so. Good heavens! How is this a place where cultivators live? Xiaohua thought to himself. This is probably a palace left behind by those celestials. Xiaohua naturally thought of the huge white bones in his space. If the white bones were to come back to life and walk in this huge palace, they would be able to bring out the best in each other. They would then look like dwarves. Sure enough, the fire Qilin, who hadn't made a sound for a long time and had been focused on Xiaohua's cave, also woke up and released his divine sense. After looking for a long time, he said in a low voice, Furong, this place seems to be related to my Blazing Fire Mountain. Cough, cough. Hua Yishui coughed and scolded, Qilin, don't talk too much. Just use your eyes, ears, and heart to remember. Yes, boy understands, even though the fire Qilin was a fool, he wasn't stupid. He had just blurted it out and was now on guard. The Ardent Fire Mountain also has such a place? Xiaohua naturally heard it. These places are probably ancient ruins. Who knows, there might be some secret techniques left behind from ancient times. Let's go, Hua Yishui called out again. His figure flew up and slowly floated towards the end of the road. Xiaohua flew in the air, but his divine sense was looking at the huge statues around him. These statues were either ferocious giants or ferocious beasts. All of them had frightening faces. Moreover, he didn't know what these statues were made of. His divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Xiaohua even used his Dharma eyes to secretly look at them a few times. He could actually see the outlines of the statues, but they were pale white. These statues are actually somewhat similar to the Dharma idol in my space. Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a statue. It was also a human body with a snake tail. However, this human body was a stalwart man. His face was firm and his muscles were bulging. Moreover, he was wearing a strange armor and held a fork-like weapon in his hand. Just as Xiaohua focused his gaze on the statue and wanted to take a closer look, he heard a cold voice from afar, "Fellow Taoist Hua, you're really angry. You can even ignore I's invitation? Could it be that you think you can exchange that thing for something that you want at the auction in Haoming City? Following that voice, naturally, there was a divine sense sweeping over. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. Wasn't this divine sense the one that swept over everyone on the floating bridge? Io, isn't this Taoist blue feather from the immortal music sect of the Meng Kingdom? Hua Yishui's voice sounded. He asked curiously, fellow Taoist blue feather, when did you give me an invitation? Or did you send a disciple with a token? It seems that I was drinking and chatting with your sect's 2 disciples, Li Chengxiu and Zhiming, a few days ago. I didn't hear them mention you. Humph, I was the message talisman you sent that day at the banquet. Taoist blue feather still didn't appear, but her voice sounded. Oh. Fellow Taoist blue feather, why? Hua Yishui interrupted. Hee, so it's a message talisman. We've been in Haoming City for a long time. Every day, countless juniors would send message talismans to our blazing fire mountain for no reason, asking to meet us. Why would we care about these boring message talismans? Every day, the boys under the sect would place bets on these communication talismans to see who could crush the most talismans. I'm sure fellow Taoist blue feather's message talisman is among them. You. Taoist blue feather's tone was a little angry. I sent you a message talisman, but you actually dared to let your disciples crush it. Hee, fellow Taoist blue feather, Hua Yishui laughed. The rule of the cultivation world in the kingdom of Xi has always been to return courtesy with courtesy. If our blazing fire mountain wants to pay a visit, fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect will definitely send a disciple of our sect over on the first day. Although we've arranged a time, we can only pay a visit after the fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect has time. Otherwise, our blazing fire mountain might be seen as a sect that doesn't know etiquette by the Imperial Thunder sect, an unorthodox cultivator. Oh, perhaps the rules of the Kingdom of Meng are different from those of the Kingdom of Xi. I'll go back and take a look. I'll see which disciple, who doesn't know the severity of the matter and etiquette, actually dared to crush the message talisman of the famous immortal music sect, Taoist blue feather. Hua Yishui's last sentence was one word at a time. He especially emphasized the 3 words, message talisman. Ha, Taoist blue feather laughed instead of being angry. Brilliant, brilliant. This trip to Haoming City has really broadened my horizons. When did the blazing fire mountain become so unyielding, daring to mock our immortal music sect like a needle hidden in cotton? Fellow Taoist blue feather, Hua Yishui laughed. Did my brother's words offend the immortal music sect? Our 3 brothers of the blazing fire mountain have always spoken without meaning. Everyone in the kingdom of Xi knows this. Why is it that when it comes to fellow Taoist blue feather, it becomes a needle hidden in cotton? If there's a needle hidden in cotton, wouldn't you be able to detect it with a sweep of your divine sense? Hee. Following the voice, a short and fat cultivator's silhouette faintly flashed in the air above Hua Yishui and the others. There was actually a strange ear-piercing sound. Tch, Hua Pai Kong flicked his sleeve, and the silhouette shattered like glass. He sneered. Fellow Taoist blue feather's name is not bad, but your appearance has nothing to do with elegance. There's no need to show off here. No matter how elegant I am, I'm still better looking than you 3 ugly ghosts. Taoist blue feather laughed. When your nascent soul formed your body, you didn't even know to modify it a little. You're really embarrassing the kingdom of Xi's cultivators. This old man doesn't want to fix it. So what? Hua Pai Kong stomped his feet. This old man still wants to use this face to scare people. 3rd brother, why are you being so long-winded with him? Hua Yishui sneered. Anyway, is my blazing fire mountain a small sect that judges people by their appearance? You. Taoist blue feather was at a loss for words when facing the 3 elders of the blazing fire mountain. I want to see if you can get what you want in the auction. Don't come begging for I when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. Hua Pai Kong sneered. If worse comes to worst, this old man will take it back to raise my children. Then, Taoist Blue Feather's voice disappeared. The three elders of the blazing fire mountain continued to fly slowly. Dang! Another chime sounded, and a suction force suddenly appeared from the path. Xiao Hua was shocked. Just as he was about to move, he heard a faint voice say, "Fellow Taoists, the way to enter the Xian Kong Pavilion is a little special. Please don't resist." Not to mention Xiao Hua, even Xiaofan was a little embarrassed and angry. They were just participating in the auction. Although the opponents were all nascent soul cultivators, and the rewards would be plentiful, Haoming City repeatedly played these tricks. They were really petty. However, they had already come this far, and Xiaofan and the others seemed to be unable to turn back. This situation was really annoying. At this moment, the suction force on the path grew stronger, and its direction changed, going straight ahead. Forget it. Xiaofan flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "I want to see what tricks Haoming City is playing." As he spoke, light flashed around his body, and only a protective brilliance appeared. His figure gradually flew forward along with the suction force. Xiao Hua and the others naturally followed closely behind. This speed seems to be getting faster. However, as the suction force increased, Xiao Hua and the others' flying speed also increased. In just a few breaths, they had already surpassed the flying speed of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Moreover, their speed was still increasing. The pressure around them also increased. Whoosh! Hua Pai Kong, who was the closest to Xiao Hua and the others, frowned slightly. He stretched his right hand behind him and gently flicked his middle finger. A meteor-like brilliance appeared, and the brilliance exploded in midair, forming a layer of light that tightly covered Xiao Hua, Hua Hibiscus, and the fire Qilin. Although he felt the pressure disappear, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart. When he saw the increase in speed, he was secretly delighted. He practiced the lightning evasion technique, and speed had always been his forte. If he could see an even faster evasion technique after the bright lightning evasion technique, especially if he could experience it himself, it would be even more beneficial to his lightning evasion technique. Unfortunately, Hua Pai Kong's finger had shattered all of his hopes. Chapter 2053. Putting aside Xiao Hua's gloominess, Xiaofan and the others were flying faster and faster. When they reached a certain limit, sparks appeared on the light barrier around Xiao Hua and the others. Even the nascent soul cultivators' expressions changed. Xiao Hua and the others felt as if they had bumped into something and stopped again. It was as if they had broken through an extremely powerful restriction. Xiao Hua and the others arrived at another place. When Xiao Hua came back to his senses, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, everyone was standing in the void. The void was boundless and showed endless secrets. In the void, there were countless spheres of various sizes. Above Xiao Hua and the others, there was a fireball that was tens of thousands of feet large and emitted flames that were hundreds of thousands of feet wide. It was quietly floating. Sky. Sky Dao Starry Sky. Xiao Hua couldn't help but groan in his heart. He originally thought that his Sky Dao Starry Sky was the only one in the world. However, seeing something similar to the Sky Dao Starry Sky in his own space, he knew that there were many powerful cultivators in the world. It seems, something is wrong. Xiao Hua was surprised at first, but then he sensed that all the spheres and the starry sky were lifeless. They didn't understand anything at all. They were far from the mysterious changes in his space. Xiao Hua's eyes turned and looked at the fire Qilin and the others. Sure enough, it wasn't just Xiao Hua who was surprised. Everyone from Ardent Fire Mountain was also stunned. Ha ha ha, a voice resounded through the entire starry sky. Then, like a curtain being lifted, the entire void disappeared with a whoosh. A bright sunny day appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, to the left of Xiaohua and the others, more than 20 nascent soul cultivators appeared in the void. Xiaohua followed the light and looked down. Under his feet was the platform that everyone had entered from. Many flying artifacts were quietly parked around the platform. Fellow Taoists, forgive I for being presumptuous. A tall and dignified middle-aged man with a horsetail whisk in his hand and a light golden Taoist crown on his head appeared in the void. He stood at the same level as everyone and cupped his hands in greeting. This is the Xian Kong Pavilion that my Haoming city obtained more than 10,000 years ago. Because the restriction inside is too ancient, it hasn't been completely broken. Until today, only a small part of it can be used. I used the Xian Kong Pavilion as the venue for today's auction. This is where I's sincerity lies. He, Huo Picong was the first to sneer. Yan Hong, I didn't come to participate in the auction to be humiliated by your Ming city. Time and time using some restriction magical ability. Do you think that only your Haoming city has ancient ruins from ancient times? Huo Picong's temper was not good. This was obviously what the other nascent soul cultivators thought as well, so everyone was silent. Reverend Yan Hong wasn't angry. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said with a smile, if you want to explore the mysteries of the great Tao, you must have great methods. It seems that no one can understand my painstaking efforts. Great Tao? A slightly exaggerated voice sounded, Yan Hong, you're saying that your Xian Kong Pavilion actually has the mystery of the great Tao? As expected of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Miyu. Your knowledge is extraordinary. Yan Hong smiled as he looked across from Xiaohua. Over there were several golden core cultivators from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Mystery of the great Tao? Hearing me use words, the expressions of several nascent soul cultivators who knew some ancient secrets changed. Yan Hong, this is the legendary Void Palace that was built by the ancient Celestials? The Void Palace that is said to be able to turn one's body into a saint just by peering into its mystery? Alas, when the seniors of my Haoming city obtained this palace, they also thought so. They all wanted to comprehend the great Tao from it and peek into the mysteries of heaven before reaching the great ascension stage. Unfortunately, how could we have such fate? Yan Hong smiled bitterly, this is just a magic tool that looks like an ancient palace. The Xian Kong Pavilion inside has some great Tao, but this starry sky is lifeless. There's nothing to comprehend. Otherwise, how could I dare to take this thing out? Am I not afraid of being distracted by the seniors? In fact, to tell you the truth, I have already asked a senior to look at it. It should be an imitation. It has the shape but not the essence. Oh. The nascent soul cultivators were all regretful and glad at the same time. Although it's an imitation, it may give us a glimpse into the situation of the ancient Void Palace. I appreciate fellow Taoist Yan Hong's painstaking efforts. A handsome female cultivator said with a smile. Thank you for the praise, Fairy Miao Chang of the Five Elements sect. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yan Hong patted his chest and smiled. Fairy Miao Chang covered her mouth and laughed, since we have seen the ancient palace of Haoming City, shouldn't fellow Taoist Yan Hong's auction begin? Yes, I will begin now. Yan Hong clapped his hands and there seemed to be some fluctuations of spiritual power. Then, the void began to change again. Many jade tables appeared in front of everyone. According to the number of nascent soul cultivators, the jade chairs also appeared in front of everyone. In the end, a ring-shaped brilliance connected the jade tables together. Xiaohua was still amazed at first. He couldn't tell whether this thing rising out of the void was Yan Hong's spell or the Xian Kong Pavilion's forbidden spell. However, when the ring-shaped brilliance appeared, Xiaohua understood that these jade tables and chairs were prepared and definitely not born out of thin air. Fellow Taoists, Yan Hong stood at the head of the table without a disciple beside him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, you are all nascent soul cultivators of the sects in the three kingdoms of cultivation. I think you are all familiar with each other, so I won't introduce you one by one. As for the fellow Taoists dressed in camouflage robes, I also know their origins. I can guarantee the origin of these fellow Taoists. Of course, if any fellow Taoist has any objections, you can withdraw from the auction now. I and the other fellow Taoists won't stop you." After waiting for a while and seeing that no one responded, Yan Hong raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, please sit down. My Haoming City's once-in-a-century auction officially begins." Once everyone was seated, Taoist Yan Hong said, "Thank you, fellow Taoists. Our vast brilliant city holds this auction once every 100 years. Firstly, it's a chance for us nascent soul cultivators to exchange cultivation experiences. Secondly, it's a chance for us to exchange cultivation experiences. In view of this, starting from today, within 10 days, my Haoming City will also hold auctions for cultivators of different realms. This is also a scene in my country of Xi. My Haoming City will also profit a lot because of this." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.